Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wilting Violets by Anne Malcom, narrated by Liam Sanderson and Carolyn Eve. Prologue. Eldon. My brother was holding a gun to my head. I'd expected this to happen from the second I laid eyes on her, the second I touched her, tasted her. She tasted like perfection, and my eventual demise. I knew that this was a ticking time bomb, that we were a ticking time bomb. I also knew that it was a matter of when he found out I was fucking his stepdaughter, not if. I could have avoided this, if I'd been strong enough to leave her alone, to say no to her, to get the fuck out of this club and as far away from her as I could have. But that had been beyond my control. Everything to do with Violet was beyond my control. And on some level, I'd been willing to die for her. If it was a choice between a bullet and never knowing what it felt like to be inside of her, I'd choose the bullet. Every fucking day. I should blow your brains out right here, right now. Swiss seethed. I didn't argue with him, though I did disagree, violently. I knew my brother was hanging on by a thread right now, and that there was a reason no one had stepped forward to try to do anything. Even though he was a husband and a father, he was still fucked up, impulsive and unpredictable when he was mad. He was still very fucking dangerous, and he'd just found out I'd been involved with his stepdaughter for years. So he was mad. Therefore, his piece was pointed in my face. There was a time in my life when I probably would have fought you, I told him. A time when I might have just let what happened happen. When I didn't care much if I was living or dying, because I didn't have anything to live for. I didn't stare at him, nor the barrel of the gun he was pointing in my face. No, I stared at the indigo eyes of the woman I loved, the mother of my child, tears streaming down her face. Now I've got something to live for, I said. Not to Swiss, but to her. I've got everything to live for. Not gonna argue with you that this got fucked up, that I made some bad fucking choices in the midst of this. But you're never gonna get me to wish away what I did. Because if I did, I wouldn't be standing right here. I kept my eyes on her as I tensed, waiting. I wouldn't go down without a fight. Fuck no. But if he was that far gone and was going to pull the trigger, she was going to be the last thing I saw before I left this world.
Chapter 1. Violet. 2 years earlier. I was sitting on a roof with a bottle of Jack Daniels in my left hand, a joint in my right. The roof of an outlaw biker compound, it's important to point out. It was 3 a.m, the witching hour, when the veil between worlds was thin, when demons were more capable of sinking their talons into you, scorching your skin right to the bone, if you believed in such things. I did, as it happened, believe in such things. I was somewhat of a cliché for my generation. I liked crystals, astrology. I was a Scorpio rising, sun in Sagittarius, and loved to read spicy fantasy novels with a strong female lead. I believed in magic, angels, demons, sprites, and the fae. But my demons were not of the metaphysical variety. They didn't come from the underworld or from mystical realms either. They were much too common, much more cliché, uninteresting, which made everything worse. If I was going to be battling demons, at least life could make them interesting, worthy of a chapter in my autobiography. Violet Edwards, Demon Killer. It had a nice ring to it. As opposed to Violet Edwards, just another fucked up rich kid with daddy issues. I didn't normally hang out in outlaw biker compounds, nor did I drink Jack Daniels or any other dark kind of whiskey. While in France, I had developed a taste for Pinot Noir, a crisp rosé from the south when it was hot out. But when in Rome and all that. And my particular situation called for Jack. A crisp rosé wouldn't do shit to dull the edges. The night was unusually quiet. Even though I'd only been at the compound a few days, I'd come to understand that silence, even in the middle of the night, especially in the middle of the night, was hard to come by at an outlaw biker compound. All of the married members, my mother's good friends, lived in houses of their own, which meant that it was all of the single men who lived at the clubhouse, and they liked to party freaking hard. They also liked to do a lot of other stuff that shocked even my not-so-naive eyes. No one seemed worried about sexual acts being performed in public after certain hours. To the contrary, it seemed some of them liked being watched. When that started, I took that as a sign to put myself to bed, especially considering my current condition. But something had also awakened inside of me, a want to stay, a need. And every time, my eyes had always found aquamarine ones, my body pulsating as we made eye contact, as it became clear he had been watching me too. The weight of that stare and my current condition had me scuttling back to my room, heart beating fast and shame covering me like sweat. I found I liked the rhythm of the clubhouse, the men who lived there. I enjoyed the club life, learning about a different way of existing. I might have enjoyed it a lot more if my world hadn't been rocked once again in the bathroom of my mother's little house she shared with Swiss. The one I had to get out of, for a multitude of reasons, not the least of which being what I found out in that bathroom. I convinced my mom I did not need to be under the same roof as her and her new fiancé, where even the thickest of walls couldn't contain the evidence that my mother was happy and satisfied. It didn't give me the ick that most might have had hearing their mother having great sex. Well, it gave me the ick, but just a little. Mostly, it made me happy, amongst some other very complicated feelings. I had never heard my mother and father have sex. Then again, we'd lived in a large, sprawling house. I'd never heard him beat her either. But that had happened. My entire fucking life, my father had beat my mother. And she'd taken the opportunity of me going to study abroad as a window to escape. To drive across the country, find herself at a biker compound and fall for an outlaw biker. Then my father had also driven her across the country to try to beat her to death. I'd learned all of this less than 2 weeks ago, and I was still processing the shattering of my entire childhood, of everything I thought my mother was, in addition to what I'd carried with me across an ocean, the weight of which was almost impossible to carry, but a weight I could not transfer to my mother. Not now. Not when she was finally happy for the first time in her life. I had never seen my mother happy, not truly free, not once in my entire life, until right then. So yeah, I would not be the reason that happiness was shattered. Hence the jack and the joint. I wasn't a habitual smoker. Sure, I'd tried it a bunch in high school along with the plethora of drugs available at all the rich kid parties our parents didn't know we threw or attended. I'd enjoyed drugs, still did enjoy them. A little truth that my mother thankfully didn't know, even though I told her almost everything. But recently, I'd come to realize how much we'd been hiding from each other. My casual drug use being the least of it. I realized that there were going to be many things I kept from my mother. Not because I didn't want to tell or because she wouldn't want to know. I knew she'd want to know, to be there for me, to give me all she could give. Which was the problem. My mom had already done that. My mom was her own complete person with her own traumas, with her own set of battles. I couldn't expect her to always fight mine. She'd spent her whole life protecting me from a truth that would shatter my world. It was my turn now. She was opening her own restaurant. We'd had a party celebrating a few days ago. She'd been glowing with excitement, happiness, a purpose, something of her own. I'd been struck with inspiration of what to create for her and had been spending a lot of time on my computer planning out the space. It had been a very welcome distraction, focusing all of my energy on creating something for my mother, being a part of this new life she'd created. But there was only so much time I could spend in front of my computer. The second I closed the screen, reality rushed back in. Movement in the corner of my eye jolted me out of my thoughts. But because my thoughts were so thick and thorny, because my mind was cloudy from the booze and weed, the man had been able to come close to me without me noticing. Which was no mean feat, since you had to climb up a ladder on the edge of the building in order to get up to the flat space on the roof, cluttered with patio chairs and a side table with an overflowing ashtray. I was not the only one who sought out this place. Because of that, the ladder, while sturdy, creaked a little when you ascended it. I didn't hear the creak or the thump of motorcycle boots on the concrete as he walked toward me. None of my survival instincts kicked in to let me know this man was near, and they should have, because one look at him and you'd know that he was dangerous. Something would prickle at the back of your neck, your leg muscles would tense as if preparing to run, but your feet would grow roots to keep you in place. Your heart would beat so wildly in your chest that the bones would rattle. Your thighs would press together. Your skin would turn damp, as would your panties. Okay, so maybe not everyone would be turned on by standing in front of a 6-foot-something biker with muscles and a 1,000-yard stare from icy blue eyes. A man 2 decades older, with a carob-colored beard that I wanted to scratch the insides of my thighs. Yeah, I had all of those feelings the second I laid eyes on Eldon. I had all of those feelings despite everything going on in my life at the time I met him. And I had a lot of things going on when I met him. He didn't say anything when his boots landed in front of the chair I was sitting in. That didn't surprise me. Eldon was a man of few words. Very few. In the short amount of time I'd known him, I'd only heard his low, gravelly voice a handful of times, uttering only the bare minimum words needed to get his point across. None of them had been directed at me. He'd seemed to have made a concerted effort not to make any kind of conversation with me, yet he was always close by, always somewhere, always unnerving me with his nearness and his forced disinterest in me. And it was forced. I may not have known the man, but for whatever reason, I knew that he wanted me, and I wanted him, despite everything. And everything was a word that encompassed a fuck of a lot. I was disgusted that I could be so wanton in desiring a man so forbidden, while my body was not entirely my own. I didn't know why he came to the roof tonight. Maybe he didn't even know I was there. Maybe that was where he went to get some peace when the craziness of the club parties became too much. But that wasn't likely. Though Eldon was older than most of the men who engaged in the craziness, he wasn't that much older. The club had varied shapes and sizes of men patched into the Sons of Templar, all from different backgrounds, but all searching for the kind of freedom the cut offered. The cut. The leather vest they all wore at all times that signified them belonging to this club. The one that had become my mother's family at some point while I was across an ocean, ruining my life. He was standing in front of my chair, looking down at me. His figure was imposing, all-encompassing. He blocked out the moon and stars, took over my vision. Though I didn't have measuring tape on hand, he had to be over 6 foot. If I stood, I'd come up to his shoulder, maybe his chin. And he wasn't just tall, he was wide, all muscle. His shoulders were broad, biceps stretching the fabric of the tee he was wearing. I had the urge, a very strong urge, to lick the sinewy muscle of his forearms. His dark hair was pulled back into a low bun, and not in a hipster man bun, but a badass biker man bun. Silver threaded through that dark chocolate hair, and the goatee that would've looked insane on anyone else, well, apart from Jeff Bridges, of course, but made him look rugged and chiseled at the same time. There were creases in his forehead, the kind of creases that made a man look weathered, wise, and impossibly handsome. Creases that communicated he frowned often, and not many lines on the edge of his eyes that hinted that he rarely smiled. And I had real-life knowledge to back those claims up. In the time I'd spent here, I had yet to see him smile. His default expression seemed to be a glower that should have scared the pants off me. Instead, it melted my panties. Those eyes, that was what drew you to him. Okay, the height, the muscles, the impossibly sexy man bun and goatee drew you to him, but the eyes held you captive. Mediterranean blue, endless pools of intensity, of a masculinity that I should have bristled against, eyes that rooted you in your spot. I had to do something about the way Eldon was looking at me, either to stop him from wanting me, or to stop him from thinking I was some perfect, pure thing he couldn't touch. I wasn't sure which. I had an abortion this week, I said, looking straight at him. I needed to say the words out loud, needed to stare into his icy irises as I said them. And though it didn't make a whole lot of sense, I needed to tell him, needed this one stranger to know the thing I hadn't said out loud. Not even to my closest friends. Not even to my mother. My first instinct, that morning in her bathroom when seeing those 2 lines, was to go running to her. As much as I liked to think of myself as grown up, as a woman who had been living and existing in Europe with her older French boyfriend, traveling across the world, digesting all sorts of life-altering information and not breaking down. It was in that moment, realizing I was pregnant, that I was confronted with how much of a child I still was. I'd wanted my mother. It was that simple. Then there was the other thing. The thing that I'd done very well at repressing. Not healthy. Not in the slightest. But in order to live with myself, I had to force myself not to think of it. Otherwise, it would all crumble down. When I got here to Garnet, New Mexico, even after hearing that my parents were divorced and my mother was engaged to another man without even knowing my parents were having trouble, I'd planned on telling her. Not about the pregnancy. I didn't know about that yet. Or maybe I did, and was ignoring all of the signs my body was giving me because I couldn't handle it, because I needed those margaritas, those glasses of red wine to get me through. Still, I planned on telling my mother the other thing, spewing its nastiness all over the idyllic life she'd created. Selfish, maybe. But maybe it was a little vindictive, too. Maybe I'd been pushed to tell her when I heard she'd gone and created a whole new life in less than a year without telling me. Maybe I'd wanted to punish her a little for that. In the past year, I'd learned that there were a lot of things I didn't like about myself, and maybe I wanted to see what it sounded like, delivering that news out loud. If it made me different, changed the way Eldon looked at me. Everyone thought I was so pure, so innocent, perfect, that I needed to be protected from the harshness of the world, unaware that I already bore scrapes and bruises I hid from everyone. I didn't want to hide those from Eldon, though, because I didn't want him to see me as pure or innocent, as a girl. I wanted him to see me as a woman. One who did things like got abortions and told people about it out loud without shame or guilt. He blinked only once, staring at me without shock or judgment. But something else awakened in those icy eyes, something that blazed like flames. Fury. I knew enough about the men of this club to understand that they were crazy, protective alpha males. So that fury was likely on my behalf. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Before you hulk out, the sex itself was entirely consensual, and I was very involved in the process. I'm not some innocent girl who got taken advantage of. I took a swig of the Jack. I'm just a young woman who drank too much and let an asshole with a good jawline and an accent convince me we didn't need a condom. It was likely the booze or the weed that made me so forthcoming with all of the details. And it was likely the booze or the weed that made me forget that offering this information to a protective alpha male would only make him madder. There was a tick in Eldon's jaw to communicate this fact, his hands now fisted at his sides. "Who took you?" he uttered, the words coming out like stone grinding against stone, turning to dust, flickering through the air, absolutely covering me. I blinked at the question. It wasn't a ridiculous question to ask. It was quite practical, really. But it was not, in a million years, the kind of question I expected Eldon to ask. Not that I had any reason to expect anything from Eldon. I didn't know him well enough to have created a set of expectations for the man. Yet I did expect things from him. "Colby," I replied, on reflex more than anything else. He stared at me, unblinking. It was unnerving. Even through the haze of booze and weed, it was unnerving. It might have been downright terrifying if I'd been sober. "Colby," he repeated. It was not a question or a clarification. It was a threat, a single word coded in violence, suggesting some kind of reckoning. Not directed at me, no, at the man who took me to and from my abortion, who fulfilled a deed that was not required nor expected of him. No good deed goes unpunished, it seemed. I nodded slowly, my body thrumming with something that cut through my inebriation. Not quite fear, but something close. "Why in the fuck did Colby take you?" he ground out. His anger, like my expectations of him, didn't make sense. We barely knew each other. We hadn't engaged in any meaningful conversation. Or any conversation for that matter until I blurted out about my abortion a few minutes ago. There was no ownership or intimacy here. Or at least there shouldn't have been. But there was. Inexplicably. Because he's my friend, I answered honestly. Colby was the closest man in age to me here who wore a patch. Not counting the prospects, who everyone treated like they were pledges in a fraternity. Not that the Sons of Templar were like any kind of fraternity. Colby, like a large majority of the Sons of Templar, was hot as fuck. Muscles, tattoos, that air of alpha male badassery that cut through all of my deep-seated feminism. His dark hair was on the longer side, and it brushed over his face in a way that made it so he was always running his hands through it. He was tall, quick to smile, with a grin that made women melt. His family was from South Korea, and he confided in me they weren't happy that their only son patched into a biker club. Arguably, I should have had some kind of reaction to Colby. He was the most appropriate of all the outlaws for me to have a reaction toward. Well, him and Lucas, who was lankier than the rest, wore skinny jeans, Dr. Martens, and thick glasses that made him look like a hipster badass. Not many people could pull that off. I liked Lucas too, but Colby and I hit it off as friends. I didn't have a reaction toward him because he was far too appropriate, despite him wearing the patch and having a weapon strapped to him at all times. But still, Colby was closest in age to me, and we immediately connected. Of course, he tried to flirt his way into sleeping with me, but he didn't go feral and cruel when I gently told him I needed a friend who wasn't trying to sleep with me, and who didn't think I would sleep with him if he pretended to be my friend long enough. He took it completely in stride, and we hung out, like an outlaw and a previously sheltered good girl might. He taught me how to shoot, and we had started riding lessons, because up until now it was only the men who rode Harleys. The women were all on the backs of their bikes. Colby had tried to explain to me how important that was in this life. I'd pushed back about how fucking archaic it was, in addition to only men being allowed to patch in. He'd chuckled good-naturedly and hadn't tried to argue with me further. If I had the choice, I probably wouldn't have told even him about my pregnancy. But I'd needed a ride home from the clinic. I'd needed someone to walk in with me because I wasn't strong enough to walk in alone. Not because I doubted my choice. I was 100% certain it was the correct one to make at this juncture in my life. There are women, many women who are strong enough to go through that entire process alone, who have no choice, who, in my opinion, are fucking superheroes. I was not one of those women, so I made the choice. I blurted it out to Colby, who, to his credit, didn't blink at the information. He had tactfully tried to ask about the father, with that familiar alpha fury in his eyes. Then later, when he'd walked me through the line of protesters, who immediately stepped back from us when he turned his glare in their direction, he'd asked less tactfully about the father. Sure, he could guess. I'd just come back from France, from a man who I'd been certain I was in love with. Colby had fussed over me like a mother hen once we got back to the clubhouse, arranging a soft blanket over me on the sofa, bringing a plethora of snacks, and then curling up beside me for a Vampire Diaries marathon. He was Team Damon, obviously. He was gentle and safe, comforting, protective. He was hot. A hint of a boyish rogue still remaining, even though I figured that all the things he'd done to wear that patch had taken boyhood right out of him. But still a glint of mischief, of softness remained. To me, he was like a brother, one I'd never had. It was not Colby who I dreamed about. It was the man standing in front of me, looking like the most handsome nightmare. "He's your friend?" Eldon repeated through gritted teeth. It occurred to me that Eldon had glared at Colby a lot whenever we were together. I figured that was just because Eldon was a broody type of guy. Maybe not. I tilted my chin up at him in defiance. I got it. He felt possessive over me for the same reason I felt possessive over him. There was something between us, something we both tried to ignore and clutch at the same time. But now wasn't really the moment for him to throw his weight around. Not when I was wearing a pad the size of a diaper and fighting my way through cramps that were like having PMS on steroids. "Yes," I snapped. "Colby is my friend. The kind of friend who drives me to an abortion clinic without asking questions, without glowering with alpha male fury. Who takes me to get a milkshake afterward and doesn't force his company on me when I want to be alone." Eldon folded his arms across his chest, shifting his weight as if he were cementing his feet to the floor. Eyes narrowing ever so slightly, communicating that he was not going to let me be alone. He was going to force his company on me. And I was glad. The thought of being alone right now was utterly fucking wretched. But Eldon's presence was something else entirely. It made me ashamed that I wasn't overcome with thoughts of what I'd done this week, of what my mother had been going through my entire life, of my mother nearly fucking dying. Those remained in the back of my mind, but at the forefront was Eldon. I stood on unsteady legs, uncomfortable with the large pad between my legs for the bleeding. Because the decision, the procedure, and the walk through all those fucking protesters was not enough. I had to bleed heavily for days. It could be weeks, depending on the woman, they said. And not use a tampon or Diva cup because they increased my chance of infections. That discomfort between my legs should have been enough to stop me. It wasn't. Because of Eldon's stare. Because of the electricity between us that shouldn't have existed under the current circumstances. Because of the booze and the weed divesting me of my inhibitions. I stepped forward, and he froze. My hands clutched the sides of his cut, and I reveled in the worn leather of the vest. He went stock still, but he didn't push me away. "Kiss me," I demanded, my mouth inches from his. "I need to taste something other than cheap whiskey and regret." His eyes flared in surprise and something else. The attraction that had been crackling between us since the moment we met. The attraction he'd been fighting for a number of reasons. Because he was in an outlaw biker club where they took honor and brotherhood very seriously. And his brother was going to be my stepdad. My very protective, over-the-top stepdad. Technically, my only dad. Since my biological father was a man who had beat my mother my entire life without me knowing, and had recently almost killed her. He was dead to me now. Which was neither here nor there, but I supposed it could have been one of the reasons why Eldon was fighting the very obvious attraction to me. Or since he was chronologically old enough to be my father, only because my father had been a teenager when my mother had me. I didn't think I was so predictable as to be into the bad boy, but there I was, on a roof at a biker compound, smoking a joint, dangling a bottle of Jack between my fingers and asking a man almost twice my age to kiss me. Eldon, who had made it his mission to not be alone with me, but who also lingered, presumably to make sure no other member was alone with me, didn't move. It seemed like he didn't breathe for a handful of moments. His eyes were glued to mine, and I watched thoughts rush through his mind. It was reasonable that he was weighing how responsible it was to kiss the 18, almost 19-year-old who was almost the stepdaughter of one of his best friends/brothers, who would likely kill him if he found out about aforementioned kiss. Worry and dread clutched my stomach then, at the thought that he might deny me, which of course he was well within his rights to do. And I'd have to sit here on the roof feeling rejected on top of everything else. I should have taken the words back, blamed them on the booze, my emotions, whatever. But I didn't. I stared at him and waited for him to make the decision that would change both of our lives. Chapter 2. I didn't breathe until he grabbed the back of my neck roughly, with all of the hunger and primal need he was communicating with his eyes. He yanked me so our mouths meshed together, both of us desperate, ravenous to make it last longer, make it deeper. It marked me, that kiss, in ways I wouldn't understand until much, much later. Because it wasn't just the best kiss of my life, although it was that too. But it was both of us knowing that giving in to this attraction would be disastrous, yet we did it anyway. It was both of us giving in to the most carnal parts of ourselves, knowing we couldn't go back, regardless of whatever happened from here. The kiss lasted a lifetime, yet also felt like it was over in a second. Over much too quickly for my liking. It was proof that whatever it was between us was something chemical, something outside of our control, and something even someone as badass as Eldon couldn't fight against. "I've never been kissed like that before," I murmured breathlessly, swaying on my feet. Eldon's hands found my hips, steadying me, tethering me to this earth. He didn't say anything. He hadn't said anything except barking about Colby. Maybe I should have taken note of his silence and mimicked it with silence of my own. But I was never good at being silent, especially not in that moment. "If only I'd met you before I went to France," I said, still floating on a cloud, my troubles thousands of feet below me. If I'd met you, I wouldn't have been distracted by some smooth-skinned, manicured, tanned, snobby Frenchman who got me pregnant and then punched me. I rambled, then I screwed up my nose. Or maybe he punched me, then got me pregnant, but I don't think so because I left pretty much the morning after he punched me. My joint was smoldering on the ashtray, and I realized I was still holding the whiskey, which turned out to be delightful because I wanted to continue the kiss, turn it into something more. Though I obviously couldn't turn it into something more because of what was happening with my body. Then, despite the high of the kiss and the actual high of drugs and alcohol, the self-hatred returned. Because I was so caught up in my own shit, I barely noticed that Eldon had turned into a statue, his hand no longer gentle on my hip. Actually, his grip was tight enough to hurt, but I enjoyed that. I'd been feeling numb for so long the pain was good. "It's funny," I whispered, staring into eyes that had been liquid moments ago, yet were now gemstones of glittering fury. They say that the cycle of abuse can repeat, that more often than not it does repeat. A young woman who sees her father beat on her mother, no matter how despicable, terrifying, and heartbreaking she might find it, will somehow find herself in a similar situation as a grown woman. I took a long pull of the whiskey. "I didn't see any abuse," I continued. "None. I didn't have any inclination that it was there. I knew my father was a misogynist, an elitist, sure. Although I was a daddy's girl, I was well aware of my father's flaws." I shook my head in disgust. "I just thought he was human, not a monster." My heart thrummed, speaking of my father, and my throat burned with fury. Fury that I'd been trying my hardest to swallow since I found out. Fury that had been giving me excruciating heartburn. I was chewing antacids daily, even though I knew that treating the symptoms and not the root cause wasn't going to do shit. Plus, I was probably ruining my kidneys, liver, and whatever else drug companies were doing to people. Treating the root cause would be confronting my father, speaking to him, looking at him in the face, and I refused to do that. So I'd continue to eat twice the recommended dose of antacids and engage in self-destructive behavior. But still, even oblivious, I was able to repeat the cycle. I scoffed, looking up at Eldon, who was hanging on my every word. Literally hanging on my every word. My hip was radiating pain under his grip. I fed off that. In theory, Jacques was nothing like my father, I told him, working off adrenaline and the mixture of weed and liquor. He was French, liberal, romantic, exciting, passionate. I rattled off the adjectives, thinking about the rush of lust I'd felt when I first saw him. when he spoke to me in perfect accented English, his dirty brown hair shadowing half of his face. His long and thin fingers had continually brushed it out of his face in a smooth and graceful movement. Those long, thin fingers had balled into a fist and punched me in that same smooth and graceful movement, too. But it turned out he was exactly like my dad in all the ways that mattered, I muttered, shaking my head at my own stupidity. Still, Eldon hadn't moved. It didn't seem like he'd even breathed. But I was too far gone to understand what that meant, how dangerous he was in that moment. I hadn't told anyone this, not even my closest friends. Although I didn't really have those. I had girls I went to school with, some of whom I enjoyed the company of but had nothing in common with. They were happy to live off their parents, adopt their religions, their political parties, hold whatever beliefs they needed to in order to keep their trust funds. And that was fine for them. For me, I wanted to travel. I wanted to change the world. I wanted to bring down oppressive systems, bring about change. Anything but live the life my friends' mothers lived. Live the life my mother lived. I'd already lost touch with my friends from high school anyway, and all of my friends in France were Jacques' friends. I hadn't been to campus yet and didn't know anyone there. I'd signed up to be part of a house share with a bunch of girls I didn't even know. My best friend was my mother, and I couldn't tell her this. So I was telling Eldon, right after he gave me the best kiss anyone ever had, and likely making sure he wasn't ever going to kiss me again. Knowing I sought after a man who beat me without any kind of knowledge of what my mother went through is next level fucked up. I finished with a sigh. There was no way for me to forget Eldon's presence, but I'd gotten so tangled up in my narrative that I hadn't realized what I was saying, the impact it might have. I had forgotten the breed of men who wore the Sons of Templar cuts. Ultra hot, ultra alpha, badass and violent to the core, intense as all hell. Eldon even more so because he just kissed the shit out of me. There was a stillness, a quiet, so charged, so dangerous that I forgot to breathe. I was sucked up into his orbit. "What did you just say?" he murmured, his voice a blade cutting through the night. Goosebumps raised on my arms with the knowledge of a danger, a deadliness emanating from him. I couldn't speak, not when confronted with the raw violence that was seeping from him. He stepped forward, and I scuttled back, not realizing I was standing on a roof without railings. Eldon's hand darted out to circle my upper arm, yanking me back in just as my left heel tried to step on empty air. The result of this was our bodies landing flush together, Eldon's hand settling on my hip, strong and purposeful, to keep me from plummeting to the ground and perhaps from trying to escape him. He smelled of leather and musk, and the faint aroma of cigarettes, which should have turned me off but only added more layers. Spicy aftershave that sank into my pores. He smelled like a fucking man. "Violet." My name was a warning. His grip tightened, and he yanked me closer. My name was so sweet from his mouth. "You made me taste you, and then you told me that," he uttered, eyes wild. I blinked rapidly at his tone, the pure violence in it. Considering what I'd just told him, considering everything happening with men in my life, I should have been afraid, terrified. The man was exuding violence. But I wasn't. I was comforted. Though I didn't have evidence to back up the thought, something told me he was a violent man, a deadly man, a man who would burn the earth to cinders if he had the occasion to, that he wasn't afraid to inflict hurt. But not on me. No, never me. "He's going to regret ever thinking he was worthy of you," he uttered. "He's going to regret being fucking born." And on that, he purposefully pulled me far away from the roof's edge with one hand, then pulled his phone from his cut with the other. He stared down at it as he pressed the screen, then held it up to his ear. "Colby," he grunted, "need you on the roof now. Violet's here. Needs to be taken down safely and put to bed without you laying an untoward hand on her, unless you want me to feed you your fingers one by one." I blinked at him as he didn't wait for a response, putting the phone back in his cut. Again, he pulled me, sitting me down on the chair I had previously been ruminating in. "Stay there," he commanded. His voice was rough. But then he brushed the hair from my face with a gentleness that didn't seem possible coming from a man overcome with such primal fury. "No one will ever hurt you again, Violet," he murmured, laying a kiss on my forehead before walking off. Walking the fuck off. I didn't even get the chance to follow him before Colby ascended the ladder, strutting over to snatch the bottle from my hands with a raised brow. "Now, I'm not your babysitter, but if you're going to mix weed, whiskey, and the pills they gave you at the clinic, at least do it in a place where you can't stumble off the side of a building," he requested dryly, his brows pinched in concern. It took me a second to figure out the root of his concern, what with the kiss, the beans I'd spilled, and the intense proclamation from a man I was low-key obsessed with. I looked from Colby to the edge of the roof, frowning. "What, you seriously thought I was going to jump?" His attractive face relaxed, a gentle expression on it. "I mean, you're a strong-ass bitch, but you've also been through a lot the past few weeks. And though regularly Jack and weed make great dates, not so much when they're the only ones at the party. It can make things seem dark and inescapable." I regarded him and his tone. It seemed knowing, sad. Though Colby was younger than most of the members, he had his shit together. Still had that air they all possessed, like bullets could bounce off them. I forgot that sometimes the people who looked the most bulletproof were the ones nursing the most wounds, ones who might bleed out quietly without asking for help. "Now I'm going to paraphrase Albus Dumbledore," he continued, voice peppier now, or as peppy as a man like Colby could get. "Finding our way through those dark times can be as simple as remembering to turn on the light." He grinned. "Or, by finishing the rest of the Vampire Diaries." He winked. "Then we've got all the spin-offs." I couldn't help but smile as he held out his hand in invitation. I didn't take it straight away, though. Something inside of me was almost desperate to stay up on this roof, where reality couldn't find me, where I could relive Eldon's lips against mine, where I could hope that he would find his way back up here and carry me down. But that wasn't how life worked. And even if it did, that wasn't who I was. I knew that, even though I currently only had a tenuous grasp on my identity. So I took Colby's hand, and I climbed down the ladder on my own, if under the watchful eye of a friend. A few days later, I was nursing a cough and a hangover in the kitchen that my mom loved, where she'd spent the first mornings of her time at the Sons of Templar compound. For good reason. When I arrived, I had expected some kind of ancient stained whiteware situation. But everything was gleaming stainless steel, clean and full of produce and various nut milks. Lucas, the muscled, tattooed biker, was a vegan. A biker vegan who wore a large knife on his belt and a visible gun strapped to him. Though I couldn't be sure and I didn't have any evidence to prove this, I was relatively certain that being a biker in this particular club meant violence was a part of life. I wasn't exactly versed in urban life, having grown up in pastel suburbia, but I also guessed murder was a part of life here too. Again, these were all educated guesses, but I didn't think you wore 2 deadly weapons on your body unless you planned on using them. I enjoyed the freedom of the clubhouse. There was always someone somewhere, even at 2 a.m, and I wasn't the only woman in residence. There was a rotation of club girls, who I soon learned were there to service the members of the club in whatever way they needed. At first, like most of the tenants here, I'd been disgusted. These men were using women as sexual objects. But the more time I spent here, the more I got to know the women, got to understand what the connection to the club meant to them. They came from different backgrounds, yet they all felt like society didn't fit them, had failed them, didn't make them happy. They found what they needed here. They found a place to belong, and they were empowered, in charge of their own sexuality and unafraid to show it. Who the fuck was I to judge? They were all kind to me, taking me under their wings in some way. Kira, one of the more recent club girls, impossibly tall and elegant with flawless ebony skin and curves to die for, had become a friend. Not close enough to tell her much, but enough so I was able to subtly ask her about who Eldon slept with. The pinch of her lips told me that I wasn't being at all subtle, but she didn't call me out on it. She'd simply told me that Eldon didn't sleep with any of the club girls. Each of them had tried, since he was a man who looked like he could fuck, but he'd respectfully rebuffed them. He was an enigma to everyone. Yet he'd kissed me. My lips still felt swollen, seared with his brand. My mind was racing with what that kiss meant, wondering where he was, and trying to pretend that everything was normal. If living at a biker clubhouse and having Swiss show me the house he was buying for my mother could be considered normal. My body, at least, was returning back to normal. The bleeding already stopping, the cramps gone. We'd caught it early enough, the doctor said, that it wouldn't be as physically traumatic as it might have been. But she'd warned me about the emotional trauma, had given me pamphlets and urged me to talk to someone. I was sure for women in different situations than mine, this would be traumatic. It would be something they'd never forget, something they carried with them always. But I didn't feel that. I'd made the right decision, I knew that. And it was over. I didn't lose sleep over it, didn't feel like I'd done anything wrong, because I hadn't. Eldon's more of a grumpy bastard than normal, Colby commented, biting into an apple, leaning against the breakfast bar. His eyes darted to me as he spoke. He had not mentioned me being up on the roof with Eldon, and I was thankful for it. Well, he fucked off for 3 days. I thought he was finally getting laid or torturing his victims, so he should have come back cheery as all hell, Lucas put in, sipping on his oat milk latte. My fork paused midair and my heart stopped. Eldon's back? I asked as casually as I could. I had been on somewhat of a bender these past few days because these guys liked to party, and it was hard to stay here and not join in. Then there were the more obvious reasons I wanted to use alcohol as an unhealthy coping mechanism. When I looked up, Colby was watching me closely. He was still the only one who knew about the abortion. Well, him and the man who had disappeared since that night on the roof. The man who was apparently now back. If the looks the two men were giving me were any indication, my casual tone left a lot to be desired. "Just got in," Colby offered with a shrug. My fork clanged onto my bowl as I dumped the contents of it, rinsing it with a forced air of nonchalance. I could feel the eyes of the two men on me, ignoring that the best I could. "I've got, forms I forgot to send for college," I lied, not looking at either of the men. "Uh-huh," Colby replied. I all but ran out of there, not too worried about how bad I was at lying. Let them think what they wanted. My heart was a thorn in my throat as I walked down the hallway to Eldon's room. I'd never been inside it, but I knew where it was. 4th door on the right, almost at the end of the hall. The hall itself was long and narrow, with dark brown doors evenly spaced on either side. It reminded me of a dorm room setup. Each member was allocated their own room with an adjoining bathroom, something that even college dorms didn't have. Each room was roughly the same size. Enough room for a double bed, nightstands, set of drawers, and maybe some kind of chair or desk situation. Some of the residents used this merely as a crash pad for when they drank too much and had their own homes outside of the compound, almost all of those being the men who were married, while the majority of the patched members lived here exclusively. It made sense with a lot of the members, especially the ones closer to my age. You weren't supposed to have a home, grow roots. They were meant to have a place to store their shit and lay their heads. Even a handful of graying older members with beer bellies seemed to give off a vibe that they belonged in this kind of environment. Eldon did not give off that vibe. There was something almost regal about him. He was silent, stoic, always dressed neatly, albeit like a total badass outlaw, without a wrinkle or stain to be found. All of his clothes expensive and good quality. You looked at him and you saw, beyond the fact that he was hot as balls, that he was someone, something. He was important, powerful. You imagined some log cabin in the middle of the woods that he built by hand, or even a sleek apartment in a high-rise somewhere. You expected him to reside somewhere that was entirely his own, his domain, his castle. You did not stare at Eldon and expect him to be living in a dorm situation with a dozen other bikers who partied, fucked, and lived loud and messy. Yes, the clubhouse itself was always clean, smelling of lemon products mixed with whiskey, but that was only because there were prospects and hired help to make sure it stayed that way. Well, and because Macy, Freya, Caroline, and now my mom spent a lot of time here, and you could see their touches everywhere. I didn't knock, though I probably should have. I just walked in. His room was neat, painstakingly so. The steel gray comforter was pressed and smoothed to perfection, and I knew that if I lifted it, I would see the sheets folded with military corners. Not that I knew if Eldon had been in the military. It smelled of him. His aftershave and a minty cleaning product that was not the same as the one they used in the main areas. It made me think that he didn't let anyone in here to clean his space. That made sense to me because he was quiet, private, reserved. Except when he kissed me, when he found out someone had hit me. I was desperate to find out everything there was to know about him. But for now, I had one pressing question. Eldon's eyes flared with what might have been surprise when I first walked in, but I could have imagined it. His face was a cold mask, giving nothing away. Yet with his eyes on me, I felt like I was burning up. If only I'd known I was going to see him today, I would have worn something different. Then again, I didn't look bad. I was wearing a matching workout set. Burnt copper leggings and a matching crop top that did wonders for my small bust and showed off my midriff. My hair was piled onto my head in a messy bun, with rebellious tendrils escaping to frame my face. I wasn't wearing makeup, so there was nothing to hide the blush that crept up my cheeks, likely reddening my alabaster skin with his gaze. It felt exciting, uncomfortable, but in an almost addicting way. I didn't know how I'd gotten through all of these days without his eyes on me. Eldon's hair was loose, brushing his shoulders. My fingers twitched as I had the overwhelming urge to run my hands through it. The tee he was wearing underneath his cut again struggled to contain those arm muscles I could drool over. "Where have you been?" I demanded, hand on my hip, trying my level best not to look at the bed in the corner. I had been alone with Eldon on exactly one occasion, the rooftop 3 days ago, when he'd kissed me, when he'd taken me off the face of the earth and placed me somewhere completely different, then left me to question everything, to think about him nonstop and wonder what was wrong with me. I'd never thought about a boy like this, never let one rattle me so. But this wasn't a boy. This was a man. And he made me feel like more of a woman than I ever had in my life. A trip. The air vibrated as I waited for more, his eyes gluing me in place, his gaze shaking my resolve. But nothing more came. No explanation. I figured I wasn't really entitled to one. But was I? I was just the teenage girl who was staying with the club because of my family connection. I was just a kid to him. Except I wasn't. Not since the second we'd laid eyes on each other. "A trip where?" I asked, losing whatever battle was raging between us in our silence. He stared at me without answering. "A trip where, Eldon?" I repeated, my voice sharper this time. His gaze didn't leave mine. "I've got shit to do," he clipped, trying to dismiss me. Except if he were trying to dismiss me, he would have broken his gaze, turned his back on me, walked me out of the room and slammed the door in my face. He did none of those things. He just kept staring at me. My knees quivered, my breath shallowed. For a brief moment, I totally forgot my reason for being here. I totally forgot every other reason for being on this earth except for being able to meet his stare. For that moment, I existed solely for Eldon. For this second, where we stared at each other without saying a word. I lingered in the moment because it made me feel like I was his. Because that's how he was looking at me. Like he was claiming me in some way. I realized in that moment that no one had ever really looked at me before. No one had seen me like this man did. Yes, my friends, my family may know me better, but no one had looked at me like this. I broke out of the moment like I was reaching the surface after flailing underwater for an almost terminal amount of time. "Eldon!" His name simultaneously tasted sweet and sour. I hated that I didn't have an ownership over it, yet something carnal told me he was mine. "Where were you?" Silence reigned for a few moments longer. "Taking care of business." I put my hands on my hips, irritated at his placid demeanor, his vague answers. Again, I ached for a kind of kinship with this man so that those answers were mine. I wished that I had a valid reason to be stomping in here demanding answers without feeling like a child. "Club business?" I clarified. He shook his head once. Something fluttered in my stomach. "Did this business take you out of the country?" I asked. His jaw was hard as he crossed his arms across his impressive chest. My gaze slid to the way his considerable biceps flexed with the movement. Something decidedly below my stomach pulsated. Desire that I rightly shouldn't have felt so soon after my procedure bloomed between my legs. Then again, this man had awakened something inside of me just days after my procedure. It said more about me than it did anything else. My eyes went to his knuckles. They were bruised, red, and scabbed. My heart beat faster.
"Don't make me lie to you, Violet,"
Eldon finally replied. The ground swayed underneath me. My name out of his mouth was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It made my skin tingle. Every single one of my nerve endings crying out for something, for him. When I stepped forward, his body tensed, but he didn't move. "Then don't lie to me, Eldon," I whispered. He didn't speak, just stared at me in that blank but somehow not empty way. The silence was too uncomfortable, and I rushed to find pieces of myself to give him so we weren't just strangers staring at each other with an intimacy that shouldn't exist. "I don't like to drive in the rain," I blurted, unaware as to why. "I don't tell anyone that, because it seems so trivial, pathetic, and weak, because it doesn't align with the story I tell myself about how strong I am, how independent, how I will be able to live my entire adult life without needing a man." I sucked in an unsteady breath underneath Eldon's gaze. "But I hate it," I whispered. "I get anxiety so strong I feel like I'm having a heart attack. I can't breathe. But I won't stop, even though it's likely even more dangerous to drive in the rain while feeling like I'm having a heart attack. I can't give in. Won't. So I do it." I swallowed roughly. He didn't say anything, barely moved. "I used to steal things," I continued, my cheeks hot with shame. "Nothing important. Lip gloss, batteries, whatever I could get away with. I've felt this pressure to be perfect my entire life because my mother was so perfect." My eyes went downward. Of course, now I understand she felt like she had to be in order to keep herself safe. My voice was small now. "I resented her," I continued, still looking at the ground, "for being so buttoned up, so obedient, for not challenging the conventional gender roles my father pushed her into. Knowing what I know now, I feel ashamed for that. But I also still resent her a little, for not leaving sooner, for letting him hurt her for years, for letting me live in that house with him, love him." My voice shook as I fought back tears. There it was, my deepest, darkest secret, out in the light with him. I didn't know he was right in front of me until I saw his motorcycle boots on the carpet where I had been looking. His fingers found my chin, lifting it upward. His eyes were liquid aquamarine, and his features were no longer hard and empty. They weren't completely soft either. But this was an expression I hadn't seen him use, not with anyone, and I'd been watching him pretty damn closely. This expression was mine.
"I flew to France,"
he murmured, searching my face. Although I had suspected it, I hadn't let myself fully believe it. Just another scenario I'd created in my head. The hot, older biker feeling so intensely for me after just one kiss. He flies across an ocean to punish the man who put his hands on me. But it happened. He did it.
"Found the fuck who hurt you,"
he continued, brushing his fingers across my jawline. My heart was a roar in my ears. There were a lot of questions to ask at this juncture, like how he found Jacques when all he knew was his first name, like why he flew to another country for a girl who shouldn't matter to him. "Did you kill him?" I asked, my voice thin.
No, but I made him wish I did.
My stomach plummeted. I was against violence. After everything in my past, I should for sure be against violence. In principle, I was. But right here, right now, I couldn't find myself to feel bad for Jacques, feel anger toward Eldon for avenging me in that ancient way. The air seemed to shimmer around us. He smelled of home, of safety, warmth. Eldon's eyes searched my face, lingering on my lips. My breath caught. I was certain he was going to kiss me again.
You're going to leave this room right now,
he murmured, eyes finding mine once more.
Because if you don't, I'm gonna lose control. Gonna want to claim you in a way that you're not ready for. In a way that will make things infinitely more complicated for you.
He paused, gripping my chin tighter as if he were changing his mind, and I would be totally on board with that. But a split second later, he stepped back, rubbing the back of his neck. I swayed on my feet but managed to stay upright.
Walk away, Violet,
he ordered. Prickles of desire swept through me, not just at the authority in his voice, but the slight waver in his tone. His hands were fisted at his sides, posture rigid, as if he were battling with control.
Now,
he barked. And despite all the things I wanted from him, namely to be claimed, I walked away. Chapter 3. 2 weeks later. No one saw me walk to the hall, and if they did, they must have assumed I was going to my room in the compound, maybe to collect something I'd forgotten. It was still empty, even though I'd moved out of it and into Mom and Swiss's after the wedding. There were no more excuses now. My stepfather had bought a huge house, one with a primary bedroom a whole wing away from the rest of the house. The walls were thick, he informed me. Sound didn't carry. He'd assured me of this with a grin while my mother had blushed and smacked him on the arm. She'd been glowing with happiness as he'd pulled her into his body and murmured something in her ear that made her blush even more. My mom was still on a high from the wedding. The day itself was amazing. Swiss had surprised my mother with the house he'd already shown me, having asked for my approval. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. Warm, bathed in light. There was a garden, wild and bursting with color. The desert sprawled around them, a gorgeous backdrop, an oasis for them both. The night before the wedding and my birthday, we'd spent one last night in the little cottage I adored. Mom not knowing it was her last night. She didn't know she was getting married the next day either. She thought I was staying because it was my birthday the next day. That was only part of the reason. When we woke up, Swiss gave me a leather jacket and a ride on his motorcycle. Mom gave me a necklace I planned to wear daily. The burn remained at the back of my throat. Memories of past birthdays. Ones where Mom's smile was genuine but tight. There were no leather jackets, no motorcycle rides in pajamas. There were my father's gifts, expensive, appropriate. Evidence that he only knew who he wanted me to be, not who I actually was. But I still missed him. I hated that. Hated the small part of myself that longed for a sign he cared. That he really wasn't the complete monster it appeared he was. Luckily, the day was not intended for such intrusive thoughts. The day was for my mother getting a new home, a new husband, a new beginning. The entire club had shown up to celebrate her and Swiss. Eldon was there too, of course. I didn't look at him. I couldn't. I was afraid my poker face was not that good. So I focused on Mom, on celebrating. I'd been planning on seeing him once I got back to the club that night. But once I got there, he was nowhere to be found. By design, I guessed. He'd spoken about control, about claiming me the last time I saw him, when things were raw, when we couldn't deny the chemistry between us. Now that there had been distance, he was probably thinking about the age gap, my connection to Swiss. So I didn't see him the night of the wedding. Didn't see him in the weeks after that. Weeks that were a whirlwind of working at the coffee shop my mom had worked in previously, designing her restaurant, babysitting for Freya, Caroline, and Macy, immersing myself in my mother's new life. It should have felt odder, but I realized that my whole life, my mother didn't fit as my father's wife, even though she played the part expertly. Her clothes always fit perfectly, never a hair out of place. But it was the skin she wore around my father that didn't fit her. The smile that was too wide, too forced, that didn't meet her eyes. Even the way she'd moved was careful, purposeful. With her in Swiss, it was different. She smiled with her whole face, with her whole body. She moved without thinking, naturally. He followed her with his eyes whenever she was in the room. He called her Countess. We had Christmas morning, just the three of us. Again, I battled against the feeling of family, of warmth, happiness that came with the holiday. I wondered what my father was doing, what my grandparents were doing. I figured the club did some kind of big Christmas thing, but my mom insisted it be just the three of us, watchful over me the whole day as if she sensed my unease. I didn't show it, wasn't honest with her about my feelings. The new year came and went with a huge New Year's Eve party my mom and Swiss threw at the new house. I was helping her organize that, still working on the design for her restaurant while battling with my feelings about college. I was leaving a little earlier than I needed to, a week before my second semester actually started. It was something I'd scheduled before I even got back from France, and now I regretted it, wanting to stay longer now that I knew what life was like here. Especially since Eldon had made a brief appearance at the New Year's Eve party and left before midnight, before I could make good on any of the plans I'd had for midnight, which meant I got very drunk with Colby, Lucas, and Javier, a newer patch who was closer to my age and who tried his best to kiss me at midnight. The days after that were filled with work at the cafe, hanging out with Colby, because I liked his company and also because I was trying to catch a glimpse of Eldon. He was definitely avoiding me, and I wasn't going to let that happen. I needed to see him before I left. Those kinds of thoughts, beer, my upcoming departure, and my overwhelming need were what brought me to the door at the end of the hall that night. We'd been having a going-away party for me. Mom and Swiss were long gone. The party was in full swing as it approached midnight. I'd already texted my mother to let her know I'd be crashing at the club. She'd reminded me about the time we had remaining and demanded I be back for shopping bright and early. There were a lot of exclamation marks. I'd promised, then made my decision to walk down the hall. He was there. I'd seen him walk into the room when I was playing pool with Colby and Lucas. His eyes had locked with mine for a split second before he strode directly in the direction of his room. The party in the common room was still going on, as it would be until the wee hours of the morning, I guessed. No one would notice me slipping in and hopefully slipping out in the early hours of the morning. My hand shook as it fastened around the doorknob, but I didn't falter. This was the right decision, come what may. I felt completely back to normal, physically at least. I wasn't sure how long I was supposed to wait before having sex after having an abortion. I guessed probably longer than it had been. Maybe it made me a bad person for wanting him so soon after what I did, but maybe it made me human. Plus, I had 3 condoms in my purse that I was going to make sure he put on. No, I'm taking you raw crap. Not when men made a choice that they didn't have to face the consequences for. The door opened with a creak. I figured he might be asleep. In truth, I'd imagined, in great detail, how I'd crawl into bed with him, naked, and where things would go from there. It was one of my talents, imagining complex romantic scenarios in my head, in which the ideal outcome would be me being the heroine, the love interest, and on more than one occasion, the queen of some Scandinavian country. But as it was with all of these scenarios, it never turned out as I imagined. Although, unlike the rest of the occasions, I was not disappointed. Eldon was fully dressed, awake, and reading. He was lying on top of his expertly made bed, ankles crossed, reading, complete with reading glasses that he really pulled off. I tried to spy the title of the book he was reading, but he moved too quickly the second the door opened, dog-earing it and placing it on the nightstand along with his glasses. He was on his feet in an impressive amount of time. "You move like a panther," I informed him, "and you look great in glasses." Eldon did not look pleased with my compliments. He looked very pissed off. "What are you doing?" he growled as I closed the door behind me. "It was my birthday a few weeks ago. You didn't get me a gift." I stepped forward, my feet sinking into the carpet of his bedroom as I slipped off my heeled mules. "It's a new year. I didn't get to kiss anyone at midnight." I had dressed with a purpose tonight. My dress was black, made from silk with red flowers all over it. It contrasted with my pale skin, skimmed over every one of my curves and finished mid-calf. My black hair was curled so it tumbled past my shoulders, framing my face. I'd gone for minimal makeup, only a sharp cat eye to emphasize my eyes, which I thought were my best feature. There was no chill in the room, but my nipples pressed through the thin silk of my dress. Eldon found them as his eyes skimmed my entire body. His gaze was hungry, unadorned. Not the same way he'd looked at me on my mother's wedding day. His eyes had always met mine, every time shocking me like I'd just put my hand on a live wire, but they always darted away quickly, and that gaze never went south of my eyes. Which was a good thing. He couldn't very well be checking me out. I was now officially Swiss's teenage stepdaughter. It didn't matter that I was a legal adult and had been for 1 year now. Not to Swiss, at least. Not to my mother, who still thought of me as a little girl. Eldon didn't. Of that I was sure. So that's why I came to his room at 5 minutes to midnight. After enough beers to get rid of my nerves, but not enough to fully impair my judgment. "Stop, Violet," Eldon rumbled as I advanced on him. He rubbed his hand over his mouth, eyes moving slowly over me. They left fire in their wake. I stopped, even though I didn't want to, even though I wanted to defy him, to keep on walking, going after what I knew we both wanted. But I was powerless against him. "You need to leave," he ground out. I tilted my head at him. "Do you want me?" I'd never been so brazen in my life, but it felt good, powerful. His body twitched. "Of course I fucking want you. I want you so bad I can barely fucking think straight, but..." But I've had an abortion, I've been abused by a man, found out my mother was beaten my entire life and my father almost killed her. Therefore, I couldn't possibly be in my right mind, and therefore it's a villainous act to fuck me. I finished for him. His jaw turned hard.
Amongst other things.
What other things? I slipped the strap of my dress off my shoulder. Eldon's eyes followed it.
Like me being old enough to be your fucking father.
I rolled my eyes. If you were 15, I conceded. His gaze was stony.
I'm too old for you. I'm a bad fucking guy.
His eyes swam over me like liquid flames.
And you're a good girl.
I struggled to maintain my composure, to find the bravado I walked in here with. I am a good girl, I agreed softly. But I want you to make me your bad girl. I could tell that was the exact fucking right thing to say when something changed in the air. Something changed in Eldon. My whole body quivered. I wasn't sure what I expected when I came in here. Well, I expected sex. I wanted sex, with every fiber of my being. I knew it would likely be good. Be the best I've ever had if that kiss was anything to go by. Eldon emanated a surety in his gait of his masculinity that made it clear he was all man, and that he was great at sex. Sure, appearances could and likely often were deceiving, but not with him. The sex would be good. And I wasn't shy regarding my sexuality. I'd been very confident about it. It had made the boys I dated nervous. They were taught women were meant to be shy, timid, awaiting their instruction, and ignorant enough not to be disappointed if they came in less than a minute and didn't care about the female orgasm. A woman's ineptitude in the bedroom was fetishized because men could get away with being selfish. A woman who knew what she wanted, what she deserved, was a dangerous creature. That was something I was proud of, my confidence. But it had all but petered to nothing now that I was there, in Eldon's bedroom, where he called me a good girl, yet looked at me like I was everything he craved, like I was a woman, his fucking woman. My knees were shaking, and my palms were damp. The moment hung in suspense. My future split in two. Something told me this was a pivotal moment, and it all hinged on him. If Eldon rejected me here and now, the shame would burn hot and deep. I'd take it with me, bury it and my feelings for this man away. I would avoid him. Wouldn't try something so bold and brazen again. Likely I'd find some college boy, maybe a few. More than a few, because I'd always be searching for this feeling. The one I knew was rare, that couldn't be replicated, and was unlikely to occur twice in a lifetime. If he didn't reject me, I had no fucking clue what my future would entail. It would be messy, no doubt, full of pain and heartbreak, because there was no way this story ended without heartbreak. Yet I was here anyway, biting my lip with anxiety at the prospect of the former future.
Take off your dress,
Eldon demanded, his voice low and husky. My teeth sank deeper into my lip, drawing blood now. Eldon's eyes flared as he focused on my lips. I just stared at him, unable to move.
Don't make me repeat myself,
he murmured. My body spasmed as his tenor caressed my most precious of places. My hands shook as I fumbled with the zip on the side of my body, shimmying out of my dress. Eldon's swift intake of breath was the only reaction he had to me standing there, barefoot, wearing only a thin cotton G-string that could barely be considered underwear. My nipples stood at attention, aching for his touch. His hands were fisted at his sides, his entire body rigid, his muscles contracted, the sinew of them looking like they'd been carved from granite. My eyes gravitated down to his jeans, and I gasped when I saw the very large outline of his erect cock. Yeah, he liked what he saw. My nipples throbbed harder as I rubbed my thighs together, already desperate for friction.
Panties.
The single word barely sounded human. I flinched in delight. Then I gingerly stepped out of my panties. Eldon's eyes moved with devastating slowness down my naked body. Though we were 3 feet away from each other, it felt like his hands were moving across my tender skin, driving me crazy. Never in my life had I had an experience like this. Not with a man fully dressed and me completely naked. Not with a stare full of pure hunger and worship. Not with a slowness that indicated he had control. Total control over his baser instincts. Before, men had been in a hurry, ripping off my clothes, eager to get the act done, to obtain the orgasm they were chasing. Eldon looked like he had all the time in the world, like he was preparing for a feast.
Sit down on the bed and spread your legs,
he ordered in a cold voice that drove me wild. My feet moved of their own accord, my body moving on instinct, knowing that obeying him would lead me to the most devastating orgasm of my life. I could feel it building now, and he hadn't even touched me. The comforter was cool and smooth against my bare skin, the mattress firm. I was thankful for it, to not have to rely on my legs to hold me up. Eldon had moved so that he was standing closer to me now, still fully clothed.
Wider, he grunted.
Wordlessly, breathlessly, I obeyed him. I'd never exposed myself this way to anyone that wasn't a medical professional. Unbidden, the rustle of a paper gown sounded in my mind. My feet were cold from the stirrups. The room smelled strongly of disinfectant, and the nurse spoke in calm, comforting tones. I didn't feel conflicted over the decision. I felt relieved, which made me feel guilty, heartless.
Violet.
The voice was urgent now. I blinked. Eldon was closer now. He was on his knees in front of me, hands resting firmly on my thighs.
Stay with me,
he demanded. His hands flexed, harder this time. I hoped that I'd be left with a bruise.
You're in this room with me,
he said softly, even though his eyes were pits of desire. His hands, not gently, pushed my thighs farther apart. Then his gaze went downward.
If we're gonna do this, I'm gonna taste that pretty pussy before we do anything else,
he murmured.
I'm gonna make you break apart so I'm the only one who can put you back together.
All thoughts of the gown, the cold stirrups went up in smoke. I didn't have time to breathe, to recover, because he did exactly what he promised. He tasted my pussy. He didn't just taste it, he devoured it. I fisted the sheets of his bed because otherwise I feared I might float right off. Eldon worked relentlessly, mouth moving expertly, finding parts of me that no man had ever been able to locate. And he was right. I thoroughly broke apart when his tongue worked me to an exquisite climax, hands still gripping my thighs tightly. By the time I regained my sight without seeing stars, I realized that Eldon was no longer kneeling before me. He was standing, staring at me with wild eyes, in utter worship. The mere look itself almost sent me over the edge again. It was a physical thing. The weight of his gaze caressing me while pulling back all of my layers and settling into my soul at the same time.
You sure you're ready for me to fuck you?
He asked in a rough voice.
'Cause as much as I want my cock inside you, I'm gonna carry this image of you naked on my bed, your sweet pussy on my tongue to the fucking grave. That is all I need, Violet. We don't need to do more. I don't need more from you. This can be it. But you have to tell me right now, 'cause I'm not gonna do something you're not ready for. And I'm not gonna be able to control myself once I'm inside.
I blinked rapidly, digesting the words that were doing strange things to me. Eldon, I rasped. I don't want you to control yourself. I want you. I'm ready. And if you don't fuck me right now, I think I might go insane. That was not a hyperbole. It felt like I was dancing with sanity, that Eldon was the one holding on to it all. His eyes flared, then he immediately started working on his belt. A rap at the door made him freeze. Both of our heads turned in that direction.
Brother?
Swiss's voice filtered through the door.
Got a situation. We're out in 5.
My eyes zeroed in on the doorknob, my blood instantly cold. Thinking about what would have happened if my stepfather had decided to walk into the room and saw me naked in Eldon's bed. He would have killed him. Eldon was standing stock still.
Yep,
he grunted, voice tight. The doorknob didn't rattle.
You got company?
Swiss teased through the door.
Fuck off,
Eldon ground out.
I'll be out in 3.
Swiss chuckled.
Whatever, bro. If you're that quick, I feel bad for the poor bitch.
My spine was frozen solid, and it seemed as if every molecule of oxygen in the room had been sucked out. Eldon hadn't moved, and he didn't reply to Swiss now. He just stared at the door, body slightly in front of mine as if to protect me if Swiss walked in. But it wasn't me who would need to be protected if he walked in. A bitter taste filled my mouth. There was a long pause followed by another chuckle before the sound of motorcycle boots thumped against the floor. Neither of us moved for a while. We were still frozen in the moment. I wished Eldon had stayed frozen forever when his head finally moved and his eyes landed on mine. They were no longer full of hunger, worship, ownership. His face was devoid of emotion. His boots thumped on the carpet as he retrieved my dress and panties, tossing them on the bed beside me.
Get dressed,
he barked. I winced at his tone, my body still sensitive from his touch that now felt like something I'd imagined. He didn't look at me as he took a gun out of his bedside table, slipping it into his cut. I didn't even react to seeing that, despite it being the first time I'd seen a weapon up close in my life.
Lock the door behind me,
he said to the carpet.
Drive back to your mother's place.
Finally, he looked at me. 1,000 tiny daggers pierced my skin.
Don't come back here.
And then he walked out.
Eldon. I had fucked up. Majorly. I did not fuck up. I had ironclad control over my life, over every single decision I made. I knew the consequences of losing that control. Could feel that cold in my every pore, the scent of metal and sweat. Never fucking again would I lose control. It was not just a promise I'd made myself, but a vow necessary for survival. I knew I'd die before I'd go back to that memory. It wasn't difficult, not overly, especially not when I found the Sons of Templar, found comfort in the structure, even though it looked like chaos from the outside. There was a hierarchy, certain rules, ones that looked nothing like the bullshit laws citizens followed, the main one being to never betray the club. I excelled at following the rules, at wearing the cut. and I'd fucking almost, felt at home. Until her. The second she walked in, with her midnight hair, her flushed cheeks, her perfect fucking alabaster skin, the violet eyes that seemed to fucking glow, something inside of me shifted. Something inside of me snapped. And I fucking hated it. Hated her. Hated myself. Refused to believe I could become obsessed with a woman, one who was barely a woman, the second I laid eyes on her. I was a piece of shit. I knew that. She was still a fucking teenager. One of my brothers was about to be her stepfather. She'd gone through fucking hell, and there I was, thinking about what it would feel like to have her pussy clenched around my dick. I'd never been so disgusted with myself. Never battled for control so damn hard or failed so consummately. I was unable to stop watching her, to not be near her. My eyes focused on my brothers, the younger ones who hovered around her. I'd been preparing myself to rip their fucking arms off if they laid a hand on her. I wasn't sleeping, barely eating. I was going fucking insane. And that's what had me going onto that rooftop. Because I had no other choice. Because I would go crazy without breathing her in, without touching her skin. Just once. Just fucking once. Because I was a piece of shit who couldn't make the decision a good man would make. And that would have been to leave town. That was my plan initially. Follow her up to the roof, give me something to take with me, go nomad to try to escape her memory, find control in another club. But then I saw her, the sadness etched into her beautiful face. She told me what she'd gone through. Then she'd asked me to fucking kiss her. And even after what she'd told me, I did it. Because I was selfish. And because I wanted to give her what she wanted. I wanted to give her the fucking world. The second I tasted her lips, I knew I couldn't leave. Knew I couldn't have her either. But knew that I wouldn't be able to live if I didn't know that she was safe, protected. It was fucking insane. Didn't make any sense. But I wasn't a slave to reason with her. Only instinct. And the second she told me what that French fuck did, my fury burned bright. And I was thankful to have a goal, something to focus on, someone to hurt. The distance from her didn't clear my head, though. Didn't give me even a tenuous grip on control. Not when the second I got back, she was in my room looking like something the devil was sending me to ensure I'd be damned forever. Tight little fucking yoga pants that showed all of her curves, a top that didn't cover her fucking belly button. All I could think about was running my tongue over that skin. I'd almost lost it right there and then. But I'd managed, somehow, to keep my shit locked down. These past few weeks were hell, watching her, seeing her at that fucking wedding, in that dress, then at the New Year's Eve party, wearing something sparkly and much too short with that new patch drooling all over her. I'd had to leave before my control splintered completely. I'd been holding on to it with a death grip, thinking I might actually survive until she went to college, when I'd get a respite, when I'd be able to get my shit together. But then she came into my room. Even God himself wouldn't have been able to deny her. You know, if God existed, which he didn't, and if God was a he, which she most definitely wasn't. And I failed. Whatever kind of test that was, I failed. I tasted her pussy, examined every inch of her delicate, creamy skin. It was seared into my memory. And I couldn't give a fuck if I burned in hell for eternity. It was fucking worth it. Until Swiss knocked at my door, and I realized how fucking close I was to ruining it all. "You're quiet," the man himself observed at the warehouse. A shipment came in a day earlier than we'd expected. It wasn't unusual for shipments to arrive in the middle of the night. Less likely to get shit from the new sheriff that way. We were there to make sure no shit went awry. My arms were crossed over my chest as I kept my eyes on the truck and the men unloading it. "Bet you were fucking that good, was she?" he prodded, grinning. "I'm a good girl, but I want you to make me your bad girl." Her perfume took over my senses, sweet but with an edge. Her nipples were perfect peaks underneath her dress. I tasted bile. If only he fucking knew. He'd kill me, probably. Tell me I was fucking around with something priceless, something pure, something I had no business corrupting. And he'd be right. I fucked up. It was that simple. Swiss nudged me, and all of my limbs turned taut. "Jesus, bro, lighten up," he joked. "You're wound tight, even for you." The fucker was not exactly a ray of sunshine himself. That was what we'd bonded over when I first patched in, that we were fucked up. Everyone who took the patch was fucked up in one way or another. I knew people had been curious about me, prospecting so late in life with a bunch of fucking teenagers. No one had known it was that or death. Sure, it had taken a hit to my ego, having to prove myself with a bunch of kids, but it also meant something to me, earning my place here. Hansen was the only one who knew about my past, what brought me here. There was no judgment, and he didn't tell anyone. That was my choice. And over a lot of whiskey, I'd eventually shared my history with Swiss. Because I trusted him. And he trusted me. He considered me a friend, part of his family. Yet I'd gone and fucked that up in a way that couldn't be forgiven. Self-hatred burned in my throat, bitter and familiar. "Just don't want these fuckers trying anything." I nodded at the soldiers working for the Russian Mafia, our connection for the weapons coming out of the old Soviet Union. They were an old and dangerous organization. They were unpredictable and not completely trustworthy. Swiss's head turned to the truck. "Yeah, well, it'd be their funeral if they did," he muttered. War with the Russian fucking mob was the last thing we needed right now, but it did sound tempting if it meant I could be distracted. "Wanted to ask you." Swiss returned his attention back to me. "No one has tried anything with Violet at the club, have they?" My throat constricted, making it hard to breathe, and it took everything in me not to react. "No." I forced the lie out, still tasting her pussy on my lips. "No one is that stupid." Swiss nodded once, cracking his knuckles. "Yeah, suppose you're right." He clapped me on the back. "Plus, if they were, I could trust you to put them in their place, if I wasn't there to look out for her." I grimaced, unable to speak, only managing to nod my head. "After everything she's been through, last thing she needs is another man ruining her life," he finished, twisting the knife even further. The worst thing was, he was fucking right, and I somehow had to figure out how to undo what I'd done.
Chapter 4. Violet. It had been days since he left me naked in his room at the club, after he'd simultaneously rocked my world and ruined it. I hadn't found the time to seek him out before now. Mom had been obsessed with getting me ready to go back to school, with me helping her furnish her new home. And despite the need I felt, I wanted to help her. She was starting over, literally. She was building something. She was happy. I wanted to be part of that so desperately. It was like I was getting to know a new person. I was knowing my mother as the real her, instead of the woman my father had molded her into. He'd called me, my father. Spoke to him long enough for me to smash my phone and tell my mom I dropped it. I got a new number, then buried all my rage and sadness deep down. The shopping was a distraction, taking care of the last-minute plans for my first semester on campus. I was nervous. The first semester in France had been an adventure for me, almost removed from reality. I'd been caught up in perfecting my grasp on the language, experiencing my new identity as an adult, falling in love, or thinking I was falling in love. Then I hit the earth with a thud that came with a punch to the face. Everything else had happened quickly, and I'd barely been able to catch my breath since. It felt unreal that I was going to college now, somehow fitting into the normal, expected path for me. All through my last year of high school, I had been restless, anxious to start college, to experience that lifestyle, to escape the small, stuffy town I grew up in. Now, I didn't want to leave. I wanted to stay and work at the cafe. I wanted to bask in the New Mexico air. And yes, be close to Eldon. I imagined what that might be like. We could move into the small house Mom and Swiss used to live in. I'd work at the cafe part-time, maybe finish my degree online or at the local college 30 minutes away. We'd go riding on the weekends. We'd party, me nestled in his lap, his arm around me, claiming me. Life would be simple and easy. Of course, this was just a fantasy, but one I wanted desperately. Even though a few months ago I had much bigger plans for my future. I'd wanted to change the world, wanted to experience new cultures, new cities. I'd wanted success, but those were my father's dreams merged with my own. College had always been my father's dream. I didn't even like the idea of elitist institutions that turned teenagers into rabid creatures, focused on grades, extracurriculars, and whatever was needed to gain them entrance into a school that made millions off them. I just had to figure out a way to tell my mom I did not want to go to the Ivy League college she'd been so proud of me for getting into. I wouldn't be living the life she literally went through hell to give me. Then there was the news that I wanted to be with Eldon, a man the same age as her. Yeah, that would not go down well. At all. I'd have to talk Swiss down. He would go crazy protective. But I'd convince them. Somehow. But I needed to see Eldon first. Needed to remind myself that this thing between us was real. That it wasn't just a fantasy. I'd finally found the time to go to him. It was early in the morning, before my shift at Oliver's. Julian had finally decreed I could be trusted with the espresso machine. High praise coming from a man who took coffee as seriously as he did. I had never had a job before. My father had forbidden such a thing. The work was hard, but I'd enjoyed it. Julian had already planned on me working whenever I was home from college. Everything was moving much too fast. My life returning to its regularly scheduled programming as if my life, my family, and my entire worldview hadn't been dumped on its head. And all I could think of was Eldon. Hence me walking toward his closed door. But I didn't make it there, because the door opened. I stared at the woman as she walked out of Eldon's room. Her mascara was smudged under her eyes, hair mussed. She smiled shyly at me as she pulled down her skirt, walking down the hall. Her heels dangled from her hands. She wasn't familiar, not a club girl. Someone who had obviously attended a party last night while I had a quiet dinner with Mom and Swiss, listening to my mother make plans for the trip they were taking to drop me off at Brown. My hands fisted at my sides as she walked past me, her shy smile dying as it became clear I wasn't going to smile back. I wanted to. I tried to make it a habit to smile at every woman I made eye contact with. Society had brainwashed us into thinking we instinctively must perceive every woman as a threat, as competition, so that we wouldn't see each other as allies. We wouldn't work together to topple the systems created to oppress us. It was my main goal to topple the patriarchy. And even in this moment, I knew that scowling at this woman was me projecting my own anger and insecurity. That anger was best directed at Eldon. And even then, I wasn't completely entitled to it. We weren't a couple. He could fuck whomever he wanted. Still, I scowled at the woman walking past me. Still, fury simmered within me, strong enough to pump my legs and stomp all the way toward the door she just closed. I didn't feel like myself as the door slammed open, as it bounced off the wall, puncturing the drywall as it did so. All of this happened outside of me, as if I were possessed. I supposed I was, possessed with jealousy, with a fury, a hurt I couldn't breathe around. Eldon was shrugging on his cut when I walked in. I glared at the Sons of Templar insignia, even though it symbolized my mother getting everything she wanted, being protected for life. Even though without it, I wouldn't be here. Which was probably why I hated it so much. Because without the Sons of Templar, I would never have known Eldon existed. And I never would have felt a pain, an obsession like I did with him. He turned and stared at me with a measured coldness that sank somewhere deep, pulled out parts of me.
"You need to leave,"
he commented, staring straight into my eyes. I looked away because I couldn't handle that expression, devoid of anything. My gaze landed on the bed, mussed and messy. My throat burned. They had just gotten out of it. "No, I don't," I replied, my voice uneven and too wild for my liking. But I couldn't control it, not as I looked back at Eldon. "This is obviously some kind of warped, fucked up alpha male move. You are trying to push me away because you think it's what's best for me, because you don't want to admit what's between us."
"There's nothing between us,"
he said flatly. I flinched. "That's not true, and you know it," I replied in a small voice. His expression didn't waver, but he flexed his fist at his side. I held on to that small reaction as proof of what I was saying.
"I know you're a sheltered little girl who wanted to take a walk on the wild side,"
he commented, voice cold.
"Who wanted a rebellion, a distraction."
Again I flinched, but I jutted my chin upward in defiance. "You're what I want," I argued, stepping forward. Eldon's jaw turned hard, and he held out his hand, pushing me backward. Not roughly, not using an ounce of the real force I knew he could exert. But the motion cracked something inside me.
"You don't know what you want,"
he spat, voice devoid of emotion.
"You're just a kid."
I didn't flinch that time, which I was proud of. I was also proud I continued to stay upright as pain splintered everything, including my last remnants of hope. "You don't mean that," I said defiantly, not ready to back down yet.
"Yes, I fucking do," he shot back. "You're a kid I'm forced to be polite to. You're a hot piece, and I was giving way to my baser instincts. Nothing more, nothing less. You don't mean shit to me."
My stomach heaved and I tasted bile, but I was still standing.
"Don't embarrass yourself any further,"
he added, lighting up a cigarette and blowing the smoke in my face. I winced at the bitter and acrid smell.
"Fuck off back to college, find yourself some fucking boy who will be impressed by you."
Then, without a second glance, he pushed past me and left me standing in his room, with the damaged drywall and my shattered heart. "Sweetie, you left without even saying goodbye." I clenched my teeth against the hurt in my mother's voice. I punished myself for that, for taking that goodbye away from her. "We were going to go together. I had it all planned," she continued, her voice soft but disappointment ringing in her tone. I sank down to the floor of the hotel room I was staying in after driving 10 hours straight. "I know, Mom," I said, trying to force my voice to sound even, normal, whatever the fuck that was. I just needed the drive to clear my head. It wasn't a lie, not entirely. "I understand," Mom said after a beat of silence. "I can't imagine what these past few weeks have been like for you, and I'm so sorry." "No," I interrupted, pain splintering my fingertips as I gripped my phone, cringing at the blame in my mother's voice. "Don't you dare apologize, Mom," I stated firmly. "You have nothing to be sorry for. I'm so happy for you. There are no words for it." A single tear ran down my cheek. I took a deep breath. "Your life is wonderful," I whispered. "Only because you're my daughter," Mom returned. I smiled, even though that wasn't entirely true. Her life had been hell because I was her daughter, because she wanted me safe, wanted me to have a nice life. Her life was only wonderful because I'd left home, giving her the opportunity to escape my father. My heart bled. "I'm sorry," I murmured. "I didn't want to hurt you or worry you." I also knew there was no way I could pretend to be okay in front of my mother. She'd instantly see that something was wrong, and everything would come tumbling out. Swiss would definitely hurt Eldon for breaking my heart like this. And despite the cold, angry part of me that wanted Eldon to hurt, I couldn't do it. So I'd called Julian, told him a lie about my college housing, gone back to my mom's house, thrown things into a suitcase, and left in the car Mom had bought me the week before. Mom and Swiss hadn't been there. Some kind of sign that the universe was looking out for me. "How about you change your flights to—" I trailed off, trying to figure out when I'd be whole enough to pretend I was okay in front of my mother. It felt like I'd never be okay. "A month from now?" I decided. "My schedule is still up in the air, but I know I don't have class on Fridays, so we could make a long weekend of it." "A month?" My mother repeated in what could almost be described as a shriek. "Honey, Violet wants me to wait a month before we visit."
"Baby, she probably just wants to party her ass off for the first month,"
Swiss offered, and I almost smiled. "That is not helpful," Mom muttered.
"Just to let you know, you're in deep shit for taking off like that,"
Swiss grumbled, addressing me now. My heart clenched again. "I'm sorry," I apologized again.
"We're gonna be there in a month,"
Swiss informed me.
"To the hour. Prepare yourself, kid."
"Don't you dare do too much decorating before I get there," my mother ordered. "And how are you going to put that bed frame and dresser together? They arrive in a couple of days. I'll research those task bunny people, but how do we know they're not serial killers or sex predators?" She fretted. I did smile now. "Mom, I can put a bed and a dresser together." "I love the confidence you have in yourself, sweetie, and I do believe you can do anything you put your mind to, except putting together flat pack furniture," my mother argued. "Your faith in me is astounding," I replied dryly.
"She can do it, baby,"
Swiss said confidently. My heart warmed. My father had never had that kind of confidence in me.
"And don't you dare invite any man into your home that you don't know,"
Swiss addressed me once more.
"You have any trouble, I'll make some calls. Get some of the Rhode Island chapter to come and do the heavy lifting."
I hadn't been aware that there was a Rhode Island chapter of the club. Then again, it was a national club, so it made sense. "Swiss, I cannot have a bunch of hot, muscled bikers doing the heavy lifting for me," I scoffed. "That totally goes against everything I stand for. I'm a capable female."
"Of course you are,"
he agreed immediately. My mind moved quickly. weighing the pros and cons of his suggestion. Something wicked inside of me formed a plan. Actually, I do have a lot of furniture and there are a lot of stairs. If you could call them, that would be great.
Good to see your principles are unwavering,
Swiss teased. I smiled wide. Hey, a girl also has to recognize that fighting the patriarchy is making them do all the heavy lifting.
Amen, sister,
he replied. Some of the ice around my heart began to melt. Okay, honey, I'm not happy about this, but I'll agree to it. Mom jumped in. But you have to text me photos of every room in the house, and don't leave your drinks unattended, don't walk home alone. And I read about this app you can install on your phone.
She'll be fine, baby,
Swiss interrupted for me, his voice warm. I settled on the floor. My mom would be fine too, more than fine. And that warmth in Swiss's tone only reinforced that I'd made the right decision in keeping my mom in the dark. She'd protected me all my life in order for me to stay happy and clueless. It was time for me to do the same. I promise I will stay in constant contact. I began to choke up. You will, or I won't need a scary biker to do any of the menacing stuff. I'm pretty good at it too. Mom's voice was thick with tears. I love you, Mom, I whispered. To the stars, sweet girl. I paused, biting my lip. You too, Swiss, I added quietly. It was true. It had been a whirlwind getting to Garnet and learning how completely my life had changed. But it had also been impossible not to love the man who treated my mother like she was the most precious thing on this earth, who asked for my permission before marrying her, who bought her a home, who gave her room to be herself, who gave her a true family. And he made me feel all the things my biological father never had. He made me feel respected, heard, protected, like an adult with my own unique ideas. A hole opened up inside of me, one that had maybe been there all along, but I'd just ignored because I wasn't brave enough to face the reality of what my father had been, what I was losing.
Love you, kiddo,
he replied, his strong voice not quite as solid as it had been moments ago. Once I hung up, I sat on the floor of the hotel bathroom for a long while.
Eldon. Someone has to take care of Violet. I looked around the table as multiple brothers sat up a little straighter, their eyes lighting up. It was a good thing that Swiss wasn't here, or else there would be some men missing their eyes for looking like that at the mention of his stepdaughter. She left for college earlier than Swiss and her mom expected, Hanson explained. I gripped my fists underneath the table as I remembered the way she looked at me, remembered her crashing into my room, then watching her crumble as I broke her down. And then she'd left. That day. It was for the best, I told myself. Got the Rhode Island Charter keeping an eye on her, Hanson continued. They're close, which is good, but if shit ever goes down with her, want someone from this chapter willing to drop everything to make sure she's aight. Hanson let out a sigh. And I have a feeling, from what I've come to know of Violet, there's a high probability of shit going down. There were smirks around the table. She'd already made quite an impression on everyone. I fucking hated that. I'll do it, Javier, one of the newer patches, volunteered. Young, handsome, a fucking player. He'd make sure no harm would come to her. Fucker may have been handsome, but he was also a son. That meant he would not hesitate to kill a man or woman if they threatened this club or those connected to it. He was also 25, fucked anything that moved. Therefore, he liked to fuck women. And he did not want them on the back of his bike. He wanted them in his bed, wanted to brand them. The fucker actually did that, then sent them packing once the sun rose. Now, most men in the club operated in a fashion similar to this, without the branding portion of it. But they'd swat that out with whatever depravity had been born out of their fucked-up lives. We were all fucked up in one way or another. You didn't patch into the Sons of Templar MC because you were well-adjusted and came from a happy home. My eyes drifted to one of the few men whose eyes had not lit up at the suggestion. Blonde-haired, square-jawed, all-American Anderson. He had come from a happy home, white picket fence and that kind of shit. And he was married to a nice girl, had a kid, another on the way. Yet here he was, sitting at the table with outlaws and murderers. He was the exception, not the rule. The rule was you put this cut on because a piece of you was missing, a vital piece that made it impossible for you to operate in society. A piece that thirsted for blood, violence, and pussy, or dick if you were inclined that way. Javier was one of our youngest patches, and most recent, which meant he did not have enough self-preservation to know that he was essentially signing his own death warrant by even thinking about fucking Violet. Swiss, her stepfather, considered that girl to be his blood, and he was the most fucked up, ruthless, and vengeful of us all, which was really saying something. Just the thought of Violet's creamy skin being marked by Javier, even with her consent, especially with her consent, had me grinding my teeth tightly, red slowly creeping over my vision. Fuck. I took in a deep breath. No, you fucking won't, I clipped out, taking great pains to keep from growling. I didn't look at Javier, didn't trust myself to. Instead, I focused on my president, Hansen, whose eyes were on me. I didn't like the small uptick of his mouth, the knowing glint in his eye. He saw too fucking much. I'll take care of it, I grumbled. The uptick grew, and I clenched my fists harder. Colby was also smiling. He was Violet's best friend in the club. I hated that friendship too. But he didn't look at her like he wanted to fuck her, hadn't made a move, so he was breathing. It's settled, Hansen declared. You're on deck for Violet if needed. I nodded once. She'd hate it, hate me, but that was fine. That was good. That was how it was meant to be.
Violet. I was walking around angry. Although angry seemed too light of a word for how I felt. Too thin, too pedestrian. You're angry that you missed your flight. Angry that a friend of yours told a secret she promised to keep. Angry that they killed off your favorite character in that show you're binging. Anger is a fleeting emotion that burns hot and quick. It promises to be temporary. But this thing inside me was not temporary. It was living, pulsating inside me, leached onto my insides like a parasite. Except, as much as I wanted to tell myself this anger was something foreign, the worst part was, it was me. An ugly, unknown, impatient, intolerant, toxic part of me. The part that had resulted in a constant, painful ache on the left side of my head from grinding my teeth so hard in my sleep. I could barely eat due to the agony that came with the simple motion of chewing. The part of me that laid awake at night, staring at the images of whatever show I was using to try to lull me into unconsciousness, my body fighting sleep until the early hours. Then my mind battled wakefulness when I did manage to lapse into a thin slumber full of turmoil and too graphic dreams. It seemed so fucking stupid to be walking around a college campus of people who were my age, laughing, walking in groups, already friends. I felt very alone. More alone than I ever had in France, an unfamiliar city in a country where I didn't know a soul. But maybe that's why I felt so alone here. There were many people who cared about me, but few who truly knew what was going on in my life. And the one person who knew everything had made it clear he wanted nothing to do with me. I'd walked aimlessly around the campus, trying to find the feeling I was supposed to have here. Then I'd followed directions off campus and down tree-lined streets, barely paying attention, turning only when the robotic voice on my phone told me to, stopping when it said I'd arrived.
You Violet?
A masculine voice asked me as I lingered in front of the charming Victorian that would serve as my home for the next year. We had the option to extend the lease through our undergrad studies if we chose, but I didn't know the girls I'd be living with. I didn't even know if I wanted to be here to finish my degree, except I had nowhere else to go. Garnet was too dangerous now, full of pain. I didn't fit in there. This was it, the place I was meant to be. I jerked, turning around to see 4 motorcycles parked on the curb, as well as a moving truck. I had not heard any of them pull up. The man was older with a long gray beard, faded tattoos, and a beer belly. But he still had the certain je ne sais quoi everyone wearing a Sons of Templar cut seemed to have. The men behind him were younger, one wearing a prospect cut, who looked closest to my age, lanky and moody. The other 2 were a little older, both with muscles, tattoos, and strong jawlines. There were a bunch of sorority girls across the street gaping at them. I wasn't sure if it was in disapproval or appreciation. I didn't much care. "I am Violet," I said to him, holding out a hand.
Bill,
he replied gruffly, shaking my hand. I raised my brow at the name. Most of the men I'd met had badass nicknames or just badass names that they were born with. I'd not yet met a biker named Bill. He grinned at my brow quirk.
I know, he muttered good-naturedly. It's the name my mama gave me, so it's the name I'm gonna keep.
I smiled at him, as you should.
Your shit in there?
He tilted his head toward the moving truck. I nodded. I really appreciate you guys coming out to do this. I figure it's not in the usual job description.
No such thing as a job description when you wear this cut.
He smiled widely, his handlebar mustache curling toward his cobalt eyes.
We were in the area. Don't mind helping out. Plus, it's always fun scaring the piss out of Ivy Leaguers.
He winked.
Come on, boys.
He turned, whistling at the other men. Each of them got off their bikes, one of the middle-aged bikers lifting his sunglasses to give me a meaningful look that rightly should have done something. But it didn't. Nonetheless, I smiled slyly. Holy fuck! A female voice commented from beside me. I turned to regard the owner of the voice. A petite, dark-haired girl stood beside me in bright purple platforms that gave her an extra 6 inches. Her skirt was also purple, tight and short. A sheer purple shirt haphazardly buttoned, showing a black bra underneath. She had on multiple gold necklaces. All of them looked expensive, as did the purse in the crook of her arm. It was silk and had Saint Laurent printed all over it. She pushed white vintage sunglasses to the top of her dark brown hair, which had butterfly clips throughout it. Her eyes were expertly rimmed with liner, long lashes framing her burnt copper gaze. Her skin was porcelain and flawless. Her nose larger than the rest of her delicate features, but only made her more uniquely attractive. I was instantly jealous of how put together she seemed, how confident. You know them? She jerked her head to the men she was staring at who were carrying furniture into the house. I nodded. Well, my stepfather knows them. They're friends, here to help out. Well, I owe your stepfather and you a really big fucking thank you, she chirped. I haven't been laid in a hot minute, and that one in the middle looks like he knows how to please a woman. Her eyes were on the Latino man who had hair brushing his shoulders, bulging muscles, and an air of mischief. He does, I agreed. I'm Soraya. She held out a hand stacked with rings. Not Sarah. I've been fighting it all my life. I have a Jewish mother and a Mormon father who wanted me to emulate the Princess of the Lord, she said in air quotes. Her tongue darted out to trace her shiny pink lips as she followed the men with her gaze. Needless to say, that kind of backfired. I couldn't help but grin. "Violet," I offered. Her eyes raked over me. Though the gaze wasn't judgmental in the least, I suddenly felt self-conscious. I hadn't washed my hair in a couple of days, and it was piled messily on top of my head. Nor had I had the energy to wear makeup, the dark circles under my eyes unmistakable. I was wearing jeans that fit low on my hips because of the weight I'd lost over the past few days, a tight tank and Converse. Not my usual style, but I didn't feel like my usual self. "Violet, my new roommate and effortlessly beautiful, stone-cold hottie with outlaw biker connections." She snickered, meeting my eyes. "Love you already." She reached out to squeeze my hand. I didn't expect the contact, but it was nice. I hadn't had human contact since Eldon pushed me away in his bedroom at the club. My throat burned with the memory. I'd used all my antacids on the drive. "Now I've got booze in here." She held up her large and expensive purse that indeed had a bottle sticking out of it. "Let's order pizza, drink, and watch the men work." She didn't give me the opportunity to answer, just gripped my hand harder and dragged me inside. I didn't say it out loud, but I found myself endlessly glad that she was my new roommate, too. Chapter 5. I didn't, as a rule, answer the phone when unknown numbers called me. Actually, I did not answer the phone at all. No one in my generation did. Except when it was my mother or my grandparents. Those numbers were programmed into my phone. My father's number was blocked. This number was not saved. But this number also had a New Mexico area code. It was probably spam, and even if it wasn't, even if it was who I thought it was, I shouldn't answer. Shouldn't. Not didn't. "What the fuck?" a voice demanded in greeting. Everything inside of me froze. The voice sent shivers down my spine. For a moment, I lost my breath. But then I remembered. I remembered the smell of the smoke he blew in my face, the shy smile of the girl with the messy hair, his words, biting and cruel. My back straightened, and I pushed past the pain that was thankfully numbed because of the bottle of tequila in Soraya's purse that was now half empty in our kitchen. "Who is this?" I asked sweetly. "Violet," Eldon warned. "You know who the fuck this is, and you better tell me right now that not a single one of those fuckers laid a hand on you." "Forgive me, but I have no idea what you're talking about," I told him in a stiff tone. "I know the Rhode Island chapter was called in to help you fucking move," he seethed. My hand was shaking as I toyed with my hair in the mirror. "They were," I agreed. "But I still fail to understand what it has to do with you, nor is it any of your business whether or not any of them touched me." I let my hair fall down my back, regarding my outfit. I had showered, washed and blow-dried my hair. I'd put on makeup. Soraya had inspired me to get back to myself again. I loved fashion, and looking good helped you feel good, my grandmother always said. I'd promised myself I wouldn't let a man be the reason I stopped taking care of myself. I had on high-waisted pants that cinched in my waist, and the wide legs skimmed over the spiked heels I was wearing. My cropped tee showed off a fair amount of skin but still looked chic. I wore the necklace my mom got me around my neck, and the leather jacket Swiss gave me was sitting on top of my shoulders. It gave my classic outfit an edge. I had an edge now. It was best to lean into it, I figured. "The last time I saw you, you'd just got done fucking some other woman," I told Eldon, the memory sharpening that edge of mine. "Don't think I'll put up with your bullshit, misogynistic double standards." "If a single one of them touched you, they're dead," he growled, not even addressing the comment about the other woman. Of course he wouldn't. He was entitled to fuck whomever he wanted, while I was required to remain pure and unsullied, just in case he decided he wanted me again. I sighed dramatically, hating that I was having such a reaction inwardly. But outwardly, I was very proud of my composure. "No, they're not," I replied flatly. "You don't get to call me and growl like a fucking caveman, threaten to hurt people for touching me, because it's none of your business. I'm none of your business, remember? And I really don't appreciate you projecting your bullshit views on me. I'm in college. I'm allowed to experiment however much I want and with whomever I want. Kindly lose my number." Then I hung up. My heart thundered in my ears. The urge to immediately call him back was so overwhelming I felt sick, literally sick. I almost did it, and maybe I would have had Soraya not chosen that moment to walk into my room. "Bitch, you look great," she declared, eyes flitting over me. "I need a pair of shoes to go with this outfit." She gestured to the hot pink silk shirt she was wearing, unbuttoned to show the lacy bra that was also pink. She wore jeans that were ripped and fit her like a glove. She looked effortlessly glam, expensive, and grown up. I had my eye on... She trailed off as she peered into my neatly organized closet. "These." She held up a pair of pink heels that I'd worn to some charity function or another. She didn't ask if she could borrow them, just sat on my bed and slipped them on her feet. It filled me up, the way in which she made herself at home in here, the way she was completely comfortable with me, acting like we'd been friends our entire lives, like we hadn't just met earlier today. There was a connection there, one that I didn't think I could ever have with a friend, similar to the connection I felt with Eldon, but not in a way that could destroy my world, in a way that made me feel I wasn't quite as alone as I once was. I instantly felt like I could tell her anything. That was just a biker twice my age threatening to kill anyone who laid hands on me, even though he pushed me away after giving me one of the most intense orgasms of my life. That was after he flew to France to beat up the guy who hit me and also got me pregnant. I got an abortion. I feel guilty for not feeling guilty about it. Also, my mother is married to the best friend of the guy who just called. She met him after leaving my father, not telling me that she'd left him or that my father beat her my whole life and almost killed her. I blurted it all out in one breath. Soraya, who had been halfway through fastening my heels on her feet when I began, blinked a couple of times with wide eyes. Oh, fuck. I'd already pushed away the one person I felt connected to here. "Okay," she said mildly. "Well, we're gonna need more booze. A lot of it," she declared. "And then you're gonna go into a lot more detail." She finished fastening the shoe, then got up. "Tomorrow, we'll go and buy a fuck lot of crystals and sage, plus shoes." She walked over to me and pulled me into a hug. She smelled of Tom Ford and expensive shampoo. I sank into the embrace, not realizing that's exactly what I needed. "I hadn't told anyone that," I whispered into her hair. She held me at arm's length, regarding me. "Holy fuck. I have no idea how you haven't exploded or gone deep into a Taylor Swift hole listening to Red, her version, on repeat." She slowly shook her head. "You're very fucking impressive, Violet." I don't feel it. Tears built in my eyes. I feel like a fucking mess. "Well, you are," she agreed with a smile, linking her arm in mine. "But a hot fucking mess. And honey, everyone's a mess on the inside. That's why cocktails were invented. And we're going to have many." She winked. She walked me into the kitchen where we did have many cocktails with our other roommates, who were also here early and who I liked a lot, but I didn't share my story about Eldon with. And I thought maybe, just maybe, I was going to be okay. The first few weeks in my new house passed in somewhat of a blur, even though I'd arrived a week before classes technically started. There was a lot of unpacking, organizing, shopping, and partying to do. I'd chosen to load up on classes so I wouldn't have time to think about things. Though I wasn't at all religious, I found myself truly believing that Soraya was a gift from a higher power. It was legitimately impossible to wallow around her. She knew the gory details of everything that had happened in France and when I got back. She hated Eldon in solidarity with me. Except I didn't hate him, not one bit. But I got good at pretending I did. Our other two roommates were great. Henry was Korean and a double major. Her hair was cut in a severe bob that made her look much older than she was. She came from a hideously rich family and was constantly put together in monochromatic outfits and holding a stack of textbooks. She also loved to party and was in a polyamorous relationship. Ollie always wore a beanie and had a smattering of freckles across her face. She was a tech major who spent a lot of time in her room on her computer, but also baked kick-ass muffins, which she did for us every morning, mostly because she was wired from the energy drinks she'd been chugging all night while she was doing whatever it was she did on that computer. Our house was an eclectic mix of all of our styles. Bohemian, glam, eccentric, classic. We had a chore chart, and everyone seemed to get along harmoniously even though we were all pretty different. Sure, I was still feeling a little sorry for myself and unsure in my own skin, because it still burned with the ghost of Eldon's touch. I didn't sleep much, which was fine because there wasn't much time for sleeping. Not with all the campus parties we had to attend because I needed to be introduced to our year, according to Soraya, who seemed to know everyone there was to know and whom I had yet to see wear the same outfit twice. All of her clothes, accessories, and her car hinted that she too, like Henry, had seriously loaded parents. But since mentioning them in regard to the origin of her name, she hadn't spoken of them once. I understood that, considering I'd rather donate a kidney than speak about my father. I hadn't heard from him. There was no way for me to hear from him since there was no way for him to get my new number, and his was blocked. My grandmother would never give it to him. I wrote her a long letter about, well, everything. Because I wasn't sure how to say it on the phone, and because I couldn't be sure how she'd react. I adored my grandmother. She was warm, kind, and had a wicked sense of humor. My grandfather was a little more stuffy, serious, but he was one of my favorite people in the world. Still, my father was their only son. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to hear what a monster he truly was. I also couldn't imagine what he was telling them in my mother's absence. It hurt my heart not to be in contact with them, not to share my new home with them, not to send my grandmother photos of the outfit I wore to the first day of classes. She had wonderful style and followed Fashion Week like it was the Super Bowl. I hoped with everything in my heart that my grandmother would believe my mother, that I wouldn't be forced to lose almost all of my family in one fell swoop. Again, the ache of that prospect, my inner turmoil over Eldon, and everything that happened in France was swirling inside of me as I partied and commenced my first weeks of classes. They were tough. I shouldn't have expected much else considering I was taking the maximum number of courses and majoring in architecture at an Ivy League school. But I'd been a little spoiled with the European approach to learning and life in general. Everything was slower there. There wasn't that frenzied urgency to be the best. The idea that there was only a certain amount of places at the top, and if you paused, if you made time for rest, then you'd forsake that spot to someone who wanted it more, someone who hustled harder. Again, it was a good thing because the less time I had to think, the better. I had not heard from Eldon since I told him to lose my number, and him not calling meant he was respecting my wishes. But still, when I went to sleep, it was to fantasizing about him turning up at my door, in the rain because it made it more dramatic, while declaring that he couldn't think without me, then carrying me into my room and claiming me. That did not happen, but the rain did. A torrential downpour, apparently a record amount for the area in 100 years, began just as I was driving home. The anxiety began the second the first raindrop hit the windshield, and I was an absolute wreck by the time the downpour was in full effect. It was hard to breathe, my fingertips numb from my ironclad grip on the steering wheel, my vision blurred. It was one of the worst attacks I'd had, most likely made worse by all of the emotions I'd been ignoring the past weeks. Had it really only been 8 weeks since my life changed so completely? Though a therapist might not agree with me, I was proud that this was my first mental breakdown. From somewhere far away, my phone buzzed, and on autopilot I pressed answer on the car's screen.
Are you driving?
The voice rumbled through my car, battling against the hammering sound of the rain and my sobs. I could suddenly feel my fingers again, and I could breathe underneath the weight on my chest, his voice floating into all those chaotic places and creating a state of calm. "Eldon?" I hiccuped. Even in my current state, it felt nice saying his name. I hadn't even let myself think it. I'd been trying something different. It hadn't been working.
"Yeah, baby, it's me,"
he said, his voice gentler than I'd ever heard it. "Why are you calling me?" I asked, my heart rate slowing further as the road came into more stark detail, though I still couldn't see more than the distortion of taillights.
"Are you driving, Violet?"
he repeated, voice still gentle. I nodded, focusing on the road but also on the tenor of his voice. Things got slower. The world no longer seemed like it was going to implode. Then I realized he couldn't see me nodding. "Yes, I'm driving," I told him. "I had a full day of classes and I forgot to eat, and my roommate said she really felt like burritos from the good Mexican place," I babbled, letting my grip loosen a tad on the steering wheel. "You see, there's a Mexican place that's 15 minutes closer to our house where we go to in a pinch, but if we're really stressed or just super hungry, one of us always goes to the good Mexican place." I took a deep breath. "We have a rotation," I continued. "It was my turn today." At some point during this tirade, my heart rate had almost completely returned to normal, and I didn't feel like I was about to die.
"How far from home are you, baby?"
Again, his tone was even, deep, moving through the air like honey, smoothing itself over all of my ragged edges. It was only then that I realized he was calling me baby. He had no reason to call me baby. I was not his baby. He told me that I was nothing to him the last time I saw him. But he was calling me. It was raining. I blinked away my tears as realization dawned. He had been watching the weather forecast, so he knew it was going to rain today. And he called me because he remembered what I'd said about the rain. My vision cleared completely. "Why are you calling me?" I whispered.
"Why haven't you eaten all day, Violet?"
I frowned at the road in front of me. "How do you know that?"
"You told me before explaining the difference between the Mexican places."
I let out a sigh. "I've been busy."
"You shouldn't be too busy to fucking eat, baby,"
he grunted. "You shouldn't care," I snapped. "Don't even get me started on the things you shouldn't be doing. Riding a motorcycle without a helmet, recipe for a brain injury if you don't die immediately, And smoking. Like, who smokes anymore? Yes, it may look cool, and you pull it off like a bearded biker James Dean, but the lung cancer is not cool or sexy. I sucked in a deep breath. And don't call me baby, I added as an afterthought. There was a long silence on the phone, and I feared for a moment that he'd hung up. Anxiety crept up my throat.
"How far are you from home?"
he asked, obviously choosing not to argue with me at this point. I let out a dramatic sigh. 10 minutes, maybe less if I go a little faster.
"Don't drive any fucking faster,"
he ordered. Something skipped inside of me at the firmness of his words, remembering when he'd demanded I take off my dress. Though I liked to think I was in the driver's seat of my own life, and right now I was literally in the driver's seat. Something inside me relaxed when Eldon took control. I let off the gas just a little. "Are you going to hang up now?" I asked in a small voice, terrified that I'd lose him.
"No, Violet,"
he replied firmly.
"I'm gonna be right here until you pull up to your house."
Something inside of me relaxed. No, everything inside of me relaxed. The rain battering the windshield was the only sound for a long time. "Are you afraid of anything?" I finally asked. There was a small pause before he answered.
"Besides something happening to you?"
My heart skipped, and I did my best not to latch on to that.
"I'm afraid of small spaces,"
he admitted in a low voice.
"Of being locked in somewhere, trapped somewhere. My room at the clubhouse is barely big enough to keep me sane."
I digested that information, my body rebelling at the thought of him fighting against panic by just living in his room at the club. I held on to that information tightly, wanting to tattoo it somewhere so it could be mine forever. "Why don't you live somewhere else then?" I asked him. "Somewhere bigger."
"Because there's nowhere else for me to go. The club is my home."
My heart spasmed at this admission, at the vulnerability in his tone. The club, for whatever reason, whatever was in his past that I wasn't brave enough to ask about, was all he had. And I was jeopardizing that. Me wanting him could take that all away. Swiss was a more established member of the club. He had more rights. That's what I assumed, at least. "How old are you?" I asked the question that would make things all the more difficult between us. I knew he was older. The lines in his weathered skin told me that. The silver in his chocolate hair told me that. But too old for me was a vague concept, and I needed to know numbers. Not that it would make any difference.
35,
he said without hesitation, his tone hard. I sucked my teeth. There it was, the number. 16 years between us. My mom had had me by that age. Not that it mattered to me. If anything, the stretch of time, how it made this all the more forbidden, made me want to sink my nails deeper into this, into us. Yes, that was fucked up, but I didn't give a shit. We didn't speak for the rest of the drive, but he was there. I could hear him breathing against the sound of the rain. "Eldon," I whispered, putting the car in park. "Why did you call me?" The rain poured on the roof of my car as I waited for his answer.
"Because, baby, you don't like to drive in the rain,"
he murmured. Then he was gone. I sat in the car for a long time after that. Maybe even would have all day if Soraya hadn't come up with a leopard print umbrella, knocking on my window. "Bitch," she called through the glass. "You better not be letting those burritos get cold or they will never find your body." So then there were burritos. Henry made margaritas. We watched movies and got drunk. I fell asleep on the sofa. Ollie woke me up at 3 a.m. on one of her trips to the fridge. I stumbled to my own room, collapsing on the bed, only then remembering Eldon's last words to me with the patter of rain on the roof. I had not heard from Eldon since the day it rained. My mom and Swiss came to visit exactly 1 month to the hour since I called them. Mom took me shopping, and Swiss fixed things around the house while Soraya followed him around asking about brothers and cousins. My roommates were vaguely obsessed with my mother and stepfather, which made sense because my mom was amazing, as was Swiss. Together, they were something else entirely. It was our final night out for dinner, just the 3 of us, when Mom shared the news. I had suspected since she was constantly nursing a glass of wine, slyly handing it off to Swiss when she thought I wasn't looking. Then there was Swiss being extra protective of my mom, which was saying something. He threw a fit when she walked in with her arms full of shopping bags. But I'd wanted Mom to have her moment. So I let her take us out for a nice dinner and watched her shift nervously in her seat as she worked up the courage to tell me. She was likely rehearsing some kind of script in her head. But by the time the waiter came with iced waters, she just blurted, "I'm pregnant." I didn't visibly react. Swiss tried his absolute hardest not to chuckle. He failed. Mom hit him in the bicep, which likely did more damage to her hand than his arm. "Don't laugh at me," she snapped. His eyes twinkled.
"I've got an eternity with you. Can't make that promise, Countess," he said. "Plus, you're fucking funny."
"I have to agree with Swiss on that," I chimed in, though sometimes not on purpose. Mom scowled at me before her brows quickly pinched in worry. "Are you mad?" I blinked at her. "Mad?" "That I'm pregnant," she explained. Swiss tucked her into his shoulder, obviously unable to see my mother in even a little bit of turmoil without touching her. "Mom!" I half yelled at her. "I am not mad. I am so happy for you. I cannot wait to have a little brother or sister." I was telling the truth. My heart did swell with happiness, not just at the prospect of a baby sibling, but for my mother getting the chance to have a different kind of life, the kind she deserved. "You're really happy?" Mom asked. "Are you happy?" I countered. Her eyes swelled with tears, and she didn't speak, only nodded. Swiss's face was soft, his own eyes alight with something that could not be described as simple happiness. "The restaurant is going to be ready to open in a couple of months," she told me, wiping away tears. My jaw dropped at both the change in subject and the news. I'd finished off my designs for the space, sent them to an actual architecture firm and contractor. I didn't think contractors moved that fast. I took a long sip of my wine, attempting to regain my composure. Mom looked at Swiss. "They do when my husband is around," she muttered with a grin. "We're having the grand opening." She looked back at me. "You have to be there." I did have to be there to support my mother. In just under 2 months. That was enough time to get myself strong enough to see him again. Maybe I wouldn't even see him. "Of course I'll be there," I promised my mother. Maybe those months would change everything. Maybe I wouldn't feel this way. Or maybe I'd feel exactly the same. It didn't matter. I had to go back eventually. Had to face him sometime. Chapter 6. 2 months later. "Sweetheart, you outdid yourself," my mom hiccuped from beside me. We were standing in the middle of violets. It was the day of the grand opening. I'd had the week off for mid-semester break and arrived a few days ago. Though I was full of complex feelings about Eldon, though I hadn't been able to sleep the week leading up to this visit, everything in me relaxed once I made it through town limits. I opened the window of the car and leaned out, smelling the crisp desert air that was welcoming in warmer weather. Most of my time was spent doing last-minute stuff with Mom for the restaurant, working on assignments and helping Julian out at the coffee shop. I made time to hang out with Colby at the club, and when I was there, I jumped every time a man in leather walked through the door. "He's off on a run," Colby offered when I almost gave myself whiplash trying to see who had entered the room this time. "Who?" I replied when I saw it was just Javier, who had yet to understand I was never going to sleep with him. "No one," Colby grinned, "because I know you don't have anything going on with anyone wearing a patch. But, if you did, that particular person would be out on a run, not due back until next week." My body sagged with disappointment and relief as I took a long pull of my beer. "I don't know who you're talking about." "Uh-huh," he muttered. Luckily, he didn't push it further. He was gone. The week I was back from college. It had to be by design. Maybe it had nothing to do with me. Maybe I was nothing to him. Except he called me when it rained. "I can't believe you designed this," Mom yelled, looking around the room. I jumped out of my thoughts and back into the room with my mother. My mother who was beaming, wearing a burnt orange dress that showed off her tiny baby bump. "Mom, I didn't design all of this," I argued. "There were things the contractors had to change because I'm not actually a qualified architect." "I don't give a shit," Caroline put in from her spot beside me. "You're designing our house when we renovate." "You just renovated," Macy snapped, walking from the bar area with a glass of champagne. Her, Caroline, and Freya were all here to help Mom out since she couldn't do any heavy lifting. Except every man in the club was doing the heavy lifting, and we were just moving chairs around and gossiping. "I want you to do my place," Macy said. "I really am not qualified," I told them all. "Bullshit," she replied. "Yep," my mom cursed now. "You did all of this and you know it." Her eyes watered. "You're so talented, Violet. I can't wait to see what you do with your life." Caroline, Freya, and Macy all exchanged looks, then made their way back toward the kitchen, whispering about sneaking some appetizers to give Mom her moment. Though it was a wonderful thing for my mother to say, the words scraped against my skin. She said things like that whenever I spoke to her, how excited she was about my future, all the great things I would do, like there were still plans for me. Like I should keep going down the road my father had forced us down. I shook those thoughts off and regarded the space. I'd wanted warmth, wanted it to complement the New Mexico landscape. The walls were rough plaster, full of texture and painted a warm beige. There was a huge arch separating the bar area and the dining area. The tables were round reclaimed wood, the chairs plush and comfortable. There was greenery everywhere, including hanging plants. The light fixtures were vintage chandeliers, mismatched to give the space a unique look. I'd kept the exposed beams of the roof, the windows looking out toward the desert. "Okay, it looks great. And I could use this for my final project," I agreed. Mom pulled me into a hug. "I'm so proud of you." I leaned into the hug, seconds away from falling apart in my mother's arms. "Countess," a gruff voice barked from the entrance. Mom let me go, and we both looked to Swiss, who was examining us with his arms folded across his chest. "Uh-oh," my mom murmured. I obviously lifted something I shouldn't. She grinned and kissed me on the cheek before walking toward her husband. "I'm pregnant, not an invalid," she snapped at him with faux annoyance. I watched them bicker until Swiss yanked her in for a kiss I probably shouldn't have witnessed. That was when I started thinking about things I shouldn't, like Eldon, like why my father was so evil. That was also when I made my way over to the bar and poured myself a glass of champagne that Freya had already opened. Though drinking myself into oblivion was a bad plan, at least it was a plan. The opening was a huge success. The food was amazing, the company was better only because the company was my new family, and the wine was great. I may have been overserved, or overserved myself. The booze helped at first, making it easier to smile, laugh, play the part of the resilient, talented daughter home from college. Taking everything in stride and not longing for the man who was as old as her mother. Well, it worked until it didn't. Until dinner was over and no one noticed me slip out. It was cold outside the restaurant and I wasn't wearing a coat. A booze blanket sufficed, though. "Why aren't you here?" I demanded, holding the phone up to my ear after dialing the number I probably shouldn't have. "You're drunk," Eldon observed. I scowled as I teetered on the curb, looking at everyone inside Violet's. They were laughing, drinking, eating. Whether or not I've had a cocktail to celebrate my mother's restaurant opening is beyond the point. I slurred, slipping off the curb and catching myself. "The point is, you're not here." "Where are you, Violet?" Eldon asked. "I asked you a question first," I hissed, frowning at the car idling way down the street. The lights were off, but I could swear I saw a shadow in it. "I'm on a run," he replied tightly. "Now, I'm asking you where you are because it's late, you're fucking drunk, and it's too damn quiet wherever the fuck you are. If you're outside alone—" "What?" I demanded. "You're gonna spank me, Daddy?" There was a dangerous silence on the other end of the phone. "Don't you ever fucking call me that again," he demanded, his voice colder than the early spring air. We were silent for a long time. I continued to stare at the car that hadn't moved. Eldon didn't hang up. "Go back inside, Violet." Eldon sighed quietly, sounding tired. "Why aren't you here, Eldon?" I whined. "Because you're there, baby," he murmured, "and we're playing with fire right now. I don't want you getting burned." My breath caught in my chest. "What if I want to be burned by you?" "I'm doing the right thing here, Violet." "For whom?" I demanded, thinking of all those ugly words he said to me the last time I saw him. Eldon didn't answer. "Yeah, I thought so," I muttered. "Go back inside, baby," he said, softer this time. I stayed on the line for a long time. He didn't hang up. Not until the door to the restaurant opened and Colby poked his head out. "Violet," he barked. "What the fuck are you doing out here alone?" "Just a second," I called to him, but Eldon had already hung up. I went back to school after Mom's opening. She promised to send me any and all baby updates. I was designing her nursery, and even though it was more decor than any kind of design, I enjoyed it. Soraya was happy to have her partner in crime back and made me tell her everything about Garnet and the Sons of Templar. Eldon called when it rained. If I was driving, we spoke for however long it took to get to my next destination. I drove extra slowly and lingered in my car for as long as I could. We didn't venture into the more dangerous topics, like what the calls meant or if he was seeing anyone else, though I tortured myself with the memory of that woman coming out of his room. He asked about my classes. His tone got deep and tight if I mentioned lack of sleeping and eating. I didn't even mention the partying, which there was a lot of. I asked him precious little about his life in Garnet, because those questions were much too dangerous. I asked him about what he was reading, And then the second I got off the phone with him, I bought that exact book so we could talk about it the next time he called. Once, there was a barking in the background of one of our calls. "Did the club get a puppy?" I asked, no longer focusing on the rain or the tightness in my chest. In fact, the only tightness I got in my chest when it rained was caused by the excitement I felt hearing Eldon's voice. "No," Eldon answered. He was a man of few words, but it was rare that he answered using only one. "There's a dog in the background," I pointed out. Eldon sighed audibly. "You're not going to stop asking about the dog, are you?" "Nope. I love dogs. I always wanted one, but my father never allowed them." My breath caught as I realized I'd mentioned him. I never did that, not even in passing. "Local shelter calls me," Eldon began, filling the silence. His voice was deep, smooth. It calmed me. "If they get a dog in that they can't get adopted here and need someone to transport it to a family outside of the city or state, they don't have enough funding for that, so I do it." I digested that information. "So, you rescue puppies?" I asked on a whisper. "I transport dogs across state lines when I have the time," he corrected. I grinned. "You rescue puppies," I sang, my fondness for this man growing with every passing second. "You should have a home," I decided. One that isn't a room in a clubhouse. One that has space, land, for dogs. I thought about the space I'd been designing for him in my head. "Open plan," I continued. "Lots of windows, nothing closed in, so you feel free." Eldon didn't say anything for a long time. All I heard was the barking. "Are you there?" I asked, concerned. "Yeah, baby, I'm here," he said, his low tone wrapping around me. It had changed something, me talking about a home, me talking about his future. I didn't know what exactly it was, but we didn't speak for the rest of the drive. I found myself praying, hoping for rain, scouring the weather forecast just so I could go out driving in circles when rain was predicted. Sure, it was a little crazy, but Eldon made me abandon sanity. I might have been living a college life and even enjoying it, but I only felt partially whole there. Whatever free time I had was spent imagining what life would be like if I was with Eldon. I was getting to know that, in small slices, on rainy days. My need for him hadn't dimmed, not even a little. I couldn't bring myself to even drunkenly make out with the many frat boys Soraya had pushed into my arms. I wished I could, because that would be some juvenile way of punishing him. But the whole point was to have him stop seeing me as a child. Those thoughts were swirling in my mind, along with a mild hangover and stress about an assignment due at midnight tonight, as I walked across campus. I didn't even notice him until he was standing in my path. I almost bumped into him. I didn't recognize him at first, and I reacted on instinct, my hackles going up, alarm bells ringing in my head to get away from this man. He didn't fit in with even the scruffiest of the hipsters. He was out of place here, everyone giving him a wide berth, but I'd been too caught up in my own head. "Sorry," I muttered, glancing up, intending on walking quickly away. But then I focused a little more on him. "Dad?" I stuttered. The word came out on instinct, even though I'd sworn black and blue to anyone who would listen that he wasn't that to me anymore. Well, I didn't talk about my father, so I didn't swear to anyone. But I reassured my mother every time she brought him up that I was done with him, and I didn't want to talk about it. I knew it bothered her, knew that she carried a lot of guilt for something that wasn't hers to carry. I knew she worried about me endlessly, which was why I was still playing the part. I was still Violet, her sensible, well-mannered daughter with radical ideas, to be sure, but not to be worried about. Certainly not the Violet who did drugs, got abortions, and became infatuated with bikers almost twice her age. It saddened me, the lies I told my mother to protect her, that the reality of experiencing adult-type things, the things I had been so anxious to experience, had created a distance I never could have imagined having with my mother. But the biggest lies I told her were when I spoke about my father, when I said my biological father was dead to me. All talk, big talk, confident talk, talk that I had believed to the very core of me was the truth. My father was a monster, but he was also my father. He was the man who'd cheered me on from the sidelines at soccer games, who had pulled me into his arms every night when he came home from work, smelling of expensive cologne. He had read me bedtime stories, put Band-Aids on scraped knees. That couldn't be erased, no matter how much I wanted it to be. Especially seeing the man he was now. He didn't look like my father. My entire life, my dad was always put together, in expensive suits, ties, loafers. And when he wasn't in those, it was pressed polos, shorts, immaculate sneakers. Not a hair out of place, not a wrinkle or stain to be seen. But he was in a t-shirt, a wrinkled t-shirt. There was a red splotch below the collar that looked like ketchup. His chin was covered in stubble. His eyes were bloodshot, hair mussed, and much too long. His sneakers were scuffed and dirty, and he'd lost at least 20 pounds. His arms were scrawny and pale. The effect of seeing my father like that hit me square in the chest. Seeing him at all would have rocked my world, but seeing him like this filled me with concern, pity. He looked so small and weak. Except he wasn't weak. Not when he'd used his power, influence, and strength against my mother. Hate bubbled up in my throat, battling with love, regret, horror, disgust, pity, heartbreak. "Vi," he greeted, his voice raspier than normal. Something about it was lacking, cold. I stepped backward when he moved as if he was going to embrace me. Even from the distance I'd created, I could discern that he didn't smell like expensive cologne. He smelled of sweat and cigarettes. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. He winced at my tone and the way I recoiled from him. It hit me somewhere deep, someplace inside me that hadn't been hardened by the truth of who my father was. Something inside of me that was soft, innocent, a little girl who missed her daddy. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking downward in shame. I just wanted to see my precious Violet." His voice was uncertain as he looked up at me. Rage burned hot and low in my belly. I folded my arms. "Oh, how sweet of you," I replied with a bite. "What would you like to do? See my house, meet my roommates, go out for dinner, catch up on old times?" Sarcasm dripped from my tone. And by old times, I mean my entire childhood that my mother spent hiding bruises and injuries from the piece of shit husband who beat her, I shouted. People walking past stared. I was making a scene in the middle of the quad, but I couldn't bring myself to care. Suddenly, that little girl inside of me didn't want her daddy. She wanted to scream, stomp her foot, throw a tantrum in a way that only a toddler can, having not been conditioned to deftly hide their feelings beneath a veneer of lies. My father opened his mouth. "Don't," I stepped forward. "Don't utter one single excuse or self-pitying explanation. My eyes trailed up and down his body. Not that you can sink lower in my estimation. I blew out an angry breath. You tried to kill my mother. You spent years torturing her, controlling her, beating her. I realized that I had been waving my hands and had begun jabbing my finger into his chest. I felt the real and sudden urge to attempt to rip him apart with my bare hands, and a smaller, mortifying urge to fall into his arms. Instead of doing either, I intended to push past him, find the nearest bar that didn't card, and drink myself silly. But my father grabbed onto my wrist. His hand was both cold and clammy, and his grip was too hard. The scent of his body odor had me scrunching up my nose.
"Violet,"
he pled, squeezing my wrist enough to hurt.
"You need to listen to me."
My heart stopped pumping so quickly, and my fury was deflating fast, running out of me and giving way to those more complicated feelings of loss and longing.
"You need to let her go before I kill you with my bare hands and traumatize all of these privileged young co-eds."
A voice boomed from right beside me. I jumped, my hand still held captive by my father. Obviously, I was not expecting my father to show up to my college campus, but I most definitely was not expecting Eldon, complete in a Sons of Templar cut. It later occurred to me I'd never seen him out of it, standing in the quad, staring daggers at my father while literally threatening to kill him. My father's eyes flared at the sight of Eldon, his hand squeezing tighter, so I let out a little whimper of pain. Eldon's fury turned palpable, and he stepped forward, looming over my father, making him look impossibly small and pathetic.
"Let her go,"
Eldon commanded, the air seeming to shimmer around him. People were staring as they walked past, practically tripping over each other as they did so. It was not every day they saw an outlaw biker who was hot in a way that college boys couldn't be, looking like he was about to rip the arms off someone. For a second, I worried this would turn into more of a scene, and I would actually witness my father being beaten to death, then have to see Eldon carted away and taken to prison for murder. Something shifted in my father's eyes, something cold, foreign, evil. Something that made me taste blood as my teeth sank into my lip. He gave my wrist one last squeeze before letting me go. It was cruel, that squeeze, born out of a need to inflict pain, prove a point, exert some kind of power. My stomach lurched, and I was thankful I hadn't eaten today.
"Your mother did this," he hissed. "Brought you down to the gutter with her, made you associate with trash."
He was obviously talking about Eldon, but not brave enough to look him in the eye as he did.
"You're going to ruin your life. You being around those criminals that whore has obviously forced you to associate with."
I recoiled as if he'd hit me. My mother, I assumed, was the whore. Eldon tensed further, and I got the impression he was going to do something, so I stepped in front of him, which likely pissed him off to no end, but I didn't really care at that point. He was going to protect my honor or whatever the fuck, except I could protect my own. My mother associated with trash for 18 years of her life, I countered coldly. She's finally living the life she deserves, with a real man, not some... I looked him up and down with disgust. Coward. If I ever see you again, I'm getting a restraining order. Leave now, before I decide to let Eldon do what he's yearning to do and beat you to a pulp just like you did to my mother for fucking years. I didn't give my father a chance to spew anything else. I turned my back on him and walked away. Eldon followed me. Chapter 7. For once, no one was at the house. It was quiet. Smelled of some expensive candle Soraya had left burning. She did this quite often, so it really was a miracle that the house hadn't burned down yet. And the sage she'd burned just yesterday to protect us from negative energy. That hadn't worked. It was quiet, too quiet, the only sound being Eldon's motorcycle boots on the hardwood floor. It felt impossibly odd to have him in this space. He was a juxtaposition to every piece of our decor, which was varying degrees of girly. Although this renovated Victorian had high ceilings and a large open-plan living room, he made it all look impossibly small. He seemed to take up every inch of space. Even though I'd been imagining him being here for months, I found myself incredibly nervous in his presence. He was looking around carefully, as if he was cataloging every vase shaped like the female form, every framed print of various feminist heroes, every plant hanging from the ceiling or nestled on a bookshelf. "How did you know?" I asked in a small voice. We hadn't spoken, not once during the walk home. He'd just strutted beside me, keeping pace, ignoring every stare from men and women on the way. Even in the midst of my turmoil, I'd noted the looks and hated them. Hated that I couldn't put his hand in mine, claim him. When his eyes finally met mine, electricity crackled in the air. My body sparked with the unique feeling that only he could awaken inside me. "How did you know that my father was going to be there?" I clarified when he didn't answer the question straight away. "We keep tabs on him," he answered matter-of-factly, eyes never leaving mine. "Got the notification he'd left Carver Springs and was heading this way. I got on the next plane. Obviously not soon enough." There was an undertone of fury in his voice. "He shouldn't have set foot on campus," he bit out, raking a hand through his hair. "He sure as fuck shouldn't have been able to get close enough to lay his hands on you." I looked down to my wrist. It had been throbbing, but I'd ignored it. I blinked at the discolored skin around it, an angry red ring that would eventually turn into a bruise, though I'd never once doubted what my mother told me about his violence. It was something completely different to see evidence of it on my skin. A lump formed in my throat, and my eyes burned. I fought against the tears he didn't deserve. A large hand cradled my wrist with exquisite gentleness. I stared numbly at it as Eldon raised my wrist to his mouth, laying a feather-light kiss on the inflamed skin. The lump disappeared. My eyes stopped burning. My eyes found his. We stayed there an impossibly long amount of time, staring at each other, not saying a word. I wasn't sure what to say. There was too much to say. I worried that whatever I said would ruin this moment, would bring reality hurtling in. "I have an assignment due at midnight," I blurted. Oh my God. Of all the fucking things I could have said, that was what I chose. I could have told him I hadn't stopped thinking about him, about the way he'd kissed me on the rooftop, how I made myself come thinking of his mouth on me, how I dreamed of him. But no, I talked about an assignment, something that would remind him of my age, that I was in college, that I was just a kid. Just a kid who was his responsibility to save because my stepfather's club did that kind of thing. His thumb stroked my wrist. It was no longer throbbing. "Okay, baby," he murmured against my skin, inhaling for a second before letting it go. My heart fell. He was going to leave. And when he left, I'd have nothing to think about but my throbbing wrist, my growing bruise, my father's tone, that alien look in his eye. Unable to move, I watched him walk away, willing myself to find the courage to ask him to stay, beg him if need be. But he didn't walk toward the front door. Instead, he moved into the kitchen. I watched him open the fridge, inspect the contents, which was likely a lot of booze, condiments, an assortment of nut milks, kombucha, and not much else. Soraya did a detailed grocery shop and organized the fridge, she called it cultivating, meticulously. But she was also on a deadline for an assignment, so she had been living at the library. I stood rooted in my spot and watched Eldon close the door with one hand, the other holding a carton of eggs, cheese, and some vegetables. "What are you doing?" I managed to ask. He looked up.
"Gonna make you something to eat, gonna make sure you eat it. Then I'll find something to read."
He nodded to our color-coded bookshelves.
"While you finish your assignment."
I just stood there, digesting the information. "You're not going to leave me?" I surmised. Something shone in his eyes that I couldn't decipher.
"No, Violet," he rumbled. "I'm not going to leave you."
My entire body relaxed. I was able to take a deep breath. He watched me for a few more moments.
"Baby, your assignment,"
he said softly. I jerked back into reality. "Right," I whispered. "My assignment." It was an important assignment, too, worth 20% of my final grade. And my teacher was a hard ass. I respected her, though, because she was almost impossible to please. Still, I didn't move.
"Violet,"
Eldon gritted out, cracking his neck.
"You keep standing there looking at me like that, you're not going to get that assignment done."
My whole body quivered at his tone. For a second, I was ready to abandon the assignment and college altogether if that meant he was going to make good on what his tone communicated. But reason won out. Barely. So I went to start on my assignment. Eldon cooked us omelets that were out of this world. He could cook. I filed that away in that special place I'd kept all the slivers of information I'd gathered about Eldon. He read the classics. He rescued puppies. He could cook. We ate in silence, me with one hand, the other on my computer. I didn't even realize I'd finished until he took my plate from me and commenced doing the dishes. Once that was done, he did as promised, perusing our bookshelf and positioning himself in the armchair that faced the breakfast bar I was working at. I'd look in his direction every now and then, and our eyes would meet. My stomach would flip, and I'd battle everything inside of me to focus back on the task at hand. The hours flew by, and I submitted the assignment at 11:59. No one had arrived home either, obviously partying, staying with whomever they were sleeping with, or also overloaded with work. "Done," I breathed, exhausted and barely able to keep my eyes open. Eldon closed his book. Panic curled in my chest as I stumbled off the stool, my ass and legs numb. Eldon was there to steady me. My hips sizzled beneath his touch. I gazed at him with heavy lids, trying to commit each of his features to memory, cement in that soft yet intense expression pointed in my direction. "Do you want to watch a movie?" I asked, slurring my words from exhaustion. The corner of his mouth turned up.
"Violet, you're about to fall asleep standing."
I blinked rapidly, trying to appear much more awake than I was. "No," I protested. "I can't go straight to sleep after doing all that anyway. I've got to wind down." It was a half lie. I usually couldn't sleep after cramming for a test or an assignment. There was science that proved how detrimental bright light right before bed was, and I always forced myself into my room with a book to help my nervous system wind down. But Eldon was here. I wouldn't stay up thinking about him, wondering what he was doing, who he was with, if he was thinking about me. Because he was here, with me, thinking about me. He considered my words, measuring them. I was shocked to wake with worry that he'd refuse, say he'd have to leave now, go back to the life that didn't include me. But he lifted his hand, running the back of it along my jaw. "Okay, baby," he said, voice velvet. He walked me to the sofa, placing me down on the soft cushions before reaching for the remote. "You choose." I yawned. My brain is no longer working. He smiled. I tried to catalog that too, since I was pretty sure I hadn't seen Eldon smile in my life, but my faculties were shutting down. Eldon sat close to me, and on instinct I tapped his arm. He lifted it immediately, and I didn't think twice about burrowing into his chest. I inhaled the leather smell, the scent of him, my nervous system settling. But there was a scent absent. My eyes found his bicep and the small patch on it. I reached out and circled it with my finger. Eldon's body stiffened. "What's that?" I asked sleepily. "Nicotine patch," he answered, voice tight. My body jerked, and I tilted my head to regard his face. He was only inches away. "You quit smoking?" I whispered. He nodded once. It could be a coincidence, had to be. I'd mentioned the smoking thing once, in passing. A coincidence. I stared at him a while longer until my eyelids fluttered, and the effort to keep my head tilted upward was too much. I laid it back down on his chest. "I missed you," I whispered, already half asleep. He brushed my hair. "I've missed you too." Or maybe I dreamed that, because I was asleep before the movie even started, and I woke up in my bed, alone the next morning. Eldon was gone.
Eldon. It was one of the hardest things I'd ever done, leaving her. I sat there for a long fucking time on that sofa, with her sleeping against my chest. She'd passed out in seconds. She was exhausted. And not just from working for hours on some assignment that I guessed was complicated as fuck. Not just from an interaction with her piece of shit father that had crushed her. No, from months of squashing all that shit down, pretending she was okay, that her world hadn't completely crumbled in the space of a few months. She was protecting her mother. I knew that, because that's the kind of person Violet was, because she didn't want to taint the happiness her mother had finally gotten, which was why she never told her about the abortion, about that French fuck hitting her, why she pretended that cutting her father out of her life after learning what a monster he was wasn't a big deal. Swiss was keeping close fucking tabs on her, because he, like everyone else, was waiting for all of this to come to a head, for her to break down. But it hadn't come. Yeah, she was partying a lot, something I fucking hated, especially since she was every frat fuck's wet dream, and she wasn't sleeping or eating enough. But her grades were excellent. She designed her mother's fucking restaurant on top of everything else she was already doing. The house she lived in was clean, but bursting with items belonging to each of the women who had lived there. She spoke fondly of them all, Soraya being the one she was closest to. I could see Violet in the house, in the prints on the walls, in the fucking sage, the crystals, all that new age shit she believed in. Her room was flooded with her scent, with her personality, a room that was equally cluttered and neat, overflowing with the dichotomies of her personality. Framed prints of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, books on feminism, on alternative therapies, herbal remedies, countless hardbacks of fantasy books. There were also piles of textbooks on architecture and a large drawing board in the corner with plans for her mother's restaurant still sitting on it. Like her room, Violet was so multifaceted, I figured it would take a lifetime to know her completely. I was greedy, wanted to know it all in one night, skulking around her bedroom after I placed her in her bed. I knew I didn't have a lifetime, that even this night was stolen, because I was ravenous to take whatever I could of her. There were only so many times I would get lucky to be the one around when we got the call about Preston. She would only be in college a while longer before she went out into the world, and some smart motherfucker found her, made her his. It burned my throat to think about it, filling me with so much fucking fury I had to go to her, watch the steady rise and fall of her chest to find control again. She was it. She quieted everything for me. Staring at her perfect rosebud lips, her alabaster skin, the midnight strands of hair splaying out on the pillowcase like she was fucking Snow White. Here was a woman who deserved the hero. And that definitely wasn't me. The hero would have denied her that night on the roof. The hero wouldn't have even been there. Wouldn't have gone crazy over a fucking teenage girl. Yeah, that was villain shit. I was the villain, and I needed to leave before I corrupted her further.
Chapter 8. Violet. I didn't tell anyone about the altercation with my father. Not even Soraya. It felt wrong keeping something from my best friend, but it had rattled me, as had waking up the next morning to the scent of Eldon on my pillow, but the man himself nowhere to be found. He'd done his job. He'd protected me from my father, made sure I was safe, then left me. The club was keeping tabs on my father, he said, because he was violent, because he was dangerous. And they'd been alerted that he was coming here, so someone had to come to make sure he didn't hurt me. Eldon had been doing his duty to the Sons of Templar. Nothing else. That's what I told myself, at least. I tried not to think about him, tried not to pine for him. The weather was getting better. It didn't rain, and when it did, I wasn't driving. I ignored his calls, though it killed me to do so. Soraya and I both decided to sign up for summer school, even though my mom complained about not having me home, and I felt guilty about not being there for her during her pregnancy. Not that she needed me, she had Swiss. He'd take good care of her. And I wouldn't be able to pretend with my mother, wouldn't be able to lie to her about how I was, what was going on in my life. She definitely did not need to know about my father's visit. But I promised I'd visit, and I would, when I felt stronger. Things were going along, until they weren't. Until Soraya came home one morning with red-rimmed eyes and smudged eyeliner. Until everything happened after that.
Eldon. We got a situation with Violet. Every cell in my body tensed. Before this moment, I had been relatively calm. We were sitting in church, going over business, discussing strategies for dealing with the new sheriff, who was not as agreeable toward donations to his retirement fund as the previous sheriff had been. Fucker had a stick up his ass and ethics. He also had some plan to rid the town of us. Good luck to him on that one. Everything else was running smoothly as things could go in this life. I thought of her every day. Every fucking day. Multiple times a day. I had to remind myself, hourly, of what would happen if I got on my bike, rode to her, and made her mine. There would be blood. The club would suffer. More importantly, she would suffer. And I would do a lot of things for her, would gladly bleed, even though I'd never thought I'd be willing to cause shit with the club. The only thing that had mattered to me in a long time, I was willing to do that, for her, to make her mine. But one thing I'd never do was cause her pain, not even for a second, and I knew that me acting on instincts that kept me up at night, instincts I battled with daily, would ruin the rest of her life. And no way was I willing to do that. I'd suffer through every fucking second I had left on this earth to protect her. So I'd hide my feelings for her from my brothers, my only family, which is what I was trying to do after Hansen had said her name. Swiss was right fucking across from me. Swiss, who loved that girl like she was his own. Because of that, we had her monitored every day to make sure she was safe. Swiss, who had a pregnant wife at home, who he was protecting from all the shit that was going on with Violet. He'd been on me the second I got back from Rhode Island, dealing with her father. I'd spent a couple of days in Carver Springs, sitting on my bike outside the shitty condo he was now living in, watching him, making a point. I assured Swiss Violet was fine, which was true. Except she was too fucking skinny, those curves of hers fading fast. She had shadows under her eyes from lack of sleep. She was not fine. But there was nothing any of us could do to save her from herself. So we waited. Until we got this call. "She's been arrested," Hansen added, eyes flying to Swiss, whose fists were balled on top of the table. He was pissed, but obviously not surprised. Hansen had obviously filled him in first before we sat down at the table. As he should have. That was his right as her stepfather. No one else should have been entitled to that information. Except I found myself angry, fucking furious that it wasn't mine. I didn't have ownership over her like every cell in my body was convinced I deserved. "Don't want Kate to know," Swiss spit out. "And if she finds out that I hid this from her, she'll have my balls." His eyes went around the table. I restrained a flinch when they skimmed over me. "So I'll be cutting things off the motherfucker who doesn't keep this shit locked down." I didn't doubt him. Despite Swiss being one of the most depraved motherfuckers in the club, tied with Hades, he loved his wife more than anything, and would move heaven and earth to make sure her life didn't hold any more discomfort than was humanly possible. "What's the charge?" Lucas asked, concern in his tone. No doubt he and Colby were both pissed and worried, both of them close with Violet, something I fucking hated. Colby, closer of the two. They were just friends, which was why they were both still breathing. But I hated that he knew her, hated the protective rage in his voice. "She was involved in a bar fight," Hansen sighed, rubbing his temples. "Don't know much else since they haven't processed it into the system. We've got a lawyer en route, and hopefully she'll be out by the time someone in this charter gets there. But we also want to get the details of this incident, make sure the proper party faces consequences." "I'll leave now," Lucas said without hesitation. My fists clenched, and it took all of me to stay stationary. "No," Hansen said. "Need you here. Also someone who will be able to keep this shit locked down." His eyes found mine. I was known to be the most controlled in the group. "You good with this job, brother?" I kept my face blank and searched his own for any kind of inclination that there was something beyond my even temperament as to why he was choosing me. Surely he didn't know shit. Hansen wasn't someone to find out shit and hold on to it. He would share it, and he sure as fuck would have talked to me about it. Because his main job was keeping this club together and destroying things that would tear it apart. So, yeah, he couldn't know shit. "I'll go too," Colby volunteered, looking to our president. Though the last thing I wanted was someone else with me, especially him, it would be good. Someone to keep me from giving in to baser instincts. "All right, take Eldon's lead, though," Hansen said. Colby had a phone to his ear. "I'll organize us bikes and pieces for when we land," he said. My chair screeched as I stood. I did my best to keep my movements smooth, purposeful but unhurried. No one needed to see I was about jumping out of my skin to get to her. I raised my chin to Hansen before walking out. There was no fucking way I could face Swiss. But he didn't give me a choice. He followed me out, clapping me on the shoulder. "Appreciate you doing this, brother," he said. I nodded in response. "Fucking kills me not to go, but I'm not letting Kate get tangled up with this." And I'm sure as shit not leaving her when she's fucking pregnant. I nodded again. Swiss had a dark past with his last family, so he wasn't going to lose this one. Ain't no one else I trust to take care of her, brother, he continued, squeezing my shoulder. So thank you. And make sure you fuck up anyone who needs to be punished. That I could do.
Violet. After what happened, Soraya did not want to talk. And I tried. Henry tried. Ollie tried. She did not want to talk. She did not want to address what happened. Not since the cops nor the fucking dean didn't want to do anything. We'd been determined. We'd been ready to write to news stations, to write petitions. Ollie had offered to ruin his life and his credit and fuck with his trust fund and stock options. Although I worried about what kind of crimes would be committed in order to do that, I'd been all for it. But Soraya banned us all from doing anything. It was the one time since that morning, since that horrible morning, that she'd broken down. We were all scared. None of us knew what the right thing to do was, but we knew the wrong thing was forcing her to talk, to take action when she wasn't ready. We had meetings about it. We agreed to watch her, be there for her, and wait. Then, when it became clear she was going to deal with this by acting like nothing happened and party harder than normal, and normal was already a lot, even for college, each of us made sure we were available to go to these parties with her and not leave her alone for a moment. Henry and Ollie weren't staying for summer classes, so it was just her and me in the house. I was trying my best to keep up with her and still keep up with my classes. She was partying away her problems, and even though I was slightly more aware of it, I was too. I had not spoken to my father since his visit, had not heard the even, deep cadence of Eldon's voice. It left me feeling untethered, fearful as ever about my place in the world. So I partied. Until the day of the costume party that migrated to a bar we had become regulars at. Everything had been fine. We were going to do shots and order cheeseburgers. Then Soraya went pale. Even the rouge she was wearing as part of her costume seemed to melt away. She shrunk, all the way down, which seemed impossible in the platform heels she was wearing, but she did it. And I did not think, not about anything, except the way my friend shrunk, the way that her smile had been forced lately, that she hadn't been sleeping, that the clothes she loved, that communicated her personality, had been a lot more conservative, covered more of her, like she was trying to disappear under them. All I thought was that my friend was shrinking, and the fucking asshole responsible for it was leaning against the bar, laughing and acting like he didn't have a care in the world. Then I wasn't thinking about anything. I was punching him in his stupid face. I didn't expect things to escalate as far as they did, though I was mighty proud of all the licks I got in. I wasn't entirely sure how I got hold of the pool cue that I was beating him with, but I was happy it found its way into my hands. I probably wouldn't have stopped beating him until people finally pulled me off him. I was still very pissed. By the time the police got there, I was even more pissed. And I may have made them aware of that fact, with my fists, which pissed them off and got me arrested. Which caused me to do a lot more yelling about how they were arresting me and not the pussy crying about a broken nose and a couple of cracked ribs. Maybe I threatened to hunt someone down and kill them, I couldn't be sure. So yeah, that's how I spent the night in jail. I used my phone call to call Soraya to make sure she was okay. She was. She was very upset, though. Blamed herself. She was in the lobby of the police station, so I could actually hear her through the hall as she became more hysterical on the phone. Time was spent trying to convince her that none of it was her fault. More time was spent convincing her to go home and get some sleep before she got arrested too. It was almost impossible to convince her, but I did. Only after threatening to harm her new Chanel purse. That had done it. I'd also ordered her to call one of our friends, Keely, who was also doing summer classes, to come and sit with her at home. Then some uppity asshole told me I'd taken too long. I probably should have asked her to get me a lawyer or whatever you were meant to do when you got arrested, but I was sure it would get worked out in the morning. They couldn't hold me forever. I quietly seethed in the cell for the rest of the night, thinking about all the ways I was going to expose these asshole cops and make sure they got what they deserved. Those thoughts were so intricate that I didn't even notice the officer unlocking the door of the cell until it creaked open. "You made bail." He glared at me. "Nice shiner." I flashed him a cynical smile. His entire form stiffened, and he moved to stand in the doorway so I couldn't pass. I didn't flinch, even though I felt a flutter of fear. It was still early morning. There was no one else around. This fuck already made it clear he didn't respect women. But I didn't think even he was brazen enough to lay a hand on me. You never knew, though. I'd humiliated him. Humiliated misogynists were dangerous. "What are you gonna do, buddy?" I asked sweetly, leaning forward. "I fucking dare you to lay a hand on me. It would make my case a cakewalk. And once my lawyers are done with you, you won't even be able to work as a mall cop." And I would. I had my father's money. I had a trust fund that I didn't want to rely on, but I was happy to use it to hire a ridiculously expensive lawyer to do exactly as I promised. The cop glared at me a beat longer before stepping aside. But then he grabbed my upper arm much harder than he was supposed to. I wasn't even sure he was supposed to grab me. I gritted my teeth and didn't so much as wince in pain. I let him drag me down the hall out to the main area of the police station. I figured Soraya would be waiting for me outside, having gone home to change since she was the only one who knew I'd been arrested. Therefore, she was the only one who could pay my bail. I did not expect a very tall, very pissed-off, bearded biker with iceberg eyes to be standing right by the door with his arms crossed against his chest and murder in his eyes. Those eyes were focused on the officer. More accurately, the officer's grip on my upper arm. He surged forward, so close that his body pressed into mine. I sucked in a ragged inhale, my body having a carnal reaction to him despite the inappropriate circumstances.
"Get your hand off her, now."
The officer straightened his back as he took Eldon in. Again, it was very early in the morning, and there weren't many people in the office, but there were enough to witness an officer who thought way too much of himself get ordered around by an outlaw.
"You can't tell me what to do."
He scowled, squeezing my arm tighter. I didn't show any pain on my face because I was genuinely worried that Eldon might very well murder the officer right then and there. And I did believe in his ability to get away with murder, but I figured it would be really hard if said murder was committed in a police station. Eldon's eyes glittered with a fury I'd never seen, not once in my life.
"Let her go,"
he repeated. Apparently, even the puffed-up officer could sense how far his illusion of authority would go with Eldon. He let go of my arm. Eldon did not hesitate to yank me behind him while he leaned forward and had a very intense, scary stare-off with the officer. He didn't say anything. Again, he didn't need to. The officer went pale, then hastily turned his back. I swallowed my smile. But then it was time for Eldon to turn his intense and pissed-off stare in my direction. Those eyes roamed up and down my body. The stare was not the kind of stare that made desire pool between my legs. Or At least, it wasn't supposed to be. The desire pooled there nonetheless. Even scary and murderous, Eldon was sexy. Especially scary and murderous, he was sexy. Well, until he opened his mouth at least.
"What the fuck are you wearing?"
He growled. "What do you mean, what am I wearing?" I asked, not at all liking his tone.
"I mean, you're almost fucking naked,"
he seethed. "It was a costume party," I replied, scowling at him. "I went as Elle Woods going as a Playboy bunny," I explained, although the bunny ears and tail kind of needed no explanation. "Legally blonde?" I offered when he didn't get the reference. My fingers combed through my knotted hair. I lost my wig at some point, too. A shame, since I do look good as a blonde. Maybe I'll go blonde, I pondered.
"You are not changing a hair on your head,"
Eldon snapped. His jaw was tight as he glanced around the station. Every single male in the vicinity quickly looked away. Well, everyone except one.
"Watch where you put your fucking eyes,"
he barked at an officer walking past. The officer in question did not give him any kind of retort about watching the way he spoke to an officer of the law. No, he just averted his eyes like a good little boy. It was jointly comical and hot. Eldon shrugged off his cut and the flannel shirt he wore underneath, which was a shame since he looked exceptional in a flannel. A delightful cross between a lumberjack and an outlaw. He wore a black tank underneath his flannel, one that molded over his torso in a very nice way. His arms were muscled, corded, not smooth. They were peppered with scars that were all the more noticeable in the harsh fluorescent lights, unhidden since he didn't have tattoos like almost every other outlaw. I wondered about his scars. Wondered about what else was underneath his tank. Wondered how agreeable he'd be to me finding out. Until he spoke with the flannel outstretched.
"Put this on,"
he ordered. I frowned at the flannel. "I'm not cold," I told him, although that was kind of a lie. I had sobered up during my time in the cell, and the air was turned way down in here.
"This is not about you being cold, which you fucking are,"
Eldon grunted, eyes on the goose flesh on my arms.
"This is about you wearing that."
His eyes skimmed my body once more.
"In public, around a bunch of men who are thinking things about what's mine."
"Oh, no he didn't," a girl murmured from the booking bench. I put my hands on my hips. "I think he just did," I told her, then focused on Eldon. "It looks like you've made it through your whole life without being educated on this fact, so it's my utter delight to enlighten you. I am not responsible for what men think. It is not my duty to cover up in order to not tempt men into thinking or doing things that they shouldn't be fucking thinking or doing." Eldon was glowering in fury.
"They shouldn't be fucking thinking or doing shit, but they will, so put the fucking shirt on."
"Shit, he ain't hearing you, babe," the girl muttered. "He is not," I agreed, hands still on my hips. "So boys will be boys, huh?" I tilted my head. "Men are not going to change nor stop acting like animals, so the responsibility remains on the woman to change what she wears, how she acts, in order to make sure she doesn't invite those looks or sexual assault." "You tell him, girlfriend," my new bestie encouraged. Eldon's nostrils flared. He was pissed, which was fine since I was absolutely furious. "Men shouldn't rape women, but they still will because, you know, boys will be boys," I continued, almost shouting now. "So women should do everything in their power to make sure they're not raped, even though there is no such thing as doing everything in your power to not get raped." I angrily swiped away the tears running down my cheeks. "And even if they get caught, these fucking good old boys won't do shit." I gestured at the various officers around who had stopped to watch the show. I guessed it could be considered funny to watch a Playboy bunny shout at a biker. But nothing about this was funny. You can do everything right, and still one night you're having fun like you should be allowed to do, and then some fucker with a powerful father and enough connections can do what he wants, and no one fucking punishes him, I screamed. And then when I see him at the bar and decide to do what these assholes didn't, I'm the one who gets arrested. I threw my hands up in the air, returning my gaze to Eldon. But sure, blame it all on me for putting on some fucking bunny ears.
Someone touched you, baby?
He asked delicately, quietly, with a calm that was a lot more terrifying than any shout or growl could have been. It took me a second to realize he'd understood how personal that little speech had been. And he thought it was me. Thought that something had happened to me. I shook my head rapidly. Not me, I choked out. The fury dissipated from his face, his features relaxing, but only a little.
Who?
He demanded. Soraya, I whispered. She didn't want me to tell anyone. She was embarrassed. The single word sent spears through the center of me. The image of my tear-stained best friend, who always seemed so big, so full of light, embarrassed about something that had not at all been her fault, almost brought me to my knees. He got her drunk, way too drunk. She was not in the state to consent to shit, but he did it anyway. I sucked in a ragged breath. I convinced her to go to the police, and they didn't do shit. I glared around the room again, because it was her word against his. And he has powerful parents, a good reputation. Soraya has a reputation for being a party girl, and she had the audacity to wear a fucking short skirt, so of course it was her fault. I'd been holding it together for this long. Well, as much as I could. But having something this horrible happen to my best friend had shaken me to my core. Men all around me were violent, dangerous. I was angry about it. So fucking angry. Not as angry as Eldon was, though. He was clutching the flannel so tightly that his knuckles turned white.
Who?
He spat the single word out. The asshole who I got arrested for trying to fight tonight. I scoffed. Not that it was much of a fight. He was too much of a pussy to do much of anything. Eldon's eyes flickered upward to the ceiling before returning to me.
Why didn't you call me?
I frowned. Well, calling you when you're across the country and he was only a few steps away wouldn't really work. I looked down at my nails. Plus, I was acting on instinct.
Not tonight, he huffed out. Why the fuck didn't you call me the second this happened to Soraya?
He was asking me like this was a rhetorical question, as though calling him was the obvious thing to do. Of course, I had entertained the idea of calling Swiss and letting him know what happened, and let the protective bikers do what protective bikers did to men who raped women. But Soraya had been violently against us doing anything behind her back. Even though I figured I'd be doing her and the world a favor by letting the bikers do what they did, I would not betray her that way. Why would I call you? I asked him.
Because you're mine,
he informed me. I folded my arms in front of me. I am not yours. He sighed.
You fucking are.
You told me that I was nothing to you, I countered.
Jesus Christ, Violet, we're not talking about this now.
Yes, we are, I snapped.
No, we're gonna talk about that and you trying to go up against a sexual predator without calling me later. For now, you're gonna tell me where he lives.
My body jolted. He was not kidding. I looked around the room again. The only one really listening to our conversation at this point was the drunk girl on the bench, and one quick glance at her told me she'd fallen asleep, which was a testament to how drunk she was because this was an entertaining show. I leaned forward, speaking quietly. "Tell me you are not planning a murder in a police station?" Eldon's body went stiff. I'd gone up on my tiptoes in order to make sure no one but Eldon heard what I said, placing my hands on his chest to steady myself. My lips had grazed his ear as I spoke. Now, the current circumstances did not warrant any kind of sexual chemistry, and the closeness, the touch, wasn't even sexual. It was just us, our bodies reacting after so long apart. I lingered there because I needed to linger in the safety he offered. Everything had been spinning out of control. I'd been scared, genuinely terrified of what was happening to my friend, terrified about what we still had to live with. But Eldon's presence meant that everything was going to be okay. We stayed suspended in the moment for a beat until Eldon's hand gripped my hip.
"We're going to get you home and talk there,"
he murmured. I nodded once, not allowing myself to speak. His hand went to the small of my back after he opened the door for me, and I got a little thrill from the intimacy of it. I was surprised to see Colby leaning against a bike in the parking lot. It couldn't have been his bike since they got here so quickly. Then I recognized Bill, who had helped us move that one time. He lifted his chin, making sure to keep his eyes on my face. I gave him a little wave. My hand throbbed as I did. I remembered the punching and that my fist was now red and swollen. It had stopped bleeding, at least. Colby did not respectfully keep his gaze on my face. It tracked all the way up and down my body, a wide grin lifting his lips.
"You need to be in a robe, not a cut, Hef,"
he said to Eldon. Eldon did not find that funny if the way he pinched the bridge of his nose was anything to go by.
"You're officially one of us, darlin'."
Colby's gaze returned to me, unperturbed by Eldon's murderous glare.
"You punched a cop, spent a night in the slammer, and I will say none of us have ever done it with as much style."
I did a little curtsy. See how much more interesting things would be if you let a woman patch into the Sons of Templar? I planted my hand on my hip. Colby tilted his head, regarding me.
"I think it would be better if I got photographic evidence of the whole effect."
He waved his hand up and down my body.
"Okay, that's enough."
Eldon stepped in front of me.
"Violet, get on the bike."
I stared at the bike on the curb. The only time I'd ridden on a motorcycle was the time Swiss took me for a ride on my birthday. My mother was involved in a motorcycle club. It was pretty much their main mode of transportation. Mom had forbidden me from riding on the back of a motorcycle, except on my birthday when an exception was made. But she spent a good amount of time on the back of Swiss's, so her argument was kind of moot. I'd pointed this out to her. And she had said that the Sons of Templar were not your run-of-the-mill men who owned motorcycles. Certainly not your run-of-the-mill boys who rode motorcycles to impress girls, she'd added. They did not care about the safety of those girls. They put females on the back of their motorcycles on a whim. The Sons of Templar did not just let any woman on the back of their bike. From what I understood, only old ladies went on the backs of bikes. And the Sons of Templar themselves seemed so in control of everything they did, so aware of the power of things that could be used as weapons. They were more cautious, less likely to get in a motorcycle accident, especially not with their women on the back. I'd argued with my mother that the Sons of Templar did not have superpowers, but now I wasn't so sure. All I was sure about was Eldon ordering me on the back of his bike, in front of two of his own brothers. Granted, Bill wasn't a member of the New Mexico Charter, so he probably didn't understand how or why our relationship might cause some waves. Colby had known something was going on pretty much since the beginning, but his mouth remained shut on the topic. I trusted him, and despite Eldon being very mad at him at this current moment, It seemed he trusted him too. Interesting. He'd always been very weird about my friendship with Colby, from the start, even though it was very clear that we were only friends. Yet Colby was here with him. "I'm in a bunny suit, as you so aptly pointed out," I informed Eldon. "I will look insane on the back of your bike in this." Eldon didn't look at me. "I tried to give you my shirt," he pointed out, "and I think there was a long speech about that gesture. You had your chance. Now get on the bike." I gaped at him, but he was still staring at Colby, who was now doing his best not to burst out laughing. The police station wasn't that far from our house. I could walk. But I'd been in fuzzy heels for hours now, and they were not designed to be worn for hours on end. They were designed to look cute with the outfit, ideally only to be worn inside as a tool of seduction or around a costume party. But not from a costume party to a bar, then in a bar fight, then from the bar fight to a jail cell. And I didn't want to take them off in the jail cell because... gross. So, the pain was pretty fucking intense right now, and the walk might damage my toes permanently. And despite my protest, I didn't much care about what I'd look like dressed as a bunny on the back of Eldon's bike. All I cared about was that I was on the back of Eldon's bike. So, I climbed on. I was pressed up against his back, my arms around him, the bike vibrating underneath us. The world melted away during the short trip. It was just me and him. It felt right. Me trying to forget about him was a fool's errand. It was clear, very clear, that we were always going to be in each other's lives. He'd come for me, like he'd promised he would. He'd saved me. Always would. Whether I was his or pretending I wasn't. And I was sick of pretending. I didn't want to get off the bike when it roared to a stop outside our place. But I was mindful of Soraya, of the blame she was likely feeling, the very misplaced blame. So I got off. Eldon stayed where he was. "What are you going to do?" I asked him, rubbing my arms against the chill I suddenly felt seeing him sitting there, knowing he was going to do something I shouldn't believe in. I was against capital punishment. Or at least I thought I was. "You really want to know?" Eldon asked me. I regarded him. Was he protecting me because he thought I couldn't handle the truth? Because he didn't want me connected in any way? Didn't want to taint me? "Yes," I told him. "We're going to kill him," he replied without hesitation. There it was. I knew that the club was about violence. Though I was sheltered, I understood that, had seen that. But I'd always seen these men as fathers, husbands, friends, and finally the man in front of me as mine. Knowing that they engaged in violence in an abstract way was one thing. Having him say it straight to my face was another. Maybe Eldon expected me to recoil from him, run, beg him not to do that, yell. I knew for a fact that he didn't expect me to lean forward and kiss him tenderly on the lips. He went stiff for a split second before he grabbed the back of my neck and kissed me back, not tenderly. "Be careful," I said against his lips. "Come back to me." His eyes burned with emotion, with everything. "Always," he vowed. Then they roared off.
Chapter 9. Eldon. We'd gone back to the Rhode Island clubhouse to get some sleep, a shower, and to make some plans. I'd filled Colby in on everything that went on as soon as we made it in. His face had tightened with anger when I told him what happened to her roommate, but his eyes danced once I got to what Violet did. "Okay, let me get this straight," Colby snickered. Violet tried to fight a rapist, alone, in a bar, dressed up as a Playboy bunny. He waved his hands. No, excuse me, dressed as Elle Woods, dressed as a Playboy bunny. He corrected like that meant anything. I nodded. And she got a few good licks in? He asked. I nodded again, unable to speak through my fury as I thought of the bruises on her knuckles. She's badass, he grinned. I wasn't going to disagree with him on that one, but I couldn't stop thinking about her, not hesitating to go up against some lacrosse player twice her size without a thought because he'd hurt her friend. Couldn't stop thinking about her in that fucking outfit, my reaction to her desperate circumstances, the feel of her on the back of my bike, the way she'd kissed me before I left. She was mine. I'd told her that in the police station. I was fucking sick of fighting it, even though I knew I had to. I put my phone to my ear. Eldon, she breathed my name. My cock twitched, remembering the way her pussy tasted, how her mouth had tasted a few hours ago. You good, baby? I asked. Soraya's good, she answered. Or better, I think. I didn't tell her the specifics, but I told her that she's never going to see him again. I walked outside, out of earshot of anyone else. That's good, Violet. But I didn't ask how she was. I asked how you are. She paused as if confused, as if how she wasn't important. Because that was Violet. Her focus was on her friend, and rightfully so. But last night it opened some shit up for her. I saw it, heard it. It cut me to the fucking core. I'm fine, she said in a frail voice. You don't have to be fine, I told her. Her breath remained even on the other end of the phone. When I went to sleep at night, I thought of that sound, of the rain pounding against the outside of the car when I called her, of that steady breath. I used to think of metallic clangs, but now I thought of her breathing. I know, she whispered, but I'm okay. I feel good knowing he'll get what's coming to him. She cleared her throat. Does that make me a bad person? She asked shyly. Fuck no, it doesn't, I barked at her. It's impossible for you to be a bad person, Violet. I forced my voice to be softer this time. You're not a bad person either, Eldon. My cock twitched again at my name coming out of her mouth, at her soft tone, her gentle words, the way she spoke to me like she believed I was something, someone, worth her time. You don't know that, I argued. Yes, I do, she retorted in a whisper. Colby came outside, giving me a chin lift. I've got to go, baby, I told her. I fucking hated getting off the phone, but I was hungry to feel the death of the man who'd hurt her friend. Okay, will I see you before you go? Her tone was hopeful, vulnerable. Fuck. I'd been cruel to her, said shit I didn't mean, shit that still haunted me. Yet she continued to speak to me with that soft tone. I looked to Colby. He knew shit was happening between us, yet he hadn't said shit. I didn't think he'd say shit. Though he was loyal as fuck to the club, Violet was his friend. Saying anything to anyone would hurt her, and he knew that. Maybe, I said, not wanting to make a promise to her I couldn't keep. Okay, she mumbled, unable to hide the disappointment in her voice. It hit me square in the chest. Ice your hand, baby, I told her, remembering how red and angry it was. I will. Bye. Bye. I shoved the phone to my cut. Ready? I asked Colby. Ready, he bobbed his head. Wire in the Amber chapter got us all the details on the fuck who hurt her friend. We watched the place for the rest of the night, waiting for the right moment to go in. It wasn't hard to break into the fancy apartment he was staying in. The place was a mess of booze bottles and pills. He did the job for us, really. As much as I itched to make his death long, painful, and bloody, we had to be smart about it. There couldn't be any questions about the cause of death. No reason to look outward, especially after Violet getting in a fight with him the night before. Wire fucked with the security cameras in the apartment complex, so no one saw us come in. No one saw us leave, either. Cause of death would be ruled an overdose. No one would question it. No fingers would point to Violet, especially since the club's lawyers had already managed to get charges brought against him, and the cops who didn't take Soraya's statement in the first place. Tragic story of a rich boy who knew he was facing time in prison and took the coward's way out. Wish we could have made it last longer, Colby complained as we got in the SUV we'd parked down the street. Bikes were much too loud. We weren't wearing our cuts either. I trusted Wire to make sure we weren't caught on any cameras, but it was always better to make sure no nosy citizen could identify us. Yeah, I agreed, getting in the car. We didn't speak until I made a turn that took us the opposite way, rather than back to the Rhode Island clubhouse. We're making another stop, I informed him. Yeah? Colby asked, checking his clip. Cop who brought Violet out, I said, had his hand on her, in a way that was personal. Didn't like the way he looked at her. Colby's jaw was clenched. He the one she punched? I nodded. Because Violet did not only attack a rapist, she punched the cop who apparently didn't take her friend's report seriously. Colby grinned. She's very vocal about how the club needs to open the patch up to women. She'd make a good first member. Violet had not hidden how despicable she found it that the club's only roles for women were club girls or old ladies. She did not understand the power both sets of those women held. But it also amused the fuck out of me to watch her duke it out with Hanson about the long-established rules of the club, rendering him speechless once she was done with him. She'd make a good old lady, too, Colby added, looking at me. My hand tightened on the steering wheel. No more fucking talking. Colby didn't say another word. He didn't have to. The damage was already done. He'd said out loud what I'd been thinking since I tasted her lips. My gun at his temple woke him up. I smiled at the terror in his eyes. You got two choices, I informed him. I kill you right now, and trust me, that would be my choice. My trigger finger itched. Or you can live by packing whatever shit you can pack in the next 5 minutes and never come back here. You try to do anything stupid, we'll know. Wire had already hacked into every account this fucker had, already had him under surveillance. It was not an idle threat. They never were. I pressed the gun in harder. I know you owe a lot of people money. Know you like to gamble. Know you like your girls young, barely legal. My teeth grinded at that little gem Wire had unearthed from his search history. He was a cop in a college town. He liked fucked-up porn. He had power here. If we'd found any evidence that he'd done anything with that power, beyond not listening to a woman who was assaulted, which was crime enough, he wouldn't be getting any other fucking choices. As it was, I was still eager to kill the fucker. But it would be messy. Killing a cop would bring a lot of bullshit. Bullshit I was more than willing to deal with for Violet. But I also had a club to think about. We'll be watching you. So if you try to come back here, try to tell anyone about this little visit, or try to wear a badge somewhere else, it'll be back to choice number 1, I hissed. My personal favorite. The bitter stench of piss was overpowering as the coward's bladder let go. He did as we asked, so, unfortunately, I had no reason to kill him, but it meant that I would be going back to Violet without blood on my hands. In the literal sense, at least. I was covered in it, if you wanted to get metaphorical, which was why, among many other reasons, I had no business touching her, claiming her. But I did it anyway. Because, despite what she said, I was not a good man.
Violet. I had been a wreck since the second Eldon had roared off on the bike. Of course, I hid it from Soraya. She didn't need that from me. She needed a friend who gave her the space to be a wreck, to break down. And she did. She cried, cursed, let out all of the feelings she'd been holding on to so tightly. She agreed to see a therapist after I'd gently suggested it. And when I'd told her about Eldon and Colby's appearance, and that they intended to make sure that he was never heard from again. Her eyes had lit up with bloodlust I hadn't expected from her. "If only I could do it myself," she muttered. "I've binged How to Get Away with Murder because Queen Shonda wrote it and because it's a fucking great show, but I don't think I'd be able to put it to practice." She sighed. "And I don't think I have the heart for it." I squeezed her hand. "You have the biggest heart I know," I told her truthfully. "This does not define you." Her eyes welled as she looked at me. "I know," she whispered back. "I have great tits and an even better personal style. That defines me." We both burst out laughing, and I came to understand that friends, real ones, found reasons to laugh in even the darkest of times. The rest of the day was spent in sweatpants, watching Nora Ephron movies, and eating copious amounts of snacks we didn't normally keep in the house. I hid my unease from her, even as the night crept on and Soraya fell asleep on the sofa. There was no way I was going to be able to sleep, so I drank way too much coffee, even for me, and tried to work on my assignments. I failed at that. Trying to write a paper on the art and architecture of the Roman Empire was not something to do after 3 cups of espresso while worrying about the man you had a thing for who was murdering the man who'd raped your best friend. I settled for a particularly spicy fantasy trilogy, but even that felt wrong. So I just settled for staring at real housewives yelling at each other, my phone right beside me and the volume turned way down low so I could hear the rumble of a motorcycle. Except there were no motorcycles. There was a gentle tap at our front door, though. I jumped up so quickly I sent my empty coffee cup flying. It made a clatter, yet fortunately, Soraya did not stir. She hadn't when I'd been using an espresso machine at 3 a.m. either. She was deep in a sleep that she'd needed for weeks. I smoothed my hair and did my best to wipe crumbs off my sweats, cursing myself for not changing, or at the very least washing my face, but it was too late. The sun was teasing the horizon, and it served as the perfect backdrop for Eldon standing at my front door. He looked good. Beyond good. I could only assume he'd also been up all night, although not a hint of that showed on his face. I did a quick scan of his body. There were no obvious wounds, no blood, no signs indicating that he was hurt. My body sagged in relief. "I was worried about you," I told him, meeting his eyes once more. They were glittering with something I couldn't quite place. "You don't need to worry about me, Violet," he murmured softly. I stepped forward, desperate to be closer to him, to feel the heat of his body. He stiffened as I did so, but he didn't move backward. "I'll always worry about you," I whispered, grabbing onto the sides of his cut. When Eldon reached up to stroke my face, I closed my eyes, leaning into his hand. We didn't talk for a while. The birds greeting the morning took over the silence. "I need to go," Eldon said finally. I squeezed my eyes shut tighter. I had known this was coming. It wasn't like he could come in and everything would change. Soraya was on the sofa having just gone through a harrowing ordeal. That did not stop me from wanting to pounce on him, but me having sex with the man I was falling for was not really appropriate. When I was brave enough to open my eyes, he was staring at me. He likely had been the entire time. There was nothing else to say now. We both knew this wasn't the right time for us. Maybe there was no right time for us. His hand fell back to his side. I missed the weight of it right away. "Have a safe flight," I said weakly. Eldon didn't speak for a long time. "You're strong, Violet," he finally said, "but you don't have to be.
You're not alone.
His eyes burned with intensity.
I'll always be here for you.
And then, in direct opposition to what he'd just said, he turned his back on me. I watched the patch on his back move as he got into the SUV idling at the curb. Then it drove off. I stood there for a long time. Things were going well, which, of course, was when everything went to shit. Soraya and I finished summer school and took a trip to Nantucket for a few days in a beach house I'd rented, reading, relaxing, and pretending the rest of the world didn't exist. Eldon didn't call. It hadn't rained. I hadn't gotten arrested again. There was no reason for him to call. The fall semester started and I again loaded up on classes, taking meetings with advisors to see if I could finish even a semester early. My grades were good, great even. It was possible for me to graduate earlier, but the advisors didn't seem to understand why, since to be fully qualified as an architect, I'd need 3 more years of further study at least. I wasn't thinking about that, though. It made my heart race. All I was thinking about was my birthday, the end of my teenage years, and graduating college. I'd been so anxious to do everything my entire life. To finish junior high so I could go to high school. To graduate so I could see the world. To leave France and the French asshole to get into a college routine. Now I couldn't wait to get out of college so I could feel more like an adult. And yes, most of the reason for that had to do with Eldon. It meant, in my many fantasies at least, that we could become something. That we could share more than a few stolen moments, intense looks, proclamations of ownerships, phone calls in the rain. And me rushing college was, in a way, rushing toward the secret coming out, one way or another. Because after I graduated, I'd have to make choices, even if I didn't study at Brown for another 3 years. The plan had always been New York, maybe even London, to start interning at an architecture firm, work my way up, travel, get an apartment, live a fast-paced life, light years away from the kind of life I'd grown up in. That plan had always been firm. I'd fantasized about it millions of times to the point I knew the color of my sofa in my small but chic apartment, either in a brownstone in New York or some old brick house in Notting Hill. I hadn't accounted for life getting in the way, for my feelings to change, goals to change. Hadn't accounted for my fantasies to change into a quieter, warmer vision of life that felt more like me. I was struggling between 2 different futures. One that I'd wanted before I could remember. One I wasn't sure I wanted for the right reasons, because I'd just wanted anything that hadn't been my mother's life. And one that had changed because of a man. Something I promised myself I'd never do was warp my future so it fit around a man. Cut away pieces of myself so I was smaller, more malleable. Even though I know Eldon didn't want that for me. He was keeping away partly because Swiss might very well kill him, but also because he believed I deserved better. In short, I was a mess. I was also operating off far too much caffeine and nowhere near enough sleep. At least that problem was not unique to me. Everyone at this school and everyone in our household was dealing with that. When my phone rang, my stomach dipped. It wasn't raining, so it still could be him, although he could have been calling to declare that he couldn't live without me, that he was abandoning all of his noble intentions, that we'd ride off into the sunset. But it wasn't Eldon. It was my mother. I wasn't disappointed, or at least I shouldn't have been. I liked talking to my mother. She was animated, passionate about her life. She was funny. I hadn't known that my mother was funny. Hadn't known my mother was not a Stepford robot. I was getting to know her as a complete person. Beyond that, she was due soon. Her life was blooming. "Mom," I greeted warmly. "How are you? Is Swiss still sitting at the bar of the restaurant, glaring at everyone so they don't come in and make you cook?" My stepfather was somewhat protective over my mom. Now that she was pregnant, it was an entirely new level. Mom was determined to work in the kitchen of the restaurant right up until her due date. Swiss was determined to make sure that there were no patrons in the restaurant for her to cook for. I almost spoke again to see if she was still on the line when she didn't respond for several long moments. "Sweetie, I think you should come home," my mother said in a gentle tone that chilled my blood. One I'd only heard once before, when she was preparing to tell me my father was an abusive piece of shit who almost killed her. It was a tone used before bad news, before earth-shattering news. My back straightened. "What happened? Is it the baby? Did Swiss get into an accident?" My mind ran through all the possible, terrible things that could have happened, which were many when your stepfather was a member of an outlaw motorcycle club who likely broke the law and put himself in danger on a daily basis. But I'd never worried about such things until that very moment, until I was confronted with the perils of that life encompassed in my mother's tone. I'd never worried, not once, because I'd seen the way Swiss looked at my mother, with a love that seemed to soften the air around her, but also with a ferocity that made me believe that he would defeat anything and anyone who dared try to take him from the things he loved. It hit me just then that I'd truly believed my stepfather could and would defeat death, law enforcement, natural disasters, and everything in between. But no one, not even someone as badass as Swiss, was immune to reality. My body started to vibrate with fear that I'd never experienced in my life. I felt as if I'd been walking happily, and this phone call had hurtled me off a cliff I didn't even know was right beside me all along. "No, we're all fine, Violet." Mom's words were warped, as though she spoke from underwater, muffled and low. It took me a second to process them. "You're fine," I repeated. "Yes," she said firmly, but that gentle, ominous edge to her voice lingered. My mind ran quickly through all the possibilities, stuttering on gray eyes and the man they belonged to. "Is everyone at the club okay?" I demanded to know, an edge of panic leaking from my heart into my tone. My mother was still unaware of any connection I had to the biker old enough to be my father, yet in the midst of my panic, I was still protecting that secret. "Everyone at the club is fine," Mom reassured me. I let out a long breath, my limbs still taut. "It's your father, honey," she sighed. My heart thumped against my chest, my fingertips numb. "Did he hurt you again?" Fire crawled up my throat. "No," she yelled through the phone. "I'm really not good at this," she muttered. "He was found this morning. He's gone, honey." I gasped at the news, processing it. Gone. A euphemism for death, I deduced. Dead. I chewed at my lip. My father was dead. My breathing returned to normal soon after my heartbeat did. My limbs relaxed. "Violet?" Mom's voice was saturated in concern and louder than normal. I got the impression it was not the first time she'd said it, trying to get my attention. "I'm getting on a plane," she declared. "I'm coming to get you." My body jerked. "Mom, you are not getting on a plane. You're about to give birth to your baby." "I have 2 babies," she corrected, "and one of them just lost her father." Lost. Like I wanted to find him in the first place. Like he was something precious to me. Maybe he had been. Or maybe the idea of him was. "He wasn't my father," I stated bluntly, my voice colder than I'd intended. "Sweetie, yes, he was." Mom's voice was thick with hurt and grief. Not for herself, surely. My father had beat her for years, tortured her, and almost killed her. My mother was a good person with a great heart, but even she would not be grieving that man. The hurt was for me. "No," I told her, staring at myself in the mirror of my room. My cheekbones were high, sharper than normal because I was overloaded on classes that were getting harder and harder. I was existing on processed snacks and black coffee, hence the dark.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
Circles under my eyes, which, contrasting against my ivory skin, made them seem an off-purple hue, similar to my irises. "We'll get you on a plane, sweetheart," Mom pressed on. "You can come home. I know your grandparents will be having a service." "I'm not going." I blew out a heavy breath. "I want to be there for Grandma and Grandpa, and I will be. I just won't be there." I didn't know what kind of service my father would even have. Before I left for France, there would have been hundreds of people there. Important people. People he'd spent years sucking up to, throwing parties for, making sure his family looked perfect for, better than theirs for. But my father's fall from grace had been swift. He'd lost everything. My grandparents cut him off. And I understood how fickle and false the circles he'd been running in were. Once he wasn't a member of the country club, he no longer existed to those men he'd golfed with for years. He'd died alone. I thought of the man who had gripped my wrist months ago, how desperate he was, how pathetic. Then, without wanting to, I thought of him kissing my head when I'd woken up from a nightmare. He'd promised monsters weren't real, that I was safe. The man who read all of my school papers before I submitted them, concentrating on every word I wrote, smiling with pride. It was one thing to hate a father who was pure evil, who had tortured my mother for years. It was quite another to hate a man who had been both evil and my father. "Violet?" my mom asked with concern. I realized she must have said something, and I hadn't replied. "Sorry, Mom. What did you say?" I rubbed my eyes. There was a wetness there that made me angry. I scrubbed it away. "You're not betraying me by honoring the memories you have of your father, sweetheart. He was your father. You don't have to choose a side in this. You don't have to hold on to your anger. You can be sad about losing him." My heart stung at her words and all of the pain bubbling up. "I already lost him, Mom," I choked out. "Sweetheart." "Mom?" I cleared my throat. "I promise I'm okay, and I'll be home soon, okay? For the baby. I've got assignments. They're important." "I'm sure your professors will understand," she tried. "I can call them." "No," I replied more firmly this time. "Mom, I can't. I just need to get my work done, okay?" Her extended pause told me that she was considering pushing it, that she heard how close I was to breaking. I prayed she didn't. I didn't need to be prodding at things I'd buried. I especially didn't need to be doing it right now. I'd push all of these problems down until I graduated, and maybe a while after that. I'd manifest them in unhealthy ways and spend thousands on therapists when I was in my 30s, like a normal person. "Okay," Mom relented, and I let out a breath of relief. "But I want you to call me," she added, "every morning, and if it gets to be too much, I can send someone up to get you." I stifled a groan. "Mom, I'm an adult. If it gets to be too much, I'll just drink myself into a stupor." "Not funny, Violet," she snapped. Okay, I sighed. "I promise that I will change my flight if need be, but I really need to get these papers done." I stared at the books surrounding me, the words now nothing but a mess of shapes. "I'm here if you need me, darling," Mom whispered, her voice cracking. It took everything in me not to break down. "I know, Mom," I murmured. "I love you. I've got to go." "Love you," she called, and I hung up the phone. I stared, blinking at myself in the mirror for a while. Who knew how long I would have sat there? All day, maybe. But luckily, I had roommates who were not worried about protecting my personal space. "Oh my God, I just did a hot yoga class? Hungover. I've never been closer to death in my life," Soraya exclaimed the second she walked through my door, collapsing on my bed dramatically, as she did everything dramatically. I quickly turned, staring at where she had sunken onto my throw pillows, arranged neatly on my bed as they were every morning after I woke up. My life may have been a mess, but my space couldn't be. "Messy house, messy mind," my mother used to say. I'd only recently come to understand that our home was always immaculate, not because my mother didn't want a messy mind, but because she didn't want my father to beat the shit out of her. My dead father. Soraya frowned at me. "What happened? Is it your mom? Is she in labor?" She sat up in excitement. Soraya thought it was amazing that my mother was pregnant, that I was going to have a baby brother when I was almost 20 years old. She'd already been shopping up a storm. She'd met her and Swiss when they came to visit and instantly fell in love with them. Mom had also instantly loved Soraya because it was impossible not to. "No," I replied, preoccupied with worries about this news and what it might do to Mom. Her due date was in a week and a half. I was leaving in a week to go and be with her. "It's my dad," I said, voice far away. "He's dead." Soraya's mouth opened, yet she didn't speak, lost for words. I'd never seen her lost for words. "Holy fuck," she eventually whispered. "And I just came in here talking about hot yoga. I'm such an insensitive asshole. I'm so sorry, babe." I knew she probably wanted to hug me right then, comfort me because that was the kind of person Soraya was. But she also knew me really well by now and was incredibly good at reading people and their body language. Therefore, she understood being hugged was the last thing I needed. Being hugged meant this was real, that I was grieving for my father. And that wasn't true. You didn't grieve for monsters. "What do you want to do?" She literally jumped off my bed, moving into action. I knew she was not going to leave me alone no matter what I said. And I also knew, no matter what I said to my mother, there was no way in hell that I was going to concentrate on assignments. Likely, the healthiest way to deal with this was to go on a walk, get fresh air, sunshine, perspective. Talk it out with Soraya, who would listen without judgment. Maybe then come home, drink tea, make something healthy to eat, take a long bath, and feel better, fresher, more able to handle this situation. Yes, that was the healthiest way to deal. "I would like to get very, very drunk," I said. Soraya clapped her hands. "I'll get the tequila." Chapter 10. It had been hours. We'd started in the living room. Then we'd gone to a dive bar that had cheap drinks, great wings, and didn't card. We'd hustled a couple of douchebags in a game of pool. They'd left after trying to stiff us the $50 we'd won fair and square. Soraya had stood up to them, ready to choose violence if need be, but Stan, our bartender with a handlebar mustache and a take-no-shit attitude, had rounded the bar and said something like, "You want to pay these two girls, or you want to try your luck picking on someone your own size." Stan technically wasn't their own size. Well, he was the size of both of them put together, so that worked. Both men had handed over the money and left after that. Soraya had kissed Stan on the cheek in a thank you, and he'd blushed before murmuring that we'd both have to eat a cheeseburger before he served us any more booze. We had finished the cheeseburgers happily. Soraya had murmured something about calling some contacts to get us the good weed. Then she'd gone outside to call them since there was interestingly no cell service in our little dive bar. It was nice. It was dark and cool in there, and there was no possible way for the outside world to sneak in. I was chewing on a cold fry, thinking of exactly nothing when a man walked up to my table. "Someone like you shouldn't be sitting alone," he drawled. The man who spoke was wearing an affliction tee, had on designer jeans, was about 10 years too old to be a student on campus, and likely came here to try to pick up drunk college girls. There was a whole breed of these assholes, trying to act younger than they were, trying to impress younger women with their flashy, tacky shit. He probably had a wife at home. Someone like me, a woman, should be able to sit alone and not be bothered by assholes, I countered, slurring some of my words. resting my elbow on the table and cradling my chin in my hand. His face contorted in irritation.
You don't have to be such a bitch.
I rolled my eyes. Yes, because a woman who rejects you must be a bitch instead of, sane and reasonable to not want to catch a venereal disease. His cheeks reddened, and he stepped forward. To do what? I didn't know. The bar had become more crowded in the time we'd been here. More students had come here to blow off steam, so Stan was busy at the bar. But the man did not make it any closer to me. Someone grabbed him by the back of that affliction shirt and snarled, "Walk the fuck away." A very familiar voice. The sleazy guy quickly scuttled off, not even trying to face off against the man who could snap him in two without hesitation. Now it was just me and him. I wiped my dry eyes to bring him into focus. It took a couple of tries. There were 3 of him, then 2. Then Eldon materialized in much too stark detail for my liking. Wasn't that why I was drinking so much? To make the edges of everything softer, blurry so the edges wouldn't cut me quite so much. "What are you doing here?" I asked. I had intended on making the question biting, accusing, loud. But it came out quiet and flat. The effort it took to speak and stare at him drained me.
"What do you think I'm doing here?"
he growled, rounding the table and pulling me from my chair. I expected him to drag me out of the bar, to curse me for drinking, for being alone in a bar, for whatever else I'd done wrong in his eyes. But to my surprise, he didn't do any of those things. He cupped my face in his hands, so gently, and stared into my eyes. Suddenly, I was devastatingly sober, and all of the feelings I'd been drowning in booze came surging forward. "Kiss me," I whispered. "I need to taste something other than tequila and sadness." His searing gaze dropped to my lips at my plea, my words so similar to the ones uttered on a rooftop when we were strangers. But he didn't hesitate like he did then, not for a moment. His lips found mine, not the same way they did on that rooftop, but softer, more knowing. This was not a frantic, desperate kiss. I didn't quite know what it was. His face hovered in front of mine. Music thumped from somewhere far away. People were laughing, talking on another planet. We were the only ones there. "You can't keep on saving me," I rasped, breathless.
"Can't I?"
His gaze pinned me, brushing hair from my face.
"Because I will. Long after this is over, when you've found yourself a different life, a better man. When I'm nothing but a memory for you, I'll still be there. Happy that you found what you deserve and watching to make sure no fucker takes that from you, taints it, hurts what's mine."
My hackles went up, even while my heart grew to an aching size in my chest upon hearing his words. "You mean this future, this ridiculous future that I apparently have no say in, when I'm with another man?" I couldn't even finish the sentence, sickened by the mere prospect. "When I'm with another man," I repeated, just because I wanted those sour words, that bitter thought to poison him, too. "You think I'll still be yours?" His expression didn't waver. No fury danced in his eyes.
"Yes, Violet, you'll always be mine."
"I leave you for 5 minutes and this is what I find?" A voice cut into the moment. Both of our heads turned to regard Soraya, looking at us with her hands on her hips. She did not look surprised. "Took you long enough?" It took me a second to realize she was talking to Eldon. I looked between the two of them. "You called him?" I asked Soraya, trying to move out of Eldon's grasp. That only served to have him tuck me into his side. I leaned into him on instinct, comforted by the softness of his cut, the scent that was unique to him. "Of course I called him," she said as if it was obvious. "Now, I know a girl needs her best friend throughout the tough times in her life, and I'll always be here for you. But I know that there are also jobs better suited for a tall, very attractive biker who looks like he might just burn down this bar if you told him you were cold." She winked before her eyes went to Eldon. "You got this?" she asked. His response was a quick dip of his chin. "Good." She walked forward, kissing my cheek. "I'm here for you, babe. Whenever, wherever. Just like Shakira said." Her eyes turned more serious, sadder. "But right now you need to go home." Home. She didn't mean to the house we shared together. She meant Garnet, New Mexico, not Carver Springs. Maybe that had been my home when I believed the lies that had made up my childhood. But Garnet was my home. "What about you?" I asked with concern. "Well, I've got a date with a hot blonde." She grinned wickedly, motioning to a pretty girl sitting with her friends 2 tables over. She was staring at Soraya. "As long as you'll be safe," I told her, already worried about my friend who was finally beginning to heal, to date. Something sparked in her eyes, but it was gone as quickly as it arrived. "Of course I will. Call me when you get home." And then she was gone. Once again, it was just me and Eldon. I didn't say anything more about that future, the one where I was with another man. I didn't say anything. I just let him walk me out of the bar. Despite how drunk people were, the crowds parted for him effortlessly. It was impressive.
"Don't want you to freak out,"
he said when we made it outside. I had been expecting it to be bright, but night had long fallen. We'd been in that bar for hours. I was a mix between drunk and hungover. My head was throbbing. "I'm already freaking out by you telling me not to freak out."
"Your mom went into labor not long after you got off the phone with her,"
he told me calmly. "What?" I shrieked.
"Told you not to freak out,"
he commented. I scowled, fumbling for my phone, which was buzzing with notifications. I had a bunch of missed calls from Mom, Swiss, Freya, Macy, Caroline, pretty much everyone at the club. "Are they okay?" I demanded, thinking of all of the things that could have gone wrong, thinking of Swiss losing his first little baby.
"They're fine,"
Eldon replied firmly.
"Both your mom and your brother."
I sagged in relief, but that only lasted a moment. "We've got to go," I snapped. "Like right now." Eldon put his hands on my shoulders to stop me running off into the night.
"No,"
he said gently.
"You're gonna go back to your place, have a shower, some coffee, sleep. Then we'll take the first flight out in the morning."
I gaped at him. "Are you crazy? I have to be there for my mom." He nodded.
"First, you need to be there for yourself."
I froze at his words, sat with the knowledge of what they meant. I was only half sober, which meant I was half drunk. I'd barely slept 8 hours in the past 5 days. I was a mess. And I did not want to meet my baby brother smelling like a dive bar and looking a mess. Nor did I want my mom to be worrying about me on the day she gave birth and was likely exhausted and ecstatic. Surely she was already worrying about me since no one had been able to get a hold of me. Shit. "Okay," I conceded. Eldon waited while I showered, waiting with a strong cup of coffee and some toast when I emerged, hair dripping on my shoulders while clutching the towel tight around me. He was so large in my bedroom, sitting on my bed. Everything about the moment felt incredibly surreal, right down to the arrival of my baby brother and the departure of the man who was supposed to be my father. I felt joy, sadness, anger, resentment, worry. All of those things came rushing at me with the hot shower, the coffee, and the food. There was a reason that I'd decided to drink myself into oblivion, because oblivion was wonderful. Now I had to deal with all of these feelings in addition to a hangover. And Eldon seeing me like that, not exactly what I'd wanted. I also felt oddly self-conscious being naked around him. He'd seen me naked before. He'd seen the most intimate parts of me, tasted them. The mere memory sent desire shooting to the base of my spine. But that was a lifetime ago, when I was infatuated with him, held captive by nothing but need. Since then, he hadn't touched me beyond a few kisses. There was more than infatuation between us now. The stakes were much higher. "Are you staying here?" I asked meekly, still clutching the towel to my body. Eldon's eyes stayed on mine.
"You think I'd leave you?"
My knees knocked together as I shook my head slowly.
"Can sleep there."
He gestured his head to the armchair in the corner that was stacked with textbooks and vetoed outfits. I raised a brow. "Do you want to sleep there?" I asked.
"Fuck no,"
he replied instantly, eyes still not moving downward. The air crackled between us. Though I had previously been overcome by everything happening in my life, by everything that needed to be handled outside this room, it suddenly became very clear that it was just us in the room. Until morning, at least. And I did not intend to waste that time. My towel dropped to the floor. Eldon let out a hiss. I didn't move, nor did he. He just stared at me, gaze skimming from my head to my toes.
"Come here, Violet,"
he ordered, voice smooth and rich. I didn't hesitate to go to him. He opened his legs, and I walked in between them, his hands landing on my hips, pulling me to him so his head rested on my naked belly. My hands found his hair, running through it. Every nerve ending in my body was awake, aware, hungry. But we stayed like that for a long time, until Eldon lifted his head and looked up at me. His gaze stole the air from my lungs.
"Get on your back, Violet."
My spine tingled, my knees shook. I didn't move, because I couldn't, which was fine since I had a very capable, very powerful biker holding on to me. I was on my back in seconds. Eldon stood there, staring down at me, cataloging every piece of my skin with hungry, wild eyes. Then his hands found the backs of my legs and he, not gently, pulled me so I was at the edge of the bed. He was kneeling, and my legs were over his shoulders. Then his mouth was on me. Then he split me apart, repeatedly. At some point, when I must have had a break from reality, Eldon had taken off his boots, his cut, and his shirt. He kept his jeans on, though. I blinked my way back into existence, staring at his hard cock through his jeans. I sat up, licking my lips.
"Violet," he growled. "Don't fucking look at me like that. I'm holding it together, but barely."
I frowned up at him. "Why do you need to hold it together? I want you." His eyes glittered.
"I want you more than anything on this fucking planet right now,"
he admitted, voice rough. My insides did a somersault.
"But," he continued, "I'm not taking you now. Not like this. You may not think it's true, may piss you off for me to say this, but you're vulnerable right now.
He trailed a finger lazily down my neck.
But I wanted to give you something. I'm also a greedy fuck and needed to taste your cunt again.
My body shook from the force of his words.
But I'm not taking you,
he repeated firmly.
Not now.
I bit my lip in frustration. I wanted to argue, very fucking badly. But he had made up his mind. I saw it with the hardness of his jaw, the cords in his neck that were carved from marble. Plus, Eldon may not have complete control around me, but he would never do anything that he thought would hurt me. It wasn't the right time. Okay, I agreed slowly. But let me give you something. I leaned forward, my hands on his belt. Eldon grasped my wrist, stopping me.
Violet,
he warned, but his voice was thick, wild. I gazed up at him, sinking down to my knees. I want to do this, Eldon. His hands stayed around my wrist for several moments, his body strained, his lips thinning. But he finally let my hand go. I smiled wickedly, making quick work of his belt and freeing him. He was big, which was no surprise. My hand scaled down his length softly, reveling in the way his body jerked at my contact, the hiss of breath I heard from above me. I may have been on my knees, but I had all the power right then. I'm going to suck you, I whispered, looking up at him. All of you. You're going to give me all of you. Eldon's face was contorted with hunger, need. He was mine. So I didn't hesitate to take all of him in my mouth. He let out a strangled growl as I took him in farther, his hands going to the back of my head, tangling in my hair, yanking at the strands. He was teetering off the edge. He was going wild. This man who held so tightly on to control, everywhere but with me, with everyone but me. That's what had me sucking him hungrily. What sent one hand between my legs as my desire crawled up again with this act. I moved faster with my mouth, in tandem with me working myself between my legs. His breathing got heavier, his strong thighs trembling as I worked him and myself relentlessly. I trailed my tongue along his length, languishing in the power I had, in the way his entire body was shaking. Eldon let out a low growl that sent shivers down my spine. As I reached the apex of my own pleasure, he emptied himself into me, and I took all of it, all of him, greedily. The second he was done, Eldon didn't hesitate to lift me off my knees, walking us both to my bed. I promptly curled up against him, almost completely on top of him.
Fuck, Violet,
he rasped, stroking my hair.
You're my bad little girl, aren't you?
Yes, I breathed against his chest. Yours. We fell asleep like that, tangled in each other, exhausted from what we'd done, what we'd started again, what would never end between us. Chapter 11. He is the most precious thing I've ever held in my hands, I whispered, looking at the closed eyelids of my sleeping brother. He was still gripping my finger, even in the middle of his slumber. He had slept everywhere but the bassinet the hospital provided. Most of the time he was in his father's large, comfortable arms. Swiss was in love with his son. His eyes gleamed with a fierce kind of love that showed me that my brother was protected, adored. Swiss had the family he deserved. My mom, propped up in her hospital bed, barely looking tired and glowing with happiness, had the family she deserved. She had been relieved to see me arrive at the hospital in the late afternoon. Eldon and I had been up at dawn to catch our flight. not speaking as we got ready in the morning, and the trip itself had been quiet. It was strange to do something as benign as travel with him through an airport. Everyone stared at him, because of the cut, maybe, but also because he was something to stare at. He was imposing in a way that had nothing to do with his muscles, the topaz gaze, strong jaw, or even his badass goatee, one that had marked the inside of my thighs last night, and had eyes that anyone would ache to have land on them. I'd scowled at the women shamelessly checking him out in the security line, and I'd felt an irrational amount of anger that I couldn't shout out that he was mine. So, fueled by jealousy, I'd slipped my hand into his after we'd retrieved our bags from the X-ray belt. He didn't have anything but a small duffel, and he refused to let me even roll my compact suitcase. He'd frozen when my small hand slipped into his large one. My stomach twisted, preparing for his rejection. But instead of letting me go, he held me tight, pulling me in for a quick but firm kiss on the lips. It was a thrill, like a rebellion to walk through that airport without our secrets, without pretending we weren't something to each other. It felt right. No one stared at us. Well, beyond the people who stared at Eldon. When I passed a mirror, I saw a bearded man with icy eyes and a Sons of Templar cut, with a shorter woman, her eyes bright, hair pulled off her face. Though I wasn't wearing any makeup, I didn't look young, didn't look like it was ridiculous for us to be together. We fit. Until we didn't. Until Eldon subtly but purposefully created distance when we landed in New Mexico. It stung, burned, even though I knew it was the right choice. I pushed it to the back of my mind when I made it to the hospital. When I told everyone half-truths about where I'd been, what I'd been doing. I had been studying. Then I had been drinking at a bar without cell service. Then I went home to sleep before flying here. I told my mother all of this, not having to make eye contact because I was too busy falling in love with my brother. Neither my mother nor Swiss had any inkling I was lying because they were both tired and distracted by their world growing bigger and more beautiful. "I want to hold him forever," I whispered, rocking him gently. "You can hold him for however long you want, though you may have to fight me and his dad," Mom countered with a tired smile. "But you also can change his diapers and deal with sleepless nights so you don't get any ideas." I scoffed at the mere idea. "Mom, a woman can say she loves a baby without her womb and ancient procreation instincts taking over all rational thought." "Well, just in case," she muttered. "I'm too young to be a grandmother. Plus, I don't want to be on Jerry Springer when I have a grandson the same age as my actual son." I stared at her. "Considering I haven't just given birth and am not planning to, I think you're good." "She's just tired, aren't you, Countess?" Swiss murmured, kissing her head. "You just created a whole world today." The moment felt precious, soft, stolen. I gently placed my brother down in his cradle, where he wouldn't likely be for long, and quietly left the room. I leaned against the wall outside the hospital room, closing my eyes. Everything felt very unreal. My brother was here. My father was dead. I had to call my grandparents. I was overcome with guilt that I hadn't done that already. They had lost their son, even though they'd cut him off the second I sent a letter to my grandmother, telling them everything. My grandmother had come to visit my mother in Garnet not long after that. Then she'd stopped by Brown to see me, informing me that they would never speak to my father again. They'd chosen me and my mom over him, without any hesitation. A choice that couldn't have been easy. They were good people. They loved their son. They could not understand how he'd turned into what he was. They'd accepted the whole new life that my mother had created. They came for Christmas, got along with Swiss. But they lost their son. So I had to call them. Once I figured out what to say, how to speak to them, how to say I was sorry he was dead when I didn't know if I was. Maybe I was. Maybe I had been harboring yet another fantasy of him having some kind of wake-up call after losing everything, him redeeming himself, changing, turning into a good man. But even I knew that there was no redemption after what he'd done for years. There was no story where he changed completely and became the father I deserved, the son my grandparents deserved. This ending, though painful, was the best we could have hoped for. The door closed gently, then Swiss leaned against the wall beside me. "He's lucky," I whispered, "my brother, to have you as a dad."
"I'm lucky," he countered, "to have him, your mom."
His head turned toward me.
"You," he added. "I know you're protecting your mom," he continued. "Know that you're hurting, even if you don't want to be, even if it pisses you the fuck off. You lost something. Even if it wasn't him, it was the idea of what he could have been. The memories of what he was before all this shit came out. You're allowed to hurt, darling."
Like his words, his stare was soft and unyielding.
"And I know that no matter what I tell you, you're not gonna stop protecting your mother. But I don't know if you've noticed, I'm kind of a badass." He grinned. "You don't have to protect me from shit. You can hurt, Violet. It's okay."
Maybe it was his steady and understanding voice. Maybe it was the creeping exhaustion of the past few months. Maybe it was just because I couldn't pretend anymore. But the second Swiss put his arms around me, I buried my face in his chest and sobbed. For a long time. I did not attend my father's funeral. My grandparents did not mention it when they arrived in Garnet a few days after Declan's birth. They looked tired. My grandmother didn't look as flawless as she usually did. Her eyes were red, the creases in her face deeper somehow. But she still fussed endlessly over Declan, still arranged all the gifts she bought him around the adorable nursery. My grandfather was quiet. He, like everyone else, doted on the new member of the family, but his smiles were sad. His eyes looking at his grandson, but also seeing the son he had lost. I know both of them felt uncertain about their connection to him, worried that they had no claim. I also knew Swiss had some kind of talk with them that changed the atmosphere, made them surer of their roles. He was a good person, the best. My mother and brother were safe with him. I was safe with him, as long as I kept my secrets, my truth, far from him. It was at some point during the time spent at home after Declan's birth that I realized how bad things would get if he ever found out about me and Eldon. It would break apart the idyllic family they'd worked so hard to create. So even though it hurt me, even though it killed me, I did not seek Eldon out again while I was back in Garnet. He didn't seek me out either. It hurt. Even though I was a woman, was capable of making the first move, going out and getting what I wanted, I couldn't make that choice, couldn't decide to go and ruin both of our lives. And as horrible as it was for me, I resented him for not making that choice either. It hadn't rained in 2 months, which was why I didn't hear from him. The bitter cold brought biting wind, dreary days, and the threatening prospect of snow, but it never did. And it didn't rain, so Eldon didn't call. Even though I'd been faced with hard truths in Garnet after Declan's birth, I'd had some kind of warped idea that that night might have changed something, might have shifted things between us. But of course, Eldon was still beholden to the club, though he never said it out loud. I knew I'd never be his. Not with my stepfather being his brother in everything but blood. I may not have had a huge amount of experience with outlaw motorcycle clubs, but I was quickly understanding the dynamics, and it was easy to see how seriously they took their commitment to the club. It sent me into a spiraling depression, probably not entirely because of Eldon. I assumed at least part of it was about my father's death and everyone tiptoeing around me, waiting for me to have some kind of reaction, any kind of reaction. Soraya was worried. She'd gently suggested I go to see her therapist. It had helped her greatly. It was a good idea, I knew that. It was healthy. And it was irresponsible for me to shove things down. Still, I'd refused just as gently as she'd offered. She also didn't leave me alone, dragging me to and from every party she went to, which was a lot, even though we were both bogged down with work due before the Christmas break. There was barely a moment to pause, to suck down coffee and scarf some muffins that Ollie made before I was out the door, back only to shower and change into whatever outfit suited the theme of whatever party we were going to. One of the many parties was where I met him. When I was vulnerable, angry, and vicious enough not to gently rebut his advances. Because as much as I wanted to tell every guy who hit on me to go and fuck himself, I couldn't. Since once a man was rejected, he was unpredictable. He could have spiked my drink, followed me home to try to rape me, that kind of thing. Or maybe I was just sick of rejecting them. Maybe I was sick of looking down my nose at college boys, measuring them up against a man I would never have. The reason didn't matter much. All that mattered was that I met him, let him flirt with me, let him take me out on dates. When he mentioned his parents were in Europe for Christmas and he didn't have the time to go because of his winter internship, I didn't even know those were a thing. I invited him back to Garnet with me. I don't know why I brought him. No, that was a lie. I knew exactly why I brought the nice, square-jawed lacrosse player home for the holidays. To the Sons of Templar clubhouse where there was a Christmas Eve party happening. This time of year was tense for the club, I'd come to learn. It was the anniversary of the massacre that happened when some rivals— I was sketchy on the details since no one told me them because I was too young, too sheltered, whatever the fuck— had come in and killed almost everyone in the entire club. It felt far away, yet much too close at the same time. Far away because, up until the time I found myself in Garnet, New Mexico, I had lived a sheltered life. My father's death had been the only time I'd been touched by death, and even that I had forced away, hadn't let myself think it affected me. Death hung heavy over the club, the loss they'd endured. I hadn't experienced it fully last year, not with my mom being adamant to keep me away from the club this time of year. Now they were her family. Now, although she was worried about me, we were fully immersed in the club. Not that there weren't smiles, happiness, and gleeful children running around with candy canes in their little fists. There was all of that. But I didn't miss the sadness tinged in the eyes of Macy, one of the only survivors of the massacre. Her, Hanson, and Jagger. They didn't make it feel sad, yet that sadness silently seeped from each of them, just as it invisibly did from the paint on the walls. A chaotic Christmas, bursting with family. I'd never experienced anything like it. All of our Christmases had been decorated, curated to perfection. although I'd only truly seen this with the gift of hindsight. As a child, I hadn't known any better. I'd been excited for Santa, for the gifts, the food, the special kind of magic that only came in December. It was only now that I realized the way my mother, already tightly wound, was tenser than usual, skittish, obsessed with the decorations, the cookies, the Christmas party we threw every year. It was only now that I understood my mother was doing everything in her power to avoid getting the shit beaten out of her by my father. But even then, even being as naive as I was, I understood there were rules, that I wasn't supposed to rip my presents open with abandon. I was to carefully pull them apart, not to make a mess. There was no screaming, no acting out in front of my father's guests at the Christmas party. There was a specific way to act. It went unsaid, but the silent words were spoken loud enough for even a 5-year-old to hear. It was never as stark, what I hadn't had, what my father had taken from us, as it was the first Christmas we had with the Sons of Templar, the first Christmas I saw my mother with a man who respected her, adored her, worshipped the ground she walked on, who was completely hands-on with my brand-new brother, who didn't expect my mother to take care of everything while his life remained the same. No, he changed diapers, he got up at night. He did whatever he could to make my mother's life easier. She moved differently, floated around the kitchen of the house he bought her, not worrying if a gingerbread man had wonky legs or was fatter than his counterpart. There was a lightness to her eyes that I didn't know existed. Of course, these things brought about feelings of joy, but it wasn't that simple. There was the guilt, the overarching and near crippling guilt that I'd been too preoccupied with the latest makeup set, doll, or pair of sneakers to see the sheer terror underneath my mother's false smiles. That I had lived an entire lifetime not noticing what she was going through. Then there was the sadness that came along with that. Sadness that my mother had gone through that. Then the more shameful anger, the constantly simmering fury that my mother went through that for years. Resentment that she didn't leave, didn't take me away so I wouldn't have to carry around this burden for the rest of my life. I knew that was a selfish and disgusting way to think, but I couldn't help it. I hated myself for it, but it didn't stop the way I felt. That anger and resentment receded with each moment I got to spend with my mom, Swiss, and my little brother. You couldn't be around them without your heart filling with hope that maybe real love, that fairy tale, Hallmark, Disney type of love, existed after all. I'd never seen my mother truly alive, especially at Christmas. So there I was, sabotaging it by playing games, by making my mom's eyes light up when I turned up at her door with a boy in tow. He was everything most parents wanted their daughter to bring home. Clean cut, neatly pressed shirt, blue eyes, impeccable manners. He wouldn't let me carry a bag, insisted on addressing my mom and Swiss as Mr. and Mrs. Carter. He didn't even blink at Swiss, the muscled, menacing outlaw biker. He took it in stride, not showing an ounce of the breeding that would have urged him to look down on people in motorcycle clubs. He played with my brother, held him with experience, explaining that his sister had 2 kids he adored, and all in all acted like the perfect guy. My mother lapped him up like I knew she would. Swiss was a little more hesitant, not just because he was crazy protective, which he was, but because he was an outlaw biker who wasn't impressed with square jaws, pleases and thank yous, and pressed shirts. I presumed there was some kind of alpha male test he was conducting on Bennett, a test that he invariably failed, because Bennett, although he opened doors for me, pulled out chairs for me, and treated me with the utmost respect, was not a badass alpha. He was a rich kid from a respectable family who summered in the Hamptons and interned on Wall Street during the winter break. Swiss had got all this out of him like he was conducting an investigation. Bennett had offered all of the information freely, the ultimate parental pleaser. Unfortunately, Swiss was not that kind of parent, and that was just the beginning. My mom in Swiss's nice house in the New Mexico desert was kind to him, albeit with Swiss's steely glares and harder-than-necessary handshakes. It was when I took him to the Sons of Templar compound for Christmas dinner that I baptized him by fire. He did not deserve it. He may have been from a wealthy, waspy family who didn't believe in global warming and reminded me too much of my own upbringing. And he may have been in a rich frat and had friends named Chad who I wouldn't leave my drink alone with. But he was a disturbingly decent guy. We'd been on 3 dates. Actual dates, where he'd picked me up from our house and everything. My roommates had legitimately thought we were being robbed when he rang the doorbell and no one had ordered food or was waiting on a package. He took me out for dinner and paid each time, making it clear that it was because he picked the restaurant and arranged the date, so it was his responsibility, not because he believed I wasn't capable of providing for myself. He asked my fucking permission to kiss me after the 2nd date. He was an odd mix of the conservative first son belonging to the rich frat at an Ivy League, but he was also liberal when it came to dating and things like consent. I appreciated it, and it might have even worked for me. He might have even worked for me if I hadn't met Eldon. If I hadn't been kissed fiercely by a man who didn't ask for permission or forgiveness, who didn't give a fuck about the new rules of dating. All he cared about was claiming. Except he didn't claim me. Not physically. And that should have made the progressive, liberal feminist in me happy. It should have made me even more grateful to have found what passed for a decent guy in college. Especially after everything I'd been through thus far. He was the safe, comfortable route. I figured I deserved the safe and comfortable route. Yet I was bringing Bennett home for Christmas, knowing we were having Christmas dinner at the club, knowing that Eldon would be there. I was using this nice boy who genuinely liked me, who genuinely thought I was a nice girl, and I was throwing him to the wolves. I felt sick over it, guilty. I had lain awake in my bedroom, tossing and turning, trying to convince myself to pull the plug on things before it got ugly. I'd lain awake, tossing and turning, alone, because Bennett was staying in the guest room. Mom had been so happy to let me know that after a long fight with Swiss, which she ended by using her, and I quote, womanly wiles, Bennett would be staying in my bedroom. I'd been horrified, yet tried to hide it. As mentioned, Bennett was a gentleman, so I needn't have worried. He'd barely gotten to second base. He'd made it clear he was happy to go further, if I wanted. But I didn't. It felt vaguely like I was kissing a cousin. His lips were too soft, too moist, too hesitant. I'd barely been able to respond to the bumbling affection that did nothing to turn me on. I should have stopped it right there, knowing my body and needs well enough to understand he was the opposite of what I wanted. But I'd kept pretending I was interested, just not ready for the next step. He'd been respectful, patient, and so sweet my teeth hurt. Not because I had some master plan to bring him home and use him as a pawn in the twisted game I was playing with Eldon. That happened organically, after I'd continued dating him because I was trying to force myself into a more acceptable role. Luckily, Bennett was such a respectable guy that he gently declined my mother's offer of him putting his stuff in my room, saying he'd be more comfortable in the guest room, as his own mother wouldn't have heard of such a thing. This response should have made Swiss gloriously happy, but I swore I heard him mutter "pussy" under his breath. Both Mom and I had stared daggers at him, but Bennett either hadn't heard or was polite enough to pretend he didn't. "You okay, sweetheart?" Bennett murmured in my ear as we walked into the clubhouse for Christmas dinner. He hadn't so much as raised his brows as we pulled up to the biker compound with barbed wire on top of the gates, security cameras, and a parking lot full of Harleys. "I'm fine," I squeaked, his hand warm and dry in my own. My heart was thundering in my chest, and my own palm was not dry at all. Mom looked around from where she and Swiss were walking, heading into the building first. My brother was strapped to Swiss's chest. Yes, he walked around with a baby strapped to him without shame. He really pulled it off. My mother's brows furrowed. "Did you just squeak?" she asked with a grin. I poked my tongue out at her and focused on Bennett. I looked at his kind blue eyes, the softness of his smile, the clear affection and concern in his gaze. He liked me, and I did not deserve him. This was a big fucking mistake. It was too late to call it off, but I could recommit to making it work with a decent boy who wouldn't fuck me up and cause huge drama with the family I'd come to love. We stopped just inside to sounds of laughter, muted rock music, the clang of glasses, and the low rumble of alpha male conversations. I made sure not to look around the room and instead focused on Bennett. I reached up to straighten the collar of his shirt. Yeah, he wore a collared shirt to Christmas dinner at an outlaw motorcycle club. I'd had to tell him to take off the salmon-colored tie he'd paired with his sensible, expensive shirt, slacks, and loafers. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I asked, smoothing imaginary wrinkles on his shirt. "We can just go back to Mom's house, watch Christmas movies, and raid the liquor cabinet?" I asked hopefully. Bennett grasped gently, so gently it infuriated me, onto my wrists, pulling them upward so he could kiss them. I forced my body not to stiffen under his touch. "Sweetheart," he murmured. I fucking hated that endearment. "Although this definitely isn't like any Christmas dinner I've attended," he continued, thankfully unaware of the vague disgust I was feeling at the prospect of being his girlfriend and having those lips on me for a prolonged amount of time. His eyes skimmed the room behind me, the one I was too cowardly to look at yet. "Definitely not like any Christmas dinner," he repeated with a grin. "But I'm so glad to be here. Even if your stepfather does scare the shit out of me," he joked. I forced out a weak smile. "He's all bark and no bite," I reassured him. He sagged with relief. "Really?" I bit my lip. "Really," I lied. "Same with all the guys here. They're all teddy bears, really, just overprotective." Another lie, a big one. If I really wanted him to leave, I could have just told him that every man here would happily bury him where he'd never be found if he hurt me in any way. Bennett leaned in to kiss my head. I restrained a wince. "Well, I'm glad that you've got people looking out for you." My eyes squeezed shut and I breathed through his overpowering cologne, wishing to have a more positive response to him. But when I forced my eyes open, I found the response I'd been chasing. My entire body caught fire. My heart stuttered, breathing shallow. White-hot desire burned through my clothes. Eldon was not in the main room with everyone else, toasting, snacking, talking. No, he'd just walked in the door. The door we were basically blocking with this cringeworthy embrace. And he was pissed. Really fucking pissed. His cheeks turned red with fury. His eyes darkened with a kind of rage that seemed to shadow the entire room. His eyes left mine for a millisecond, scanning the room behind me. For what, I didn't know. But seconds later, I figured out he'd been looking to see if Swiss was paying attention to this part of the room. Otherwise, Eldon wouldn't have been able to do what he did. And what he did was stride forward and wrench me out of Bennett's arms. Not gently, but not enough to hurt either. Bennett hadn't been holding me that tightly. "Hey," Bennett said, not loudly enough to carry over the music or children screaming and laughing. Eldon had a tight grip on my upper arm. "Let me go," I snapped, not trying to pull my arm back. I was too busy savoring the way my entire body came alive at his presence, his touch, his scent. I was glaring up at him, and he was glowering at Bennett, who had puffed up his chest and stepped forward to do who knew what. "You let her go," he demanded, showing a side of him that was perhaps a bit possessive. But there was a hesitancy there, as most people would feel when faced with a fully pissed-off Eldon. "Not doing that," Eldon replied quietly. "And you're not gonna make a scene. You're gonna take your ass back to whatever country club spat you out, and I'm gonna have a word with Violet." Eldon did not wait for Bennett to argue like it looked like he was going to. No, he just commenced in dragging me down the hall. Although the clubhouse was crowded with members, families, and whomever else was connected to the club, somehow no one but Bennett noticed Eldon dragging me down the hall. Well, Colby noticed, his eyes flaring with surprise when they landed on me, or more accurately, Eldon's arm on me. But instead of raising the alarm, stepping in, or being chivalrous, he grinned wickedly at me. Traitor. Bennett had not followed us. He had just let me be dragged off by a dangerous and seriously pissed-off biker. Granted, the biker in question was 2 times bigger and infinitely more menacing than him, and armed, but still, as much as I believed that I was capable of looking out for myself, and my disgust for the trope of women being damsels in distress, only existing to be saved by men and to bolster up their sense of strength and glory, a girl wanted to be saved once in a while. "You cannot just rip me out of another man's arms," I hissed at Eldon as he pulled me down the hall. "He's no fucking man," he snarled. Yeah, snarled. "Any man holding on to you is on guard, prepared for some other fuck to try to take her from them, and is holding tight to make sure that never happens." He kept dragging me, not rough enough to make a point, while maintaining icy, furious, maddening eye contact. "Any man lucky enough to be holding on to you will fight to the fucking death to make sure you are theirs and only theirs." I pursed my lips as an ache formed between my legs. I was unsure of what to say to that since there really was no rational argument. Well, sure, there were a lot of rational arguments regarding the misogynist undertones in everything he'd just said. I could have pointed out that I was a human being with agency, autonomy, not someone to be owned, claimed. I was complicated, full of multitudes and complex thoughts. I wasn't an object to be owned by any man. But when it came to Eldon, there was nothing complicated about me. I was his. He owned me, for better or for worse. And when he opened the door to his bedroom with an energy of fury simmering around him, I knew it was for the worse. My blood sang with fear, my panties already damp in tandem with that fear. It excited me, made me feel alive. Eldon didn't look the least bit excited. His entire body was tense, his face etched into a glower. His whole body was trembling with fury. The door slammed shut behind us, and he pushed the center of my chest so I slammed into the wall, Not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough to make a point, to dwarf me with his strength. Make it known I was helpless around him. My knees were knocking together, and my pussy throbbed.
The first time I kissed you, I knew I was making a mistake before I did it,
he murmured, brushing hair from my face.
But I did it anyway because I had about as much choice as I did inhaling and exhaling. I told myself it would be once, so I could taste you. So I wasn't driving myself crazy, staying up all night wondering what your lips feel like.
His eyes scurried up and down my outfit. I was wearing a tight, plum leather skirt, knee-high boots, and a fitted plum sweater. Eldon liked it, it seemed, from the way his eyes flared as they ran over my body.
Now I stay up all night wondering what it would feel like to own every part of you.
He coiled a strand of my hair around his finger.
What it would be like to be worthy of you. The later parts of the night are spent hating myself for wanting you.
My heart was beating so fast, my entire body vibrated.
The last time we were together, your lips were around my cock.
His voice was soft and cutting at the same time. My breath caught in my lungs, or that's what it seemed. I was still standing, so I must have been breathing. Eldon's eyes turned to pits of fury.
So, what the fuck, Violet?
He leaned forward, palm still on the center of my chest. His fingers brushed against my nipples, which were already aching and hard. Although my body burned hot with desire, I tried with everything inside me to keep my expression placid. "What?" I asked sweetly.
You know what.
He leaned even closer to my mouth.
You brought that boy in here to his fucking death.
I tried to swallow the lump in my throat as I fought to roll my eyes. "Don't be so dramatic." I waved a hand dismissively, not breaking eye contact. "We both know you're not going to hurt him." That was kind of a lie. I'd never seen Eldon like this, so unhinged. I had no idea what he was going to do. "You're far too controlled for that. And if you did anything to him, you'd have to explain yourself, and you'd never do that." It was both a challenge and a statement. Most of me didn't want Eldon to do anything to Bennett, whose only crime was not seeing how messed up and uninterested I truly was. I definitely didn't want the club as a whole to have to deal with any kind of violence or drama on a holiday that was already difficult for them. But a tiny, ugly, unwelcome part of me wanted him to do it. Fight for me. Tear this fucking place apart for me. Because in this world, that would serve as a declaration that I was his. We wouldn't be some fucked up secret anymore. Eldon didn't break his furious stare, the air still thick around us. His mouth was inches from mine. My chest tingled under the weight of his palm. My body longed for more. Eldon didn't move. He didn't storm down the hall to make good on his promise. Which was a good thing, a wonderful thing. An innocent boy wasn't going to get the shit beaten out of him, and this holiday would not be ruined. Yet that ugly part of me was disappointed. It was hurt, and it wanted to strike out, draw blood. "What do you care who I fuck anyway?" I shot out, my words barbed, sharp. Eldon went stock still, but I wasn't done. "I simply did what you asked the last time I was in this room." I looked around his neat bedroom, remembering those biting words and the wounds from them that had refused to heal. "I found someone who is impressed by me." I parroted the hot, poisonous, and hurtful words.
"You're fucking him?"
he murmured, voice soft, or as soft as a blade could be. My body froze on instinct. out of some kind of default response when faced with someone deadly. Though I was scared, turned on, and about a million other things, I was also satisfied. I'd made an impact, evoked a reaction out of him. I kept my lips pursed shut. His eyes seared into me with icy blue fury.
He touched you, Violet?
His hand roamed from the center of my chest, skimming down my stomach and slipping under my sweater. My breath fractured as his calloused fingers ran over the skin of my stomach. I didn't answer his question. Couldn't. All of my effort was going toward breathing, standing, keeping eye contact with him as his fingers brushed my nipples.
If he has laid a hand on this perfect fucking skin, I will bury him so deep that even the worms won't be able to find him,
Eldon rasped, leaning forward so his lips barely brushed mine. Why would you? I stuttered against his mouth. What does it matter if he fucked me or not? What does it matter if I've fucked 10 boys in college? It's my right. I was baiting him when he was already furious. It was somewhat dangerous and irresponsible, but it also made everything inside me glow brighter. His hand found my nipple, tweaking just to the point of pain. My pussy flexed, and I let out a moan that had nothing to do with pain. Eldon's other hand pushed under my skirt, brushing up my thigh until he found the thin lace of my panties. He let out a low hiss, and his gaze turned feral.
It may be your right,
he agreed, fingers slipping in, parting where I was soaking wet for him. My back pressed against the wall as I struggled against the stars I saw as he found my clit.
But it will mean I'm gonna have to fuck you for hours to remove any memory of a boy who's been inside what's mine,
he growled, fingers plunging inside of me without warning. His palm found my mouth just as I let out a loud moan. Though we were at the end of the hall, you could still hear the party going on in the common room, the music, the muffled voices. Eldon's fingers paused inside of me, not moving as I ached for them to do. But maybe it was good because if he'd moved then, I would have exploded and likely lost the ability to stand.
Tight,
he grunted, his erection pressed into me.
You haven't let anyone else in here, have you, my good girl?
I couldn't form a response.
You're gonna answer me, Violet,
he demanded. His voice was so rough it grated against my skin, against every exposed nerve.
You haven't let anyone else in here, have you?
His fingers moved once more, but languidly. I moaned again as I slowly shook my head. But I'm not your good girl, remember? I ground out. I'm your bad girl. He exposed his teeth in a sinful grin. Then his fingers moved out of me, and my body tensed in protest. My pussy pulsated as he took the fingers that had been inside of me and put them in his mouth, tasting me. His eyes flared.
Need my cock inside you now.
His voice was tight, as if he were doing everything he could to control its tenor. His jaw was wired, taut, his lips pulled back.
If I had my way, I'd be fucking you for hours,
he continued.
I'd make you scream my name until you couldn't speak anymore. I'd fuck you until you passed out with my cock inside you.
I hung on his words, my own body straining with a desperate, aching need for him to do all of that.
But
he shoved a hand up my skirt so it was bunched at my hips, before ripping my panties off as he freed himself.
This is all we have.
He gripped my chin between his hands.
If I were a good man, I wouldn't be touching you right now.
He ran his tongue along his lips.
But I'm not a good man.
There was a crinkle of foil, and I wondered vaguely why he walked around with a condom on his person. Then I was overwhelmed by jealousy. Or I would have been if he hadn't done what he did next. He hitched one of my legs around his hips so he was positioned right at my entrance.
If I were a better man, I'd at least make sure that the first time I fucked you, we could take our time, that I could give you what you deserve.
His eyes never let go of mine.
But I'm not,
he hissed. Then he surged in. His hand covered my mouth once more. A good thing, too, since I was unable to restrain myself. I constricted around his cock, his gloriously large cock that filled me up, that was so big it almost hurt. Almost. But it was perfect, as if it were made for me.
I can't control myself around you,
he groaned against my mouth. I let out something unintelligible in response. His hand circled around my throat.
You are my bad fucking girl, aren't you?
I nodded, or tried to nod against the onslaught of a climax that would ruin my world.
You're my fucked up, bad little girl,
he repeated, his thrusts harder, more uncontrolled. My pussy clenched as I teetered on the edge of climax, and spots began to dance in my vision.
Yeah, my little bad girl,
Eldon ground out.
Come for me, and don't you fucking dare close your eyes.
I stared at him. My eyes had been ready to squeeze shut in preparation for what I already knew was going to be the most intense orgasm of my life.
You look me in the eye, he ordered.
That's what splintered me, sent me hurtling from my body, tethered only by Eldon's intense gaze which went wild as he came seconds after me. I didn't black out. Every second etched into my mind. I scrambled to preserve it all so I could revisit the best, angriest, most primal, world-breaking sex I'd ever had. I'd fantasized about this endlessly. And with all of my fantasies, whenever something close to the real-life version happened, I was disappointed, because nothing built up in your head is ever as good. But my brain wasn't capable of dreaming up what just happened. It exceeded any and all expectations I could have possibly dreamt up. My knees shook as Eldon lowered my leg, pulling himself out of me. My entire body spasmed at losing him. Eldon's expression was unreadable, but his eyes were still heated. They hadn't shut down, hadn't turned cruel.
I'm gonna go take care of the condom, he told me. You're gonna stay right here.
Unable to move, I nodded my head. The sounds of the party filtering in from outside the door. The walls were pretty thick here, so they were muffled. But it was clear that we had just had sex down the hall from my mother, her husband, my baby brother, and my whole new family. Oh, and my kind of boyfriend I'd brought home. And I didn't feel guilty, not even a little. It excited me. I marveled at Eldon as he walked back into the room, buttoning his jeans. His muscles, his beard, his gait, the way he held himself. This man had just fucked me. Fucked. If you look up the definition of that word in the dictionary, there would be a picture of Eldon. His eyes brushed over me with a look that made me feel like a woman. Not just a woman, but one with power. There was no going back now. No question as to whether he considered me too young. He'd made it clear he considered me a woman. His woman. And though I'd promised myself I would never be defined by what I was to another man, it felt fantastic. Eldon didn't speak for a while, nor did I. We just stared at each other.
"You're gonna go back in there?"
He motioned to the door.
"Without your panties, with your pussy drippin', claimed by me. You're gonna sit next to that fuck. You're gonna make sure he doesn't lay a hand on that skin I just made mine."
He put his hand between my legs, cupping the bare, sensitive skin there. I shivered, already hungry for more, already ready to abandon all reason and beg him to fuck me again. But his hand skimmed upward, finding my skirt, which was still bunched at my hips. Then he pulled it down carefully, gently, in direct dichotomy with how beautifully brutal he'd just been.
"Don't care how you do it,"
he continued softly.
"Just do it, because you were wrong. I will punish him if he thinks he can touch you. I won't make a scene, 'cause I'm too controlled for that. But I'll follow him all the way back to his parents' fucking mansion. I'll make him hurt in a way that he won't heal right. No one will know it was me, except you. You'll be walking around knowing I did that for you."
There was nothing I could say to that, not one single thing. I could barely breathe. He would do it. Eldon would hurt an innocent boy for merely touching what he didn't know wasn't his to touch.
"Go now,"
Eldon ordered gently. But my feet stayed rooted in the spot. I had to know something. Something that had kept me up many nights. Something that I shouldn't want to know. "Did you sleep with her?" I asked. Eldon stiffened. He didn't ask me who I meant. He knew who I meant. He wouldn't lie to spare my feelings. I knew that. So I should not have asked. Ignorance was bliss and all that. Except I'd spent my entire life ignorant as to what was going on in my own house. There was no way I was going to spend the rest of my life like that. I wanted the truth, even if it hurt, even if it was ugly. Ugly truth was better than polished lies.
"No,"
he said finally.
"I was planning on it, but couldn't stand the thought of some other bitch chasing away the taste of you, memory of you."
Okay, that was not a polished lie. But somehow it hurt, too.
"Go,"
Eldon said, nodding to the door. I did as he asked. Chapter 12. Somehow, nobody noticed me walk back into the common room on unsteady legs with mussed hair and red cheeks. Nobody noticed that I'd transformed into an entirely different person than I had been when I walked in. Bennett was all the way in the corner. Macy and Freya had obviously taken pity on him and were laughing with glasses of wine in their hands, keeping him entertained and comfortable. They were the safest people for him to speak to. They wouldn't challenge him to a fist fight, bomb-making competition, or whatever it was that the Sons of Templar did to outsiders to make them prove their worth. I needed to find a way to pull myself together before I spoke to him or encountered my mother, who thankfully was sitting on a sofa with Swiss, who was whispering something into her ear that made her blush. I had time. I also had to figure out what the fuck I was going to say to Bennett to make him leave, not touch me, and not humiliate or hurt him all at the same time. I was pretty sure there was no way to do all of that. Many women had tried all kinds of polite, kind, considerate ways to break up with men. Yet there were still a lot of angry, dangerous men out there, blaming their crazy exes for all of their problems. Bennett didn't seem like the type of guy to go crazy, but they never did. My father was much beloved around town, and likely to be thought of last on a list of men who might secretly beat their wives. Then again, if Bennett tried to do anything, he'd have an entire motorcycle club after him, and I knew for certain he was nowhere near that stupid.
"Your hair looks a little different than it did when you first walked in here,"
someone commented playfully. My hands went upward, smoothing the wayward strands maniacally as Colby grinned at me from ear to ear.
"And your cheeks," he continued, "so rosy. Is your lipstick smudged?"
My other hand went to my mouth. He chuckled.
"Chill, dude, I'm just fucking with you."
I scowled at him.
"Your boyfriend has been mighty concerned about your whereabouts."
He jerked his head to the corner of the room. Bennett finally saw me, his eyes flaring with relief and worry. There was a twinge of guilt, but barely. There should have been a lot more. Fuck, I muttered under my breath. I need booze.
"Well, it seems you could use a cigarette, too."
He winked.
"But we can't smoke around the kids, and those things will kill you."
He held up 2 large shot glasses full of clear liquid.
"This will kill you, too, but slower, and it's much more fun."
I could kiss you. His eyes darted behind me, focusing on something.
"Please don't,"
he requested.
"I enjoy my arms being attached to the rest of me."
I looked to where his attention had strayed to. Eldon was walking back into the room, his expression blank, his cheeks not rosy, his hair neat. Well, neat for him, at least. In short, he looked like the brooding, hot guy he always did. Not the broody hot guy who had just fucked his friend's daughter within an inch of her life. He didn't even spare me a glance.
"As much as this delights me,"
Colby began.
"And it does, for you. Not for the club."
He grimaced.
"This is fucking horrible for the club and could start a civil war or some shit, so maybe try your best to keep it on the down low, at least until the holiday season is over with. Maybe when your little brother is walking, Swiss will be less homicidal then."
He blew out a long exhale through his teeth.
"Or maybe more homicidal, who knows what that fucker."
I snatched the tequila shot off him, downing it in one gulp, savoring the burn.
"If he hurts you, I'll kill him,"
Colby grunted. There was no more playful teasing in his tone. This was him being the big, bad, dangerous biker.
"Even though he would probably beat me in hand-to-hand combat,"
he added, eyes dancing.
"I'd have to get imaginative, a little underhanded, catch him while his back is turned."
He reached out to squeeze my hand.
"But seriously, babe, he fucks this up, he's the problem, not you."
"Or the problem is the age difference, my stepfather, and whatever kind of tortured backstory he has. You all seem to have one," I countered. Colby winked.
"Makes us more interesting and a fuck of a lot deadlier."
A high-pitched whistle cut through the air. All heads turned in Hanson's direction.
"Grub's up,"
he announced, motioning to the table.
"Get your asses in seats."
Everyone, including some willful children, took heed of Hanson's order. I stayed close to Colby like a coward, doing my best to shuffle my body alongside his like I could fucking hide behind him. Like Bennett was going to magically forget that I was the entire reason he was in this environment. It was a shitty move, a really shitty move. But I was focusing on being as close to Eldon as I could without being obvious. And the farthest I could be from Bennett to save him from any repercussions from innocent displays of affection. It kind of worked. Colby sat on one side of me, Lucas on the other. Eldon was directly across from me. That wasn't what I was intending, since it would then become obvious as fuck that I was making a concerted effort not to look at him. I winced as I sat down, my body sensitive from what had just happened. Eldon's gaze found mine for a split second, but that was enough to raise the hair on the back of my neck and make my body re-experience everything he'd just done to me. I forced my gaze down the table to where Bennett was sitting between my mother, who had obviously taken pity on him, And Hades, of all people, who was tattooed within an inch of his life and literally looked like a really hot personification of the Grim Reaper. Except with his wife and kids. For them, he melted. For anyone else, he made it clear you only got his full attention if he was about to kill you. Or at least that was the vibe he gave off. I smiled in apology to Bennett, who, apart from looking vaguely pale, seemed to be handling himself okay. I gave my mother a poignant look that was meant to communicate something like, make sure he's not traumatized for life and doesn't hate me for bringing him here. She smiled and nodded as if she had heard my telepathic plea, turning to engage Bennett in conversation. I sagged in my chair slightly. I was not out of the woods, not even a little. I was sitting at the Christmas table with all of my new family. My grandparents were arriving later today for what would hopefully be a less chaotic dinner. Having just been fucked by the object of my infatuation and was no longer wearing panties while my mother entertained the boy who was supposed to be my date. Hansen distracted me from all of this when he stood up from his position at the head of the table, holding a beer. All conversation quieted.
"Want to thank you all for being here,"
he began in his rich, deep voice.
"This is a difficult time of year for this chapter."
He looked down at his wife, who reached up to squeeze his hand, her eyes glassy.
"We've lost a lot."
He cleared his throat.
"And we will not forget those we lost. But they also would want us to celebrate them, to make the club the best it can be and make sure no one hurts this club again."
Someone clanged their glass on the table in agreement. Others nodded in menacing and badass ways that were mighty impressive. Eldon's face remained a stoic mask.
"We are a family,"
Hansen continued.
"And we take care of our own. We have each other's backs. I love each and every one of you, and I thank you for being here. I'm so fucking proud of how we've rebuilt and what we will continue to do."
He held up his beer.
"Here's to many more years of prosperity and, most importantly, family."
There were a bunch of hears and cheers. I lifted my own glass, not looking at Eldon, and pretending what we'd just done didn't endanger the peace of the family we were toasting to. Dinner went off without a hitch. I managed to sink into the warmth of the love around the table, the food, and the feeling of belonging I'd never felt before. Whenever we were at the table with my father and his friends or family, I'd always held my silverware, correctly, of course, in a grip tight enough to turn my knuckles white in order not to scream out loud at some of the elitist, misogynist bullshit that came out of their mouths. And when I was old enough to understand that I wouldn't be silent anymore, my protests were always followed by a moment of tense silence, and my mother rushing to change the subject, her concerned gaze darting toward my father. Sometimes my father would chastise me afterward. My mother would always step in, tell me to go to bed. I now wondered what happened after I went to bed, what punishments my mother experienced in order to protect me. The thought clogged my throat. It even distracted me from Eldon's presence across the table and the general reality of my situation. That was until everyone finished eating and Bennett's hand clasped onto my shoulder.
"Can I talk to you for a moment?"
he asked quietly in my ear. I jolted underneath his hand, moving quickly so my shoulder was no longer in his grip. My panicked eyes swiveled quickly to Eldon, who was watching with an impassive face from his spot by the bar. My breath hitched, hoping that this wouldn't count as the kind of touch that would get Bennett hurt. He was here because of me, and because he was a nice guy. He did not deserve to be punished for that. "Sure," I said in a tone that was much too high. Colby snickered beside me, so I poked my tongue out at him before quickly standing to face Bennett. His face was blank. Not angry, but no longer warm and inviting as it had been when we arrived. Shit, he was mad. Who wouldn't be? Let's go. I looked around the crowded room, everyone congregating in little groups. There was no corner to sit and talk privately. Plus, all of the men here were worse gossips than the women. You can talk in my room if you'd like, Colby offered. I scowled at him. We'll go outside, thank you, I snapped at him, before refocusing my gaze on Bennett, who was looking between Colby and I quizzically. As we walked through the room silently, I smiled tightly at everyone we passed until we made it outside to the crisp air. I rubbed my exposed arms, cursing my forgotten coat. Bennett didn't hesitate in handing me his. I hadn't even realized he'd taken it with him. Though I shouldn't have accepted such a thoughtful act of chivalry considering what I'd just done. I took the coat gratefully. It didn't warm me as it should have because it smelled of him, reminding me of what an asshole I was. Luckily, none of the smokers had ventured outside, and the parking lot was desolate. I wished for someone to come and interrupt us so I didn't have to have this conversation. But no one came to save the respectable boy from the girl with questionable morals and a thing for much older, dangerous men. Well, just one much older, dangerous man. I opened my mouth to say what I didn't know, but Bennett spoke first. You and him, you're a thing, aren't you? Bennett nodded to the door leading back into the clubhouse. I froze. If Bennett saw that, barely knowing me, then other people definitely saw it, or it was only a matter of time before they saw it. I was unable to lie when I was this shocked, but unwilling to tell the truth. He smiled sadly, without the malice I might have expected. It's okay, I get it. This life... He looked up at the Sons of Templar insignia painted on the building without distaste, just curiosity and wonder. I didn't really know a life like this existed. He shrugged, looking back at me. Or at least I was conditioned to think the reality was much different than what it really is. He sighed, putting his hands in his pockets. I understand why you want him. This life is nothing like what I could ever give you, and I think you'd be deeply unhappy with whatever life you'd have with me. I gaped at him, unable to fathom just how clearly he'd seen me, just how calm he was, no resentment or anger toward me. He seems nice, he offered, gesturing toward inside. I continued gaping. He'd had a very intense altercation with Eldon. He may have been polite, but no way would anyone be able to describe him as nice with a straight face. And you seem at ease around him. Playful, he continued. I screwed up my nose in confusion. I was a lot of things around Eldon. Unnerved, alive, passionate, nervous and confident at the same time, but not playful. With me, I now see that you've been forcing it. He smiled sadly. I would never want you to do that, no matter how much I want you. I want you to do tequila shots with him, joke with him. Be happy and protected. He will definitely be able to do that better than me. Tequila shots. It clicked. He was talking about Colby. He thought Colby was the man I had a thing with. I opened my mouth to correct him, then quickly closed it again. If I denied it, then I'd have to tell him the truth or come up with some convincing lie. No, that wouldn't work. There was no harm in letting him believe a little white lie that would spare his feelings and make my life a little easier. Although I'm surprised he wasn't more mad at that other guy pulling you away like that. He frowned. Though he came up and explained that it had to do with your mother's restaurant. Something about a party to celebrate her feature in Food and Wine. I wouldn't think a biker would be overly concerned with that, but it's nice to see. I swallowed a hysterical laugh that hovered in my throat at the thought of Eldon being concerned with party planning, and then I silently thanked my friend for having my back. I nodded somberly, trying to gather myself. "I really am sorry, Bennett," I said sincerely. "I never wanted to hurt you, and I really do like you." He smiled at me, reaching to tuck my hair behind my ear. I forced myself not to recoil, hoping Eldon wasn't looking from a secret perch somewhere. "I know." He stepped back, "but not in the right way, and that's fine. We can be friends, if you want." "I really do want that," I replied honestly. "You really are a really good guy, and you will find a girl who deserves you." "Let's hope so. I'll make sure to ask my next date whether they have a connection to a motorcycle club, because I now know I cannot compete with bikers." I flashed him a genuine smile. "Please stay." I nodded to where music had started to thump. "We're having a more reserved dinner at my mom's house, and I'd like you to be there." Bennett looked past me to where a car was loitering outside the gates. The prospect guarding had his hand on the inside of his cut, looking a little too trigger-happy for my liking. "That's my ride," Bennett told me, eyes narrowing at the prospect, "and I should probably go rescue them." "No, you don't have to leave," I told him, thinking how incredibly horrible it was that he'd be alone and rejected during the rest of Christmas. "I do," he refuted with a sad smile. "Plus, I've actually got a friend in the area who is more than happy to have me for their dinner, though I doubt it will be as fun as yours was." His sad smile quickly morphed into a happier one. "I'll see you at school, okay, Violet?" I nodded. "We'll have lunch," I said firmly. He bobbed his head in affirmation, gave me one last look, then walked away. It was only after I got back inside that I realized I was still wearing his coat. And that was only because Eldon was staring daggers at me. Or, more accurately, at the other man's coat on my body. I hastily took it off, making a mental reminder to send it back to him with an apology note of some kind. Though I wasn't sure what I could write in an apology note for dragging him all the way out here and ruining his Christmas. My mother and Swiss were settled on the sofa, so I sank down beside them, leaning into my mother before kissing Declan's little head as he was cradled in her arms. "Where did Bobart go?" Swiss asked with disinterest, smiling down at his son. I scowled. "It's Bennett, and you know it. And he went home. It didn't work out." "We scared him off, did we? Good. He wasn't right for you," Swiss said at the same time my mother said, "Honey, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" "You didn't scare him off." I glowered at Swiss. "I just never liked him in the first place. He's too nice." Mom quirked a brow at me. "There is no such thing as too nice." I raised my own brow back. "Yeah, you really went for the nice guy." "I'm nice," Swiss argued. I stared at him in disbelief. "I'm nice to most people." "Honey, I love you so much, but you yelled at the cart boy in the grocery store 2 days ago," Mom said. "The fucker was about to run into my wife and infant son with a shitload of carts." He scowled at her. "He's lucky that's all that happened." Mom rolled her eyes. "He was nowhere near me," she stage whispered. I grinned and rested my head against her shoulder. She kissed my head. I wished that it felt the same way it did when I was younger. Safe, natural. Now there were things between us. Secrets, my own, hers uncovered. "I'm sorry about Bennett, sweetie," she whispered. My eyes didn't go to him, but my mind did. Not to Bennett, to Eldon. Yeah, me too, I lied. What was one more on top of the pile? Chapter 13. Everything changed after Christmas. Eldon and I were no longer holding back. He'd claimed me. There was no going back, and neither of us wanted to. We fucked every second we could during my winter break. I didn't tell anyone, obviously. Colby hadn't said anything further, thankfully. Most likely because he didn't want to be implicated if and when this all came out. Not willing to risk being caught in the crossfire between my stepfather and Eldon. Eldon seemed to have come to the decision that he didn't give a fuck about the fire, direct or otherwise, because he, like me, was insatiable. We did it whenever and wherever we could. The more we did it, the more desperate for each other we became. Nothing dissipated or wore off. Our need for each other grew. We became increasingly brazen. He fucked me on the club's kitchen counter in the middle of the day, when anyone could have walked in. I didn't know if both of us secretly wanted to get caught, or if the danger of it all turned us on more. I was working at Oliver's almost every day. For the distraction, not so much for the money. I had plenty from my father since the divorce divested him of almost all of his assets. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. My college was paid for. I never had to worry about money. I was incredibly lucky. But the money made me feel dirty somehow. Still depending on Daddy for my future, for what I ate, what I wore. So it felt good to be making my own money. I worked at Mom's restaurant, Violet's, whenever I could, too. She was back to working often since there was a whole village of women around her to help out with Declan, and with Swiss taking him everywhere he could. Truthfully, I was avoiding my mother. Not just because I wanted every spare moment of mine with Eldon, but because whenever I was with her, the guilt of our secret became harder to bear. I only had one more day left before I went back to college. I should have been excited to get back to the life I'd been so looking forward to. The freedom, independence, the friends I'd made, what I was learning. But it felt stifling, foreign. My dreams had shifted. Not just because of Eldon, but because they'd been based on the desperate desire to never live that cookie-cutter, misogynist American fucking dream I'd grown up in. I was seeing things through a new lens now, with the life that my mother had created in the middle of the desert. College was sacred to people for many reasons, namely because it provided a kind of segue between childhood and adulthood, where you could act like an adult without any of those big responsibilities or decisions. Except I wasn't on that precipice. I would say I'd well and truly crossed the threshold into adulthood when I moved across the world at 18. Or when my French boyfriend punched me, or when I learned about who my father was, or when I got an abortion. Or when I looked into the ice-blue eyes of the man who rocked me to the core. Yeah, those events meant I was not satisfied in the limbo lifestyle college afforded. I was an adult, one who knew what she wanted. Okay, maybe I didn't know exactly what I wanted, but I knew who I wanted. The bell above the door rang. The one that Julian cursed about 100 times a day but never took down. "We're closed," I called out, not looking up from where I was counting cash. "And I don't care how much you bribe me, how far you've traveled, the machine is off, cleaned, and it's much too late for caffeine anyway. Do you even care about your circadian rhythm?" The customer was silent, and all I heard was the heavy fall of feet against the floor. I froze, looking up, recognizing the sound of his fucking boots. Eldon was striding toward me, eyes glittering with anger. I lost count of the cash as he rounded the counter. "You in here alone, Violet?" he asked, approaching me. Even though it made no sense, I retreated, my back hitting the coffee machine. I nodded, staring at him as he pressed his body against mine.
You're in here alone while the whole rest of the street is closed up for the day.
I frowned at this, not sure what it had to do with anything, nor why it was the cause for his angry tone.
And you left the door unlocked,
he added, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I hitched up my shoulder. So? His eyes flared.
So?
His head jutted toward me.
So it means any fucking one who wanted could come in here and do this.
He didn't give me a moment to react. Instead, he turned me around, yanking up my skirt. My hands found the flat of the counter on instinct, my heart in my throat and my entire body brimming with sudden animalistic desire. He pushed my lower back down so I was completely bent over, so I was facing the large windows at the front of the cafe, displaying the quickly darkening night. There weren't many lights on in here, and the windows had a slight tint, but if someone walked past and really peered in, they'd see us. My nipples pebbled at the thought. His hands went to my panties, ripping them apart. The clang of his belt and the crinkle of foil was the only warning I got before he surged into me, snatching my hair and yanking my head back. I let out a strangled cry from the pleasure and pain as he fucked me with abandon. He was rough, relentless. Hadn't even prepared me for this because he knew my body well enough to know I'd been soaking fucking wet the second I heard his boots against the floor.
My bad fucking girl,
he grunted, fucking me.
Is this what you wanted?
My body tensed at his rage, in response to the edge to him that seemed wild, unpredictable. He was always so controlled everywhere else. But lately, with me, his control had been slipping. He was as much of a slave to this as I was. His grip on my hair tightened, then he yanked my head closer to him. My orgasm rushed toward me.
Is this what you wanted, Violet?
He punctuated his question with a brutal thrust. Yes, I whimpered in ecstasy, nearly senseless. You're what I want, Eldon. Only you. I'm yours. My scalp burned under his grip as I met his eyes.
Say it again, Violet,
he commanded. Neck tight with the restraint he was still showing even now with his own impending climax. I'm yours, I moaned dutifully.
Yeah,
he murmured.
That's my girl. Now come for me.
I was already falling before he spoke, but my body exploded at his words, at the roughness of them. He yanked my hair tighter as I milked his release out of him, sending us both to a sacred place that I didn't think existed for anyone but us. I was barely breathing by the time I regained coherent thought. My legs quaked, hardly able to hold my weight. I leaned heavily onto the counter, trying to catch my breath, slow my heart rate. Eldon must have gone, taken care of the condom, because when he turned me around, his jeans were buttoned back up. He thoughtfully pulled my skirt down from my hips, but there was still an edge to him, a wildness to his eyes that only grew the more we were together. His control was fraying. It filled me with satisfaction, made me feel more comfortable with parts of myself. They were becoming less orderly, more animal. But as Eldon righted my skirt, I found grasp over more rational thoughts. "Oh my God," I uttered. "There are cameras in here." My head went to the corner of the ceiling where a camera was pointed right at the cash register, where I'd just been fucked. "Oh my God," I rubbed my temples. "We made a sex tape, and not in a good way, like a sex-positive way, Plus, Julian is cool and very open-minded, but I don't think he'd approve of me having sex where we serve food and coffee.
Violet. Eldon's voice was even, void of any concern. You think I'd fuck you in a place that was recording the act, risking anyone else seeing you coming for me?
I regarded his face. Whenever I looked in his eyes, I felt a palpable and overarching sense of calm. Like I didn't have to worry anymore. Like outside problems didn't exist in his presence. No, I chewed on the inside of my cheek. No, I don't think you'd do that. But I also don't think you have power over all electrical devices.
I don't yet have that power, no.
His mouth ticked upward ever so slightly. He was losing control more, yes. But I was also getting more of those half-smiles that only I got.
But I do have contact with a brother in Amber who happens to be able to hack into security camera systems as easily as someone can update a Facebook status.
You're so old. I grinned back at him. No one uses Facebook anymore. Eldon's jaw flexed at my mention of the years between us, but the twinkle didn't completely leave his eyes. The moment remained light, if that was possible after being fucked so hard. But things couldn't and wouldn't stay light for us. That wasn't our story, not since the start. I don't want to say goodbye to you, I whispered. I was breaking whatever unwritten rules we'd created when we started this thing. There was no mention of how dangerous the thing we were doing was, and there was definitely no mention of the future outside of that moment. But there was no escape now. I was leaving tomorrow. Eldon was staying here. There would be no repeat of this. The next time I came home, there would have been time, distance. Eldon would have had time to think about his decisions. He'd try to protect me, and he'd do that by hurting me. I could see it already. Eldon's features hardened, and all light left his eyes. He was no longer the man who'd fucked me like he'd never touch me again, whose lips had twitched in a half-smile, who gave me parts of himself that no one else knew existed. No, this was the surly, badass biker with rigidly enforced control over his emotions.
This need you have for me, it's a reaction to all of your trauma.
I glared at him, my stomach dropping at how abruptly things had changed. So, you think this is purely because I have daddy issues? I asked with a bite. You're going to reduce it down to that? I shook my head, pushing at his chest, communicating my need for him to get the fuck away from me. He ground his teeth, obviously pissed that I was getting physical with him even though he was not afraid to do the same to me. Luckily, for him, he moved enough for me to turn my back on him and go back to the cash register, restarting my count. I needed something to do with my hands, needed something to chase my angry tears from my eyes. Okay, yeah, I've been attracted to older, powerful men my entire life, long before I found out what a piece of shit my father was. I shuffled the cash, most likely fucking it all up because my brain was cloudy from the anger and the orgasms. Probably because on some level I knew he was a piece of shit, I admitted, thinking of all the little things my father had done, things I'd cataloged and ignored because I was unwilling to face the truth. The subtle but demeaning way he spoke to my mother, how rude he was to waitresses, the cold glint in his eye when I called him out for it. All of the affection that was only present when other people could be watching. I abandoned the cash counting, really hoping that it was right. I put it all back in and slammed the register shut, whirling so I could face Eldon. His arms were crossed over his expressive chest, regarding me with intensity, although he was always regarding me with intensity. I ignored this. When I first met you, whatever damage done to me impacted my reaction and attraction to you, I confessed, giving him an intense stare of my own. Just like whatever trauma you've had attracted you to me. I put my hand on my hip and tilted my head. Honey, if you're gonna start slinging mud, you better be prepared to get dirty. Both of us are fucked up in different ways, which is the reason we sought each other out. It's something in our chemical makeup that explains our initial reactions. I narrowed my eyes, wishing I could get through to him with my stare, wishing I could shake some sense into him. But not now. Not after over a fucking year. Are you going to tell me I'm just a little damaged girl with issues and no real control over her emotions? I shook my head rapidly. No. I love you because you wear reading glasses, and because you like everyone to think you're scary and damaged when you rescue fucking puppies. You call me when it rains. You quit smoking the second I let it be known it bothered me. Inexplicably, tears stung the back of my eyes. I'd just told him I loved him. Holy shit. I wasn't supposed to say that. This was meant to be a winter fling. This was meant to be both of us getting whatever this was out of our systems so we could get on with our lives. But there was no getting on with our lives. Not after this. There hadn't been since that moment on the roof. Eldon had gone stock still when I'd said the words that I definitely shouldn't have said. Never once had I felt like a child in his presence. Not once. But here, declaring my love completely by accident, I felt small and young. I'd never seen Eldon at a loss for words before. Then again, this winter, words weren't really a priority. "Baby," he murmured. I braced myself for it, for him to do it again. Tell me I was just a kid, for us to repeat the circle once again. The ringing of a phone made us both jerk. "Saved by the bell," I muttered. I ignored Eldon, putting the phone to my ear. "Where are you?" my mother demanded. "I'm at the cafe, closing up." It wasn't a lie. It was the narrow line I trod these days. I never lied to her completely about where I was. I just left out some important details. Mainly the important detail that was glaring at me right then. "Well, hurry up or I'm sending someone over to get you." Dread slithered through me, thinking of who my mother would send and what they would surmise seeing Eldon here with me. "I'll be home in 5 minutes," I told her, staring at Eldon. "We're not at home," she huffed out. "We're at the restaurant. I closed it down for the night. We're having a going-away party, remember?" She said the word remember much louder than everything else. I searched my memory. "Mom, you never told me about a party." Something rustled against the phone. "I know," she whispered. "Swiss thinks I forgot to tell you after organizing this whole thing, as if a mother would forget her only daughter going back to college." "Mom, you did forget." "Shut up," she hissed. "Swiss doesn't need to know that. I am dealing with a baby boy and he's a lot. A perfect angel, but I'm a new mother and running a business. He needs to give me a break." "Okay, Mom, don't worry. I'll be there in 5, I reassured her, hearing the hysteria in her voice. "Okay, good, she muttered. "She's coming, she's just stuck in traffic," she called out, I guess to the people she'd gathered for this party. "Mom, there's no traffic," I pointed out. "It's like a 5-minute walk." "Whatever," she snapped. "Just get here." I listened to the dead air, not ready to put the phone down. It was the buffer between the "I love you" and Eldon. I know she hung up. Eldon decimated that temporary defense, his voice low and throaty. I pursed my lips, shoving the phone in my pocket. "I need to go." "The party." I tilted my head, scrutinizing him. "You know about the party?" "Everyone knows about the party. though I really wanted to. I couldn't even smile in the face of my mother's baby brain. There was something endearing about her forgetfulness. She had never forgotten things in her life with my father. She could not forget things. It would not have ended well for her. Yet now she was safe enough to wear what she wanted, say what she wanted, argue with Swiss when and if she saw fit. And she was safe to forget. She was safe. I tore my eyes from Eldon. "I've got to go," I repeated, willing myself not to cry. Eldon didn't say anything, didn't move. I did a last-minute check to ensure that all of my closing tasks had been done. I was half prepared to lock him inside if he didn't move or speak, but when I tried to move past him to leave, he grabbed my wrist. The grip was strong, bordering on painful. Exactly what I needed.
"I love you, Violet,"
he murmured roughly. All my breath left my body. I was pretty sure that my soul left my body too. I'd lapsed into one of my fantasies. One of my many fantasies that I had about Eldon saying those words.
"I fucking shouldn't," he scoffed. "I hate myself for loving you, for you loving me, especially since you don't know anything about me."
My back straightened. "I know enough," I countered. He tilted his jaw upward, facing off with me.
"I went to prison at 18 for murder,"
he said flatly, without priming, warning. It wasn't the information so much as the empty tone it was spoken in that made me gasp. He was trying to scare me, trying to make me rethink the words he'd just said. I pulled my wrist from his grasp. "That was what, 50 years ago?" I joked weakly. The age joke didn't land, so I continued on. "It doesn't change how I feel about you now." I walked forward, holding on to the sides of his cut, looking up at him. "Tell me more, because I want to know more. Because no matter what you tell me, nothing will change." He sighed. I felt tired just from hearing it, feeling the weight that he had been carrying without knowing the specifics of it. He eyed me, maybe measuring whether I could handle the truth, if he could handle telling it. I waited, staring at him, holding on to him, trying my best to show him with my eyes that I wasn't going anywhere. His hands found my wrists, and I was afraid he was going to yank my hands away, but he held on to them, gently rubbing the inside of them with his thumbs.
"I came from a nice family, probably not unlike the family of that fuck you brought home for Christmas."
Even though Bennett was long gone and never a real romantic interest, there was still clear and radiating fury in Eldon's tone.
"My parents were a product of their parents," he continued. "Not bad people, just bred to think a certain way. A certain narrow way."
He grimaced, lifting my hand to kiss the inside of my wrist before stepping away. I forced my feet to stay where they were, hating the distance but giving it to him anyway.
Fuck, I didn't even have a problem with it all. I would have been the frat boy who wasn't near worth enough to deserve your attention.
He shook his head, rubbing the back of his neck.
I had a girlfriend, one I thought I loved. Some fuck said the wrong thing to her at a bar. I started punching him, couldn't stop.
His eyes were far away.
I have no fucking clue where that anger came from, that rage. All I knew was that I couldn't stop punching. Even with my girlfriend screaming, even with 2 guys pulling me off him, then 3.
He paused. His fingers curled into his palms.
My parents had connections. Not enough to get me off completely, but enough to get my sentence reduced.
I tried to picture what Eldon looked like as an angry 18-year-old boy facing prison time. I tried to picture Eldon as the son of some rich family. Underneath the beard, the weathering of his face, the steely hardness in his eyes. I couldn't envision that. Couldn't see him without the power, the quiet strength, the ability he had to make it seem like he was unbreakable.
All things considered, I got a cushy sentence for beating a man to death for no other reason than I didn't like the way he looked at my girlfriend.
He never took his eyes off me.
5 years. 1 year longer than I would have been away at Harvard. Early admission. My mother had been thrilled to have the bumper sticker, the sweatshirts, to visit me. Not so thrilled to visit me in prison.
He scoffed.
It broke her heart in a way that I'm sure contributed to her death.
He added quietly. My lip trembled at the distant sadness in his voice. A wound long scanned over but never fully healed, like a bone that fused together wrong.
I was a rich, spoiled piece of shit, and I was put in a maximum security prison, he continued. Though I was a stupid shit who didn't know what real struggle was, I'd watched enough movies to understand that I needed to find protection if I wanted to stay alive and didn't want to become someone's bitch.
My heart hurt at the mere thought of it, of Eldon being lost, vulnerable in that way. I didn't think about the man he killed, though I should have. Maybe it should have made me look at him differently. Considering my past with a man who couldn't control his violence, but it didn't. He wasn't the same as my father.
Had to prove myself.
His eyes glazed over with a coldness that seized my lungs.
And I did.
I waited for him to explain what that meant. He didn't. He didn't need to. I heard it all in his tone, saw it in his frosty, faraway gaze. Whatever he did was something that helped turn an 18-year-old boy into the hardened man in front of me now.
Lot of shit happened between then and now which we don't have time for.
He ran a hand along his beard.
Suffice it to say, 5 years turned into more. My mom died year 5. Dad a decade in. Much too young.
He shook his head.
No one in my family was alive by the time I got out. Not that I would have been recognizable to them by them, or that I would have recognized them. I was a different man. A bad one.
His gaze shifted away from me, as if he couldn't stand to look at me. I bit my lip and kept myself rooted to my spot, even though I wanted to go to him. There was an energy around Eldon right now that told me he couldn't be touched. Not right now.
The people who initially protected me were the people I later became in charge of. In prison, at least.
Eldon swallowed hard, adjusting his stance.
The same people who offered me a place, money, all that shit. But I was smart enough to know that if I stayed with them, I'd be back in prison or dead before long. Or maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I'd turn into something significantly worse in order to work my way up. But I didn't do that. I left, drove across the country, found myself here.
He jutted his chin toward the windows, to the darkened streets.
I knew there was no fucking way I was going to go back to conventional society.
He rubbed his chin.
Knew I didn't want to be with the sick fucks who'd kept me alive all those years. And I figured Sons of Templar was the lesser of two evils. I told myself I could control it. Control is very fucking important when you've had someone else making decisions about when and where you eat, when you see the sun, when you sleep, what you can and can't read.
His lips formed a hard line. I thought about the bookshelves in his room at the club, his reading glasses.
Control is very fucking important, since losing it was what landed me in prison in the first place.
Eldon said softly. I didn't know how tears weren't running down my cheeks. I felt them, on the inside at least. A lot of things clicked into place. That cold distance Eldon created with everyone. It was a survival tactic. Him being dour, silent, because he was holding it together. He was locked down that tight. Because in his mind, if he didn't, he'd be back there. He didn't like small spaces. He'd told me that. And now I knew why. Because he'd been locked in a small place behind bars for years.
I've been very fucking successful at maintaining that control, Violet.
He took a step forward, erasing the distance between us. I was thankful for his warmth, his scent. He grasped my chin.
Until you.
I groaned when my phone buzzed. I felt naked irritation at the real world for intruding on a sacred moment. I knew that if I didn't leave right then, there would be a biker hammering on the door and finding us here. I have to leave, I whispered. Eldon nodded.
I know.
This doesn't change anything, I told him, meaning every word.
I know,
he echoed, face unreadable. I reached up on my tiptoes to lay my lips against his. I mean it, I whispered against his mouth.
I know,
he repeated again, against my lips, cupping my jaw. Although I wanted to say more, do more, be more for him, my phone buzzed again. I sighed, knowing this was all we had. We didn't say a thing as he walked me all the way to Mom's restaurant. Certainly not goodbye, because we knew we were far from goodbyes. I tried my best to be present at the goodbye dinner, the one that my mom put so much effort into putting together, even if she forgot to tell me about it. My mom, who had rebuilt her life, who had just opened a successful restaurant while pregnant, who had given birth to a gorgeous baby boy, who had survived things I couldn't even imagine. I also tried to be present in front of the very impressive women Mom surrounded herself with, the women married to the Sons of Templar. Caroline Hargrave, for fuck's sake, was married to Jagger. She was one of the most influential and impressive conflict journalists in decades, and a female one at that. Not that Macy and Freya weren't impressive too. They really were. Macy was the matriarch of this chapter. She had young children. She held this club together, organized everything that the club did. I saw that. Freya was married to possibly the scariest man I'd seen in real life. Yet she made that man melt. She had killer style, a really famous YouTube channel. They all treated me like I was their friend, not their friend's daughter. It was a wonderful night. Or would have been if Eldon's voice wasn't ringing in my ears. His story haunted me. He carried so much guilt, blame, not just for the man he murdered, but for his parents. He truly thought he was the reason his parents were dead. His whole life had changed because of the one moment he lost control. And he freely told me that I made him lose control. Yet another reason for him to fight this thing between us. Yet another thing to fight against. Penny for your thoughts? I glanced to my side. Macy had settled herself on a bar stool beside me. I hadn't had a moment to myself the whole night. Not with my mom, my baby brother, Colby, Lucas, Javier, who still hadn't got the memo I wasn't going to sleep with him, and all of the Sons of Templar old ladies keeping me company. But the night was slowing down. Swiss had already taken Declan home, giving my mom time to enjoy herself and spend time with me. Luckily, my mother was enjoying herself a lot with Freya and Caroline, talking about babies and sex with their biker husbands. I loved that my mother was having great sex, being taken care of in every way possible while also able to grow into whatever, whoever she wanted. So it wasn't hearing my mother talking about having sex that had me slipping away to drink at the bar alone. It was because these women had a kinship. They belonged to the club in a way I longed to but never could. I couldn't talk about being loved by my own biker because no one knew. No one expected that from me. I was a visitor here, destined for a different kind of life. In my mother's eyes, at least. So I was drinking alone, thinking of everything Eldon had told me, looking for a way out of the web of lies I'd created. Then Macy sat beside me. I glanced over to her, forcing a grin. "My thoughts aren't worth a penny," I joked. She did not grin back at me, which was unusual for her. Macy was a naturally happy, light, bubbly person, a little insane, but in the best way. She dressed like a bohemian biker queen. She loved Lord of the Rings, adored her children, her husband. She had welcomed me into the family without hesitation. She was one of my mother's best friends. I'd never felt like a kid with her. With any of them, actually. They all treated me like a woman, like I was their friend too. But Macy was ogling me in a way that made our age difference stark and melted away the layers of our friendship. "I'd say your thoughts are priceless," she refuted, sipping her drink, "and I bet they center around a man with a 1,000-yard stare who is noticeably absent tonight." My heart hammered at her words, her tone. I didn't answer. What did I say to that? I could deny it, but that would be a flat-out lie. I'd been careful with my omissions. I left out details, to be sure, important details. But I never lied to the faces of my family. It was my warped code of ethics, how I lived with myself. Macy glanced back to where my mother was sitting at the long table set up in the middle of the restaurant. Conversation and laughter mingled with the soft rock coming out of the speakers. "No one else has noticed," Macy continued, eyes drifting back to me. "Yet." I clutched my drink tightly in my hand. "I'm not judging you." Macy ran her finger around the rim of her glass. "Either of you. Sometimes we don't have control over these things." I took a long sip of my drink, still unable to figure out what to say. I'd imagined a scenario like this dozens of times. Usually it was with my mother, and I was the one doing most of the talking. "Be careful." Macy eyed me with both concern and warmth. "I know you're new to all of this." She nodded her head to the table. "I also know I already consider you family." She squeezed my hand. "Though you're new to this, you're very smart. Therefore, you understand the dynamics of our special little family." I nodded once, my mouth dry. "And you know your stepfather loves your mother so much that he'd jump in front of a train for her without hesitation," Macy continued. Another nod from me. "He'd do the same for you. And however warped it is, however archaic, he considers you his to protect. When he finds out, calmer heads will not prevail." My throat constricted as her tone turned more somber now. "These men are hopeless romantics underneath it all," she added. "But hopeless romance will not factor in when this comes out. This will affect the entire club. And I know that you didn't choose this, but be sure, sweetie. Be sure it's worth it. Be sure you're willing to face the fire with him." She hopped off the stool. "I'm here for you." She squeezed my shoulder. "If you ever need to talk about this, I won't say anything to anyone, but know this is going to come out. Secrets don't last long here." She searched my face. "You love him, don't you?" "Yes," I whispered, finding a way to form words now. She smiled warmly. "Then this will all work out, eventually." She winked at me, then walked back to the table. Her words followed me all the way back to Providence. Chapter 14. Being back at school felt different. I felt different. Older, more worldly. And before Eldon claimed me, I had literally traveled around the world. Maybe not as much as people who backpacked around Europe or whatever, but enough. I'd been so anxious, so desperate to experience the world, be changed by it, that I'd left the country as soon as I could, thinking that I'd become something different, better, less ordinary. Really, all I needed was to be claimed by a biker. Soraya picked me up from the airport, holding a sign and everything. It was written in lipstick on an old textbook, but it was still very charming. Even though I really hadn't wanted to leave Eldon, the life in Garnet, my baby brother and parents, I had missed my loud, stylish, dramatic best friend. "You know this car has a reversing camera," I informed her, referring to the ridiculously large screen as we left the airport parking lot. She shifted her gaze from behind her, changing gears before leveling her gaze on me. "Violet, I will never trust a machine, not counting my vibrator." She deadpanned. "If and when computers take over the world, you think it's going to be some big show?" She shook her head. "Nah, they'll start slow, lull everyone into a false sense of security by thinking they don't have to look behind them when they reverse. Then bam! One day people start getting run over left, right, and center. Accidents, pandemonium." I smiled at her, happy to be back with my insane best friend whom I'd missed endlessly, but was nervous as all hell to tell her about what happened with Eldon. I had to tell her what happened with Eldon, though. Colby knew something was going on, but he did not know the specifics. Macy also knew something was going on, but nodding and a single syllable spoken did not count as talking about it. Not in the way I would have with Soraya. There was something sacred about sharing with your best friend that you were falling in love. It made it into something solid, real, something that you believed was permanent. Because you didn't make those proclamations to best friends if you weren't sure. Certainly not with best friends like Soraya. Because if something bad happened, if he did something unforgivable, not only would Soraya hunt him down, but she wouldn't let me go running back to someone I didn't deserve. Even though I did deserve Eldon, he was everything I wanted. Too bad proclaiming that publicly quite possibly meant my stepfather killing him and causing major drama within the club. So yeah, I needed to talk to my girlfriend. The one who had made lists of different poisons we could have slipped into his drink that didn't show up on classic toxicology reports. I was pretty sure she was joking and only had that knowledge because she was obsessed with true crime podcasts. "Those are my enemies." She gestured toward the car that had just slammed on its brakes for no obvious reason. "You have a long list of enemies," I chuckled. "I do," she agreed. "Because the list of fucking annoying people in this world is long." I fucked Eldon in his room down the hall from everyone having Christmas dinner, including my parents and Bennett, I blurted. There wasn't even a single moment of silence before Soraya slammed on her brakes in the middle of traffic. Horns sounded all around us, but she didn't pay any attention. "What the actual fuck?" she demanded, staring at me. "Rye, we are currently stationary in the middle of busy traffic." I pointed out the obvious, wishing I could hide from all of the angry drivers behind us. She leaned her head out the window. "Go around, fuckers! I just found out my girl fucked the older outlaw biker she's been obsessed with for months. Years, actually," she yelled. I swallowed a smile, even though I was vaguely worried that someone was about to rear-end us or a cop would drive past. And that would get both of us arrested because no way would Soraya go quietly. The last time I'd been arrested, I'd gotten off thanks to the club's lawyers and the new investigation into the boy who hurt Soraya. who, incidentally, was no longer in the picture. He had committed suicide, and the officer who originally took our statements had gone missing entirely. I knew that was Eldon's doing. We didn't speak of it, though, nor had Soraya and I. She turned back to face me, cupping her chin with her hand as she leaned on the center console. "Now, tell me everything," she demanded. "I will tell you everything once you start driving, or at least pull the car out of traffic," I countered. For a long moment, I thought she was going to stay exactly where she was, playing a game of chicken with me. Luckily, she thought better of it and drove into a McDonald's drive-thru. "We need fried things for this conversation," she explained before leaning out her window to order. I couldn't argue with that logic. We waited for the fries, and milkshakes because it was criminal to have fries without milkshakes according to Soraya, then settled into the parking lot. Soraya turned her body in her seat. "Now tell me everything, bitch, and if you leave anything out, I will shave your eyebrows in your sleep." I stared at her. "Wow, you're vicious." "You have no idea," she cackled. So I did what anyone would do. I told her everything, without leaving anything out. Even Eldon's admission about being in prison. Though I second-guessed myself when I said it. It was something very private to him, obviously. Something he didn't tell most people. And he hadn't even told me everything. Part of me wanted to keep that to myself, respect his confidence, have it just be mine. But I didn't feel equipped to deal with all of it, with him. Our fries and milkshakes were long gone by the time I was done. Soraya had been rapt, listening to every word, not interrupting once. Or she did once, when she made me repeat how we had sex on Christmas at the club 3 different times. So now I have no idea what to do. I sighed. "Yes, you do." She scrunched up her nose as though the answer was obvious. I widened my eyes, waiting for clarification. She sighed. "You finished the semester, partly because you're pretty much done anyway and because I greedily want you close to me. You continue the relationship long distance." She tilted her head thoughtfully. Now, normally I'm not an advocate for long-distance relationships or monogamous relationships in general. But I think this is a definite exception to the rule. So, you do long distance while you're here. Once you get your degree, you go back to Garnet and get his name tattooed on your ass or whatever it is that bikers do to solidify their relationships. She sucked the straw of her milkshake, though there wasn't much left. "And you obviously take me with you so I can be the one to shoot the first gun into the air after you say I do." I gaped at her. "First off, where do you think this wedding is taking place, the Wild West?" She shrugged. "And secondly, a wedding?" My voice was much higher than normal. "I'm too young to get married. I never want to get married. My mother would be horrified, just at the marriage thing. Then there's the marriage to a man years older than me. Oh, and my stepfather would probably kill him." I listed off the things that I'd tried my best to shove out of my mind the past few weeks. Soraya didn't look at all perturbed. "Babe, you are not too young for anything. You know your own mind. And although I am not one for insta-love or pretty much any conventional relationship created by patriarchal society to keep women enslaved in domestic tasks and childbearing, I don't think this is that. I think this is fate." She reached over to squeeze my hand. "I know you're scared. No, your dad fucked you over big time in the trusting men department and gave you a terrible view on marriage and relationships." She smiled sadly. "But this isn't that. Eldon isn't that." Her gaze hardened. "And I know you're not one of those self-sabotaging bitches like in any dramatic sitcom where they fuck things up because they're scared. You are a lot of things, Violet, but you're no coward." I studied her face, digesting her words. As usual, when it came to fashion, food, or any kind of general advice, Soraya was right. My father had fucked me up. And unfortunately, my mother had too. Not on purpose, she had only the best of intentions. She'd made the choice to protect me, and who the fuck was I to blame her for that? I was scared that everything had changed in such a short span of time. What about Swiss? I sighed. Even if all of the rest of our shit gets sorted, there's still the overprotective stepfather. There's nothing you can do about that. She shrugged again. They'll probably have some kind of fist fight because they're men and can't seem to solve problems any other way. You just have to trust that Swiss loves you enough not to kill or permanently maim him. My stomach churned. Thanks. That makes me feel so much better. She patted my hand. Babe, Eldon sounds like he can more than take care of himself. Everything will be fine. I chewed on her words for a long time, and even though I trusted her with my life, I couldn't believe that it would be fine. There was a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, an impending sense of doom that I couldn't quite shake off. I didn't know the protocol with Eldon now. I'd only been in relationships with boys before. Games were played. They texted me exactly 5 minutes after I texted them. Therefore, I would send my message exactly 10 minutes after them. The stakes were never high. My life was not at risk of ending because my relationship with a 17-year-old lacrosse player was over. Jacques was what I thought I'd been waiting for. A man who had an established life, was educated, knew about fine wines, treated me like a woman. Or so I'd thought. I hadn't truly been treated like a woman until I met Eldon. He called me regularly now, not just when it rained. Our conversations weren't long or pining. That wasn't exactly Eldon's style. But he called. He asked me what I was doing, if I ate that day, what I was wearing. Before him, I'd truly thought phone sex was tacky and something people only did in the movies. It turned out it was not at all tacky. And if you had an alpha biker on the other end of the line, it was really fucking hot. Even with the phone sex, with all of the assignments, the parties, all the things I was doing to keep busy, to burn off the excess need, I was not sated. He was always at the back of my mind. I slept like shit, knowing he was so far away, worrying about what he was doing, what kind of danger he was putting himself in. My self-control was rather impressive, though. Every time I woke from a nightmare or was pacing the house at 3 a.m, imagining him bleeding, locked up, or in some sort of gunfight, I managed to get myself off to sleep with the help of Soraya's stock of edibles or with one of my comfort shows playing in the background. This particular night, though, my self-control snapped entirely. I hadn't even thought when I grabbed my phone off my nightstand. He answered after 3 rings. "Violet," he murmured, voice smooth and rough, causing all my hair to stand on end. "I need you," I whispered into the phone. "I'm on my way," he replied instantly. "Who hurt you? I'll fucking kill them." I smiled at the raw fury in his tone. I shouldn't have liked it. What with my feelings about violence, about male anger left unchecked, and the damage it did to society. But I fucking loved it. "No one hurt me," I replied quickly. "I just had a dream about you fucking me, and I woke up alone in bed. And a vibrator is a sad substitute for you. So I should have said that I want you, but it really feels like a need." There was a loaded pause. I bit my lip, worrying I'd been a little too brash, a little too clingy. Did I seem like some spoiled brat? Had I ruined things now? Were there games being played that I'd been too naive to see? "I'll get on my bike right now." Things rustled in the background, and I imagined him getting out of bed. My jaw dropped.
You can't ride all the way here. My woman just talked about dreaming about us fucking, then mentioned a vibrator. He countered, voice husky. I so can fucking ride all the way there. Heat warmed my cheeks. He'd called me his woman. It's 30 hours, Eldon. And? I didn't know how to respond. He was willing to drive 30 hours on a motorcycle in the middle of the night because I told him I had a dream about him. I sat up in bed, putting the phone on speaker and squinting as I pulled up maps, tapping furiously. Okay, there's a motel roughly halfway between us, I said, zooming in. If I leave now, we should get there at roughly the same time. Violet, he grumbled. You are not driving across the country in the middle of the night on your fucking own. Stay where you are. Wait for me. My lips spread into a huge smile, getting out of bed. I've never been very patient, I informed him. I'll text you the details of the motel. See you in 15 hours. Don't you fucking dare. I didn't wait for the rest of his, no doubt, very passionate alpha order. I hung up the phone. It rang immediately. I snickered, answering it. You can call me all you want, I told him, opening my closet. It's not going to stop or change anything. You can take out all your anger on me when we see each other. I'm bringing the vibrator. Vibe. I hung up. Then I shoved some things in a bag, put on my clothes, and did exactly what Eldon told me not to do. I drove across the country alone in the middle of the night to go to him. He was there before me, sitting on his bike in the parking lot, looking every bit like the hot, dangerous outlaw he was. The sun was beating down on him, and he was wearing dark shades and a scowl. The motel itself was in the middle of nowhere, but it had a bunch of great ratings because a brother and sister had inherited it as a crumbling roadside motel and turned it into a social media sensation. A throwback to the 70s, with bright colors, every room styled differently with contrasting prints and colors. An ode to a bygone era when there weren't chains littering the interstate, when people cared more, when family road trips were taken off the beaten track. I adored it. Although I didn't get a moment to properly take it in since my door opened the moment I put my car in park. You are in so much fucking trouble, Eldon growled, leaning over me to turn the car off and snatch the keys before taking me bodily from the car. He threw me over his shoulder, literally threw me over his shoulder. I let out a little yelp of surprise and delight as he opened the back door to grab the bag I'd thrown in there. Keys jangled as he stomped us toward a block of rooms. Apparently, he'd already checked in. It was lucky it was the middle of the week in off-season since this place was normally booked out. Is everything okay here? An uncertain voice asked. A man in his mid-20s wearing a Hawaiian shirt, fluorescent shorts, and flip-flops had been exiting his room and encountered a biker throwing a girl over his shoulder. And though he definitely didn't look like he could take Eldon on, he had stepped in anyway. What a sweetheart. Maybe the world hadn't gone entirely to shit. Fuck off, Eldon grumbled. I smacked his shoulder and did my best to smile reassuringly from my spot. Everything is fine. He has my full consent to do this, even if it's totally over the top and unnecessary, I added. Eldon didn't want to see if the guy believed me or not. He strode toward a door, unlocked it, then slammed it behind us. I didn't even get a moment to delight in how funky the room was. My bag was dumped at the door, then Eldon stomped in the direction of the